Once again, good afternoon, prynawn da everyone. Croeso i'r gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the showcase fixture between Glamorgan and Wales National County. Now the game will be starting at 12:45. It's been reduced down to 40 overs per side. The news is that Wales National County have won the toss. They will be bowling first. Score sheets for today's game are available from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. If you haven't got a score sheet yet, I'll just quickly go through the two teams, starting with Wales National County, who will be lining up as follows: Tom Bevan, Alex Horton, Connor Brown, Bradley Wadland, who is leading the Welsh team, Morgan Bevans, Ben Kellaway, Andy Gorvin, Teggett Phillips, Sam Jardine, Richard Edwards, and Ben Morris. The Glamorgan side is as follows: Sam Northeast, David Lloyd, Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, who's leading the team, Billy Reed, Chris Cook, Joe Cook, Dan Douthwaite, Andrew Salter, Tim van der Gooten, and Jamie McElroy. And just to confirm, with 40 overs per side, that's a restriction of a maximum of 8 overs per bowler. Power plays will be happening in the first 8 overs, and then for the final from over 32 onwards. The cut-off time is 15:33. There'll be a 15-minute interval, with play resuming at 15:48, and close of play has been rescheduled to 18:36. And just to repeat, Wales National Counties have won the toss. They'll be bowling first when this game gets underway at 12:45. Good afternoon from Harrington to our two-match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Ben Peverell. And it's good afternoon from Langdar as well to the Wales National Counties team led into the field by captain Bradley Watman. And for Langdar, good afternoon as well to the two opening batters for Glamorgan, Sam Northeast and David Lloyd.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to Sophia Gardens from BBC Sport Online. Our commentary also on the Glamorgan website. Welcome along wherever you're listening or viewing. And the news here is that we're about to get underway with a 40 overs a side game after morning rain.
Wales National Counties at the River End. Richard.
So a word about this fixture then for the Wales National County side. It's designated as a showcase for them to make their mark individually and collectively as they did last year when they beat Glamorgan, and three members of that side went on to play for Glamorgan in the one-day cup winning side. And Wales captain Brad Wadlin won the toss and chose to bowl first. It's been a good season for the second-tier Wales side. They are top of Division 2 West in the Championship in their three-day competition, and they reached the quarter-finals of their 50-over competition, where they lost to Berkshire. It will be Richard Edwards to open the bowling for Wales. He was pretty useful last season, run through the sides in the first couple of overs. As Edwards is in from the River Taff end and bowls, and Lloyd leaves it outside off stump and it goes through to Alex Horton. Well, Glamorgan technically are the away side in this fixture, which is being used as preparation for the one-day cup starting on Tuesday at Derby. As Edwards is in, running towards us, bowls to Lloyd, who's forward and pushing out into the covers, and there's no run. So the Wales side then, clad in red and black shirts and black trousers. A line-up: Tom Bevan, Alex Horton, both of whom played for Glamorgan in the T20 Blast. Connor Brown, a former Glamorgan staff member. As Edwards is in towards us, bowls to Lloyd, who hits this one aerially down towards wide third man, perfectly safe. It's just almost stopped inside the boundary by Morgan Bevans, who had a good go at trying to flick it back infield, but unfortunately for him, didn't quite get his angles right, and the ball just skewed over the boundary for 4. So David Lloyd is up and running with the boundary. Connor Brown I mentioned. Brad Wadland, the captain, who's played a deal of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. He's captaining him. The 33-year-old now plays for the Swansea club. Edwards is in, bowls to Lloyd, who drives off a thick inside edge on the leg side and will get a single down to backward square. 5 without loss are Glamorgan. Morgan Bevans from the Newport club. Played plenty of Glamorgan second 11 cricket. Most of this Wales side have. Ben Callaway, teenage all-rounder on the Glamorgan Academy, plays for Chepstow. Andy Gorvin of St Fagans, and these days of Glamorgan as well. He's played first-class cricket this year. As Edwards is in, bowls, and North East is underway with a single out on the leg side. Sam North East playing his first cricket since that record-breaking innings of 410 in the Championship at Leicester last Saturday that caused, quite rightly, such a stir. He takes a single and it's 6 without loss. Tegid Phillips from Cardiff. He's an off-spinner on the Glamorgan staff. And that's outside off stump. Comes back in. Lloyd allows it to go through to Horton. 6 without loss at the end of the over. Tegid Phillips, the only Welsh speaker in today's proceedings as far as we know. Sam Jardine, Neath Club. He'll be bowling some seam as well. Richard Edwards plays for Port Talbot. 27 years old.
National counties, the Cathedral Bend.
Gorvin then to open up with his medium pace from this Cathedral Road end. Tegid Phillips on a rookie contract with Glamorgan. He's appeared in first team squads but hasn't played a competitive first team game. And as I say, Richard Edwards from Port Talbot works as a health and safety advisor. Took 3 for 40 in this fixture last year. As Gorvin is in to bowl to North East, who blocks that one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Richard Edwards was also winner of the European T10 competitions last year with an England side of basically club players. Enjoyable for him, no doubt. Bevan also featured in that. As Gorvin is in to bowl to North East, who gets a thick edge down to third man for 4 runs. Well, that certainly wasn't where it was intended. Could be a little bit of movement early on with cloudy, overcast conditions. In fact, looking at the replay, North East probably looking to whip that through mid-on, mid-wicket. And it ended up at third man for 4. Glamorgan 10 without loss in this second over of the competition. I'm Nick Webb. Edward Bevan will be sharing commentary with me shortly. We hope to be visited as well by the Glamorgan Director of Cricket, Mark Wallace, and by the Wales coach, Darren Thomas, both of whom have performed commentary duties for BBC Wales in the past, so they're house trained. As Gorvin bowls and North East blocks one up to mid-on, where it's fielded, and there's no run. 10 without loss. We will do our best with the Wales numbers in the fields, but been presented with a list of slightly varying numbers depending on whether they have shirts or jersey numbers displayed. Firm drive by North East. Calls for the quick single up to mid-off. Fielded by Ben Morris. And they go through for the single since mid-off was set fairly well back in the circle. So Wadlin himself is on covers duty, and the field that he's posted includes one slip. As Gorvin is into bowl to Lloyd, who cuts and will get 4 runs, racing down to the wide third man boundary with third man up in the circle. Not much he could do about that, and umpire Kettle signals to the scorers up towards the dressing rooms. Genuine shot that time from Lloyd, who moves to 9 and the total to 15 without loss. Good start by Glamorgan, having been put into bat, which I suspect may have suited both sides. As Gorvin to finish his over is into bowl and beats Lloyd just outside off stump. Through to Alex Horton, who's standing up. The England under-19 keeper from the World Cup earlier in the year, and tells you that Gorvin's not bowling at express pace, but that one did seem to move a little bit on the off the wicket. It is the same pitch, by the way, that was used for England against South Africa a couple of days ago, Thursday night here, when nearly 15,000 people packed the Sapphire Gardens Stadium. It's the bearded, tall figure of Richard Edwards, fairly powerfully built. Comes in towards us and bowls to North East, who drives pleasantly and will get no runs for it, as it was well fielded at mid-off. 15 without loss. This game getting underway an hour and 3/4 late, knocking 10 overs off either side, but 40 overs each. The weather is decent forecast for the rest of the day, and hopefully we shouldn't have any interruptions. Edwards bowls and driven by North East. Scrambling stop at mid-on. The throw hits the stumps. It's a good strike, but Lloyd, North East, was safely home for his single. So the Glamorgan players, as you may remember from last year, it's a similar kit to the One Day Cup in which they won the competition. It is a mainly yellow shirt with a bit of dark blue trim and blue trousers. Wales in red fronts to their shirts and black backs with red numbers. Edwards bowls, short ball hooked by Lloyd, slightly aerially, bounced twice before it got down to backwards square leg, and they take the single. So Edwards then back towards his mark. Wales having the Glamorgan batsman coming at them at the moment, as North East is beaten with a defensive prod there outside off stump, and through it goes to Horton standing back. There are 2 slips in place for Richard Edwards, with Gorvin at second and Tom Bevan at first. Tom Bevan made 2 T20 appearances, 22-year-old. He's made 4 centuries for the Glamorgan seconds this year, former Millfield boy. And must be in with a chance of challenging if he does well in this game for Glamorgan, as North East drives that one back to Edwards, fields smartly in his follow-through, and there's no runs. 17 without loss then, Glamorgan, here on BBC Sport Online, also available from the BBC Sport website. And Glamorgan making a bright start, but they have played and missed a couple of times, and this is a tighter over from North East. So players look to remind themselves of the skills of this format as Edwards bowls and North East runs it down to third man, and they'll take a single there. 18 without loss at the end of 3 overs, and sharing commentary with me today will be Edward Bevan. Afternoon, Edward.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, nice to see some blue sky, and it was a very cloudy, misty, rainy morning, and we've seen the ball just beat both batsmen on the outside edge, and I'm very surprised that Horton is standing up, and also that there wasn't a slip at the start, because I think he'd have gone northeast, because it went straight to a second slip, or knowing how good Horton is, he might have just dived across and caught it. But there is a slip now as we wait for Corwin. Comes in medium fast and bowls, and this is played defensively by northeast back to the bowler. Now, I've had my lunch, thanks to you, Nick. I suggest you go and tuck into a Sunday roast.
We'll, yes, share commentary duties, and
bear with us.
Unfortunately, the catering couldn't quite react in time to the revised timings of this game. In
comes Corwin. Bowls tucked away on the onside for an easy single there by northeast. Bright start by Glamorgan, 18 without loss. Still rather cloudy, and it's very oppressive, so there is a little bit of swing, as we've seen. Not sure what the first couple of overs. Here comes the next ball, and that's pulled nicely. That'll be 4 runs. Lovely swivelling shot there by Lloyd. Went back outside his off stump and pulled it away for 4 runs. The power play, 40 overs, possibly
8, is it? It's usually 10 in the 50.
7 or 8, I would have thought, yes. And then at the end, of course, it's chained.
And Corwin, of course, will be not quite used to bowling first up at this level, because he'd bowled more in the middle in his appearances for Glamorgan last year.
Then he comes again then and bowls, and that's hit over Gully's head, and it's going to be fielded on the boundary's edge across for 2 runs. So already David Lloyd, as he does in every one-day game, attacking from the start, trying to give Glamorgan a fast start, and the others, like northeast, batting around him. Corwin doesn't take long to bowl an over, as he runs away from us and bowls again, and this is hitting Lloyd on the top of the pad as he tries to work it away towards mid-wicket. There's no run. 25 without loss, and this is coming on to the end of the 4th over. Just 1 ball to go. In comes Corwin, bowls, and that's played firmly, and mid-off has to dive there, and it good bit of fielding. That's the end of the over. So Glamorgan 26 without loss. Lloyd leading the charge. He's on 17. Northeast is on 9. And looking at Glamorgan's squad, and indeed they're a strong side out today. There's a difference in the batting. It's far stronger, even though Glamorgan won the one-day competition last year. Sam Northeast, David Lloyd, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook. Now those 4 are in the top 6 batsmen. They didn't play last year. They were involved with the 100, and they will certainly ensure that Glamorgan gets some runs on the board. With Michael Hogan not playing, of course, that is the blow in the bowling department. As a new over starts, and that's hit over cover. That's going to be 4 more runs. Lloyd just launching into a ball just back of a length, hitting it over cover for 4. Glamorgan going on now very, very quickly. They're 30 without loss after they were put into bat by Brad Wadland. There does appear just to be, or there was a little bit of juice here, but by all these boundaries flowing, the batsman in charge, Edwards from the river end, comes in, bowls, and that's just nudged down to a short third man. They're blocking that area because there's one up in the circle. You would call him an extremely deep fourth slip. He's not in the gully. There is a gully, but he's rather deep as well. So they're trying to fend off that area. There's a man now on the extra cover boundary. He's the one that's been taken away from third man. A deep mid wicket is Lloyd. Waits again, attacking from the outset. Edwards turns, accelerates, comes in and bowls, and that's driven up towards the vacant mid-wicket. There are runs here. It won't, I don't think, go for 4, and they cross for a leisurely 2 more runs as the score mounts. 32 without loss. And I suspect this is the way that the pattern will take when we start the competition proper, as it were, with Lloyd going from the start and North East and Co. then supporting him. That starts on Tuesday. You'll hear it and watch it from the Derby County Ground in Derbyshire as Edwards is in, bowls half volley, driven there very hard but straight to mid-on. Alex Horton standing back to Richard Edwards, who I must say impressed me last season, and I thought he might just have been involved. But he has got a very secure job and probably thinks, yeah, well, I'm not going to really risk it. He's coming to the end of his 3rd over, and he comes now. 2 balls left. That's launched over third man, and that's going to run away for 4. Second boundary of the over, and this takes Glamorgan up to 36 for no wicket, and Wadland must be thinking, well, how can I stop and try and block this onslaught of runs, especially for David Lloyd. North East, incidentally, is not out 9. Last ball of the over. And here comes Edwards. Bowls again is a half volley driven, and it's going to run away up towards the long on boundary. That is, though, pulled in just a few metres short of the long on boundary, but an expensive over there. And Glamorgan move on to 38 for 2. North East is on 9, and Lloyd has moved on to 29. And
yes, it's a aggressive start by Glamorgan, isn't it? These two 38 for naught after 5 of the 40 overs. If you are just joining us, it's 40 overs rather than 50. There were 12 taken off that over, so it's as should be, I guess. Glamorgan losing this game to Wales last year, and quite rightly so on the performances on the day. But you would expect the professionals, or the senior professionals, because there are quite a few Glamorgan fringe and academy players among the opposition, you'd expect the senior pros to win this game probably 19 times out of 20. It was just that last year we got the 1 in 20. Brad Wadland then is going to bowl himself. The skipper bringing himself into the attack.
It's been rather brave here, I think, Nick.
Experienced player, both on the club scene and played first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. As Wadland bowls, slow left arm, driven out into the offside by North East. And there's no run.
No, there's no long off. I suspect something might be coming up towards us, especially from Lloyd.
Next delivery is clubbed away on the leg side by North East. Didn't really time it as it rolls out towards mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. Played for the Midwest Rhinos in Zimbabwe, did Wadland. 22 List A games as an all-rounder. He's actually got a better record in first-class cricket there. We averaged 31 with the bat and 19 with the ball, which is quite some going. As Wadland bowls, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg by Lloyd. They go through for a single, 40 without loss. Though I think, without being unkind, the level of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe is probably not equal to that in the UK. As Wadland bowls, and North East is forward defending.
He also had a a few clubs in the Premier League of South Wales, Nick. Jen, I think it's Swansea's with now.
Swansea at the moment, yeah. Wadland bowls and played out on the offside by North East. No run. In a Wales game earlier this year, he scored a century and took 12 wickets in the match in a win against Devon. Obviously in decent form at this level, as the next delivery is blocked back to him by North East, and a promising start by Wadland, bringing himself on to bowl just the 6th over of the game and going for just 2 runs.
Yes, because the opening pair have been punished, he has brought some sort of control there, but he didn't chuck anything up, and every ball was very flat and pushed through and aiming at about leg stump, because he has got a mid-wicket and a long on. And we're going to have a change now at the river end. It is going to be Ben Morris to have a bowl. So already 4 bowlers being introduced after the first few overs.
Well, he'll be familiar.
Yes.
On the Glamorgan Academy at the moment, 18-year-olds with the Abergavenny club.
And he will be bowling to David Lloyd. Mid-off and mid-on are up. As he comes in, medium fast again from the river end and bowls, and this is driven nicely. And he's run out at the non-striker's end. North East drove it back to the bowler, and one of the unluckiest ways to get out in cricket is to be run out when you're not facing. So poor North East is run out for 10, and it's 40 without loss.
40 for 1.
40 for 1 now, and you can't credit the bowler with that. I suppose he just put a paw out and it deflected. There was some discussion in one of the papers the other day, should they change the rules, and I think North East would agree with that after being dismissed without being in any sort of trouble. So he's been run out for 16. And that's the only way they looked as if they were going to get a wicket, to be perfectly honest.
Well, young Ben Morris will probably claim that one. Let's have a look at the replay on our video stream. I think it was just reflex. I don't think he was looking to deflect it onto the stumps, but well, North East gone. At least I suppose you can say from the Glamorgan point of view, he's the one player who knows he's in decent nick at the moment after 410 last week, and he's gone for 10. It's 40 for 1 in the 7th. Yeah,
and then another fellow who's in very good nick at the moment, walking to the crease, is the left-handed Colin Ingram, who played in that memorable game, of course, up at Leicester. We were fortunate to be there. It was a memorable occasion. When you read about Sam's 410 not out, you tend to forget that Chris Cook was undefeated on 191, and Colin Ingram also got a century. Anyway, he's come in, he's at the non-striker's end, and it will be Morris to bowl at Lloyd for the second ball in the over, and he's coming in from the river end, bowls, and that's cut fiercely. It's a no ball. Signalled there by Paul. They've got their big hats, and if Paul Baldwin is down there or the other. Yeah, I thought it was Paul. We had him at Leicester, so he... Paul Baldwin saw all the game from the middle. That incredible innings by Sam North East. Anyway, a free hit for David Lloyd, and he'll be licking his lips now. He can't change the field because the same man is facing. I go straight here. What's it about you, Nick? Straight hit. In comes Morris. And another no ball. So it's a bit of a disaster now. So 4 runs already. And there is another no ball, another free hit. It wasn't a bad ball, actually. 44 for 1. And... I thought they were going to change the field. They're changing the fielders. As Wadland is going to have a word to the effect of, what are you doing? 2 no balls, unforgivable really, as Lloyd waits again, and I suggest he goes over the top here. In comes Morris, and he has. I think that's going straight in the side screen. 1 bounce. So we have had 10 balls, 10 runs of 1 ball. Am I right, Nick? I think I am. And there's the 50 for Glamorgan.
Yeah, so this wicket's gone run out at the non-striker's end. No ball, 6. So it's 2 legitimate balls in the over.
10 runs.
And 10 runs indeed.
All of a sudden, it's 50 for 1, and Lloyd has moved on to 36. This could be a biggish score here.
Well, David Lloyd, we said Sam Northeast doesn't really need the time in the middle. David Lloyd probably does, because he's not quite scratchy in more championship innings than not. He did get a 60 the other day, but and he's got runs in the T20, but he'll be looking to spend a decent time at the crease today.
Lloyd waits on 36 as Morris comes in and bowls him. Short, pulled away. That could go for 4. It certainly does. This is a very, very expensive overs for Wales, and Lloyd making the most of it. He's struck 40 in no time. And yes, I thought the slip might come out into the ring, because there's no real need for a slip. 3 legitimate balls, and a lot of runs there already from this over, as Morris, see if he can do any better now, comes into David Lloyd. He hits it back straight, 4 more. A little bit uppish, but it was beautifully timed, and it passed the bowler for 4 more. Let's have a look. Morris, poor chap, has gone for 20 in this over, and there's still 2 balls left.
Yes, it's quite harsh, isn't it? I'm an academy player. I mean, he's growing up fast, and if this was happening in nets, it really wouldn't matter, and it wouldn't have so much attention. But certainly the figures of this will be on public records, and you have to feel sorry for an 18-year-old lad.
Certainly, he's got 3 men in the offside, saving 1. And I'm afraid it's not saving 1 is the object at the moment. It's to try and bowl just around that offside on a length if he can, because Lloyd is a very destructive batsman when he's going. He's on 44s. Morris comes in again, and that's pulled. That might just be pulled in. Yes, it is on the backward square boundary. He goes through for a single, and the field will adjust for the left-handed Ingram. If Ingram gets in here and Lloyd, there could be some carnage.
Yeah, Lloyd 45 off 26 deliveries so far. 7 4s and a 6.
Morris must be just waiting for this ball to be bowled so he can finish his over. 22 off it, as in comes Morris. Ingram is beaten first ball. Well, it's the best ball of the over. He's kept it for the left-handed Ingram. He went through him outside the off stump. And that is the end of a very expensive over. And
19 off in the end.
19 runs coming off his first over. Probably Wadland will change at that end, because, as you say, he's only 18. It can do his confidence a little bit of good if he can be brought back to bowl when Lloyd is out.
Indeed, just looking through the resources, Sam Jardine's there. Next spinner in line, you would have thought. He's a youngster as well from the Neath Club. Tegid Phillips, the off spinner from Cardiff, who's on the Glamorgan staff.
As
Wadland bowls, and it's played out on the offside by David Lloyd. Still, of course, the restrictions on the field, with only 2 allowed outside the circle, as Lloyd comes down the wicket, drives firmly but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. So the outfielders are at square leg and wideish long on for the slow left armour, as Lloyd is forward defending, treating the Wales skipper with respect.
He's pushing through just a little bit quicker than a slow left armer. He is left arm and he is slow, but a little quicker than normal.
Reverse sweep comes out, but it's straight to short third man, and there's no run. There's not an awful degree of momentum in the run-up, is there? He just walks in the first half dozen paces and skips into his bowling step. Slightly round arm action as Lloyd
well bowled.
Defends that one back to the bowler. So Glamorgan certainly will want to get a decent testing from these Wales bowlers, who will want to make a name for themselves. As Lloyd tries the other reverse again, he could be caught. No, he's just skewed it over short third man and got away with that one. He'll come back for a couple of runs, but he really didn't nail that shot very well. As I say, once he got enough elevation, but for a moment I thought it was just hanging in the air for the man at short third man, Ben Morris, who eventually scrambled back but couldn't get a hand on it. 61 for 1, just the 2 runs off the Wadland over.
Yes, and David Lloyd has moved very quickly on to 47, and this will do Lloyd a lot of good, because it hasn't been a happy season for him with the bat in any competition really, and the more time he can spend on the crease before the opening game at Derby on Tuesday, well, the better for him, the better for the team, because he does get that scoreboard moving. Well, Morris is going to have another over, and he's going to be bowling at Colin Ingram, who the only delivery he did bowl at him went through Ingram. And he is going to bowl around the wicket, and still the power play. Deep mid-wicket and a deep extra cover, and he's coming round now and bowls, and Ingram tucks it round the corner down to fine leg, and he's off the mark with a single. 62 for 1. And Wadland bowled a very good over there. I think, what did he go for? 1 or 2? Yes, they got one from the reverse sweep, just the 2 runs. So he's holding this end. But you would have thought that his type of bowling would have been in the middle of the batting to try and restrict it. He has restricted, but the seamers have gone to town. That's remarkable shot. He went off his toes and cut a straight ball. It was an attempted catch, and he did well when he dived to get near it. And they go through for 2 runs. Lloyd is on to 49. 64 for 1, Glamorgan, having been put in by the Wales minor, well, I was going to call them minor counties, in the national counties now, even though our programme on the BBC website, it says
it's changed a couple of years ago. I don't know, someone needs to get onto that.
Yes, Ben Morris is coming into the right-handed Lloyd. Bowls to him. Lloyd dabs that down, and that's his 50. Coming up very quickly. Dab down for a single. Score moves on to 65 for 1. And Lloyd very, very quickly moves on to his half century.
34 balls.
Which is a good rate. As we see 34 balls coming up on the screen.
7 fours and a 6.
It'll do. Ingram will play quite a number of these matches before he goes into yet another of these franchise games out in the West Indies. And he is facing Phillips, who comes in and bowls. No ball again, young man. And they go through, as it goes through Horton's gloves this time. And they go through 4. Ingram throwing his arms.
That'll be 3 runs, won't it? 2 for the no ball and 1 by, which also counts as a no ball. So not the greatest of overs for Wales. This a drop chance,
very
1 through the keeper and a no ball.
Come on, they want to back up the Wales side now. Get a grip. There's a free hit as in comes Morris and bowls. That's walloped over the boundary on the far side for 6 runs. Now that is a long hit, and he launched into that. He must get very, very strong arms. And sail over extra cover for 6. And he has been severely punished as poor Ben Morris. And I don't know whether you, Nick, would be wiser. Kinder, I think, is the word, to just take him off for a few overs. What's he gone for?
Yeah,
now?
31 now in 10 balls, effectively.
Yeah. Then comes Morris again, bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd goes back, plays it backward of square on the offside. There's no run this time. And just the one ball to go.
Do you give him another chance? Keep him on for a third over? I suspect not, after 2 overs. 0 for 31 with 1 ball to come. Probably be kinder to, as you say, get him back on for a few overs towards the middle of the innings somewhere.
Yeah. Hopefully for him it's his last ball of the over as he bowls, and Lloyd plays it defensively this time out to short mid-wicket. Growing in confidence, Lloyd, having got this good score now. He's middling everything and getting back into Nick. 74 for 1. 56 then, and Ingram is on 1 off the no ball, which he threw his hands up when he crossed as if to say, why did I not tap? What am I doing?
And if you look at this Wales side, they've probably got at least the 6 bowling options, so possibly 7. So they ought to be able to protect people. So Edwards is coming back for a blast at this end. His first 3 overs having gone for 21 from the River Taff end. So he's coming back from the Cathedral Road end, and Wadland's bowled 2 overs, not for 4. Now, that is probably because that's the end of the power play at 74 for 1, and the fielders are
4 out.
Scattering. So good on Wadland, really taking it on himself to bowl within the power play when the seamers were getting pumped. Now they can chuck a couple more back to the boundaries.
4 out.
4 out.
Yeah.
And Edwards is in to bowl to Colin Ingram on 1 not out, and Ingram drives rather loosely and misses as it goes through to Horton.
Yeah, that was never a good shot at all, because it was wide of the off stump and it went through Horton. Could easily have been a nick there. Glamorgan off to a flyer, 74 for 1.
Yeah, apologies, that was 9 overs for the power play, was it?
What are we in now?
This is the 10th.
This is
now.
the 10th, 9.1, yeah.
Edwards in bowls and blocked on the offside, and they'll go through for a quick single. Ingram moves on to 2, 75 for 1 in this 40 over game. Mind you, in Morris's over, it didn't really matter where the fielders were, because Lloyd was hitting them over the top.
He's bowled 3 no balls at the moment. Ben Morris, or was it 4? 3, perhaps.
3, yes.
Yeah.
So it's conceding 6 runs plus the free hits that result, as Edwards is in to bowl down leg side. That'll be called a wide by umpire Kettle, who remembers which way he's meant to be signalling at the second attempt. The scorer's up next to the dressing rooms these days. They used to be in the media centre, which is not exactly packed today. 76 for 1. Lloyd has 56 of them. Edwards bowls and beats Lloyd's wafty loose drive outside off stump, and really has to concentrate. David Lloyd, maybe he said, well, I would be playing this way in a official game anyway, but David Harrison saying he wanted Glamorgan to treat it as if it were the first game of the competition, right, yes, and absolutely seriously to get the most from it. 76 for 1. Maybe Lloyd thinks he's done enough already to get in touch, as he is out, caught at deep gully as he tried to cut a short ball from Edwards and didn't get on top of it, and was caught on the edge of the circle. That was neither fish nor foul from David Lloyd. Didn't hit it down into the ground, and didn't go for the uppercut, and Tom Bevan clung on to a good low catch. So Lloyd has got his practice, 56 off 39 balls, and Glamorgan a 76 for 2 in the 10th over here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, he played 2 shots in succession, which were not very good shots. He wafted outside the off stump to a good length ball, and then didn't keep that one down, and I didn't hit it as hard as he can, because Bevans, I don't think, would have caught that. It had gone like a rocket. He more or less guided it through. Perhaps it was a little bit of confidence, and Nick tells me very quickly, messing about with my name, it was Bevan, not Bevans.
Yes, to avoid confusion there. There are 2 with very similar names. Tom Bevan, the St Fagans batsman, and Morgan Bevans, the Newport batsman.
Yes. Anyhow, he's gone, and it's 76 for 2, and the captain here, the defending captain of the Royal London Trophy for Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson, who again has been short of runs, walks to the crease. It's a case of rebuilding now. Ingram on 2, Carlson yet to face the ball, but they have this excellent start, so just build. And Lloyd, although he played a loose shot, has done his job.
Yes, he's had his runs on the board and under the belt, and if he gets Glamorgan off to that sort of start at Derby and back here against Kent on Thursday, then no doubt the county will be delighted. Carlson then takes guard in the yellow and blue of Glamorgan, wanders down for a prod at the wickets and faces up to Richard Edwards with a slip, 3 saving the single on the offside, just the 1 infielder on the leg side. Edwards bowls and Carlson edges it down to third man for 4. Wide of slip.
Played.
Do you?
Yeah, I certainly do.
Okay.
You may disagree, but he opened the face just a little.
Let's have a look at the replay on the video stream. Oof. I'm not sure about that, Edward. I think you're being slightly kind.
Well, he guided, not that slip, as it were. It went to about third slip, kept it on the ground. And
yes, he managed to play it down.
It down, and on the ground you think, well, it's not a waft. So my money's on Carlson anyhow.
4 runs is the undoubted outcome of it, as the sunshine bathes Sapphire Gardens, and Edwards is in to bowl to Carlson again, and that is a defensive block. There's no doubt about that one. 80 for 2 in this at the end of the 10th over. So there we are. Glamorgan rattling along at 8 runs and over, largely thanks to the assault on poor Ben Morris, whose 2 overs went for 31. Gorvin's 2 overs for 17. Richard Edwards has pulled his figures back a bit now. 4 overs, 1 for 27.
And now Gorvin's coming back at the... I would have kept him on now, because the destructive Lloyd has left. He's beaten Ingram twice outside the off stump. And you would have thought, with 2 new batsmen, okay, settle down, Ben, and... but he has changed. He's bringing his opening bowler back, Andy Gorvin. And he, in fact, now Gorvin and Edwards have swapped ends, and it'll be Gorvin coming round the wicket to bowl from the river end, and he will be bowling at the left-handed Colin Ingram with a fine leg. No third man, is it? Oh, yes, there is 2. In he comes round the wicket, bowls, and Ingram tucks that away all along the ground up to deep mid-wicket, and they will cross for a single. 81 for 2. Carlson on 4, and Ingram has moved on to 3. A little bit of coaching from the sidelines by one of the coaches, telling somebody to move. Captain will be happy with that. Was it Darren Thomas? In comes the next ball. Appeal for LBW from Alex Horton behind the stumps. Gorvin wasn't all that interested. Let me give you the feel. There's a slip standing quite far back. Third man, and then 3 men from backward point to mid-off, saving a single and a deep extra. Mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in comes Gorvin, bowls. And that's a good ball. It beat Carlson outside the off stump. Horton had the bails off, but Carlson was safely in his crease, didn't really move. 81 for 2. Lloyd out for a very attacking 56, and Sam Northeast cruelly run out at the bowler's end. The deflection from the bowler, he went for 16 as Gorvin comes in, bowls to Carlson. Carlson tucks it away on the onside, and they run through for a single. $82 for 2. For some reason I put 16 down for Northeast as the next ball. Again beats Colin Ingram outside the off stump as he flashes hard. It is a neat take by Horton. And
shirt number not his score on this occasion.
Yeah, for some reason I put 16 down.
Well, we've spent long enough looking at his number 16 for over the last few days of cricket.
Certainly. Gorvin in to Ingram, who drives. That's beautifully played there, but it's straight to deep extra cover in front of the pavilion, away to our left, and Ingram will go through for a single. That's the end of the over. He takes over the bowling. Carlson on 5. 84 for 3. And we have had 11. Is that 11? Yeah, I think it is 11 overs. And Glamorgan going at a very good rate.
Yep, 83 for 2. Mark Wallace is joining us, Edward. So if you want to have a couple of overs off, and then you can come back and join Mark for a chat in a 10-15 minutes time.
Get my second lunch course now then.
Yes, we had a somewhat impromptu lunch as that first ball is chopped by Ingram out on the offside, and they've run through for a single. This is Richard Edwards in his second spell from the Cathedral Road end. Afternoon, Mark Wallace.
Good afternoon, Nick.
Pleasure to have you back in the commentary box after you were cruelly removed from regular BBC duties by being employed by the club.
Nice to be back, Nick.
As in comes Edwards and bowls to Carlson, who defends that one. Thoughts on what we've seen so far then, Mark?
Yeah, it's been a good start. I mean, I suppose the first thought is it looks a very good pitch, doesn't it? I mean, we expected that with it being the pitch that England played the T20 International on the other night and South Africa scored so many runs on, but it's got some pace and carry, and I think David Lloyd showed that if batsmen can get in, it's going to be very difficult to stop them scoring.
As Edwards turns and runs away from us, bowls to Carlson, who cuts hard down into the ground past Gully. It'll be picked up at wide third man, but they'll comfortably be back for a second run. 86 for 2 Glamorgan in this 12th over. David Lloyd, did he have enough time at the crease, do you think, to satisfy himself, his own needs?
I guess the answer to that is he'll probably be up there being really disappointed, because he's probably looked up with 50 on the board and thought, there's 30 odd overs left to bat. It'd be good to bat a few more of those, but he got into some rhythm and played some really good shots, which is a positive.
As the next delivery is played on the onside by Carlson, we'll take a single up to wide mid-on, 87 for 2. And Sam Northeast, I guess, well, if someone was going to get a fluke run out, then or was it deliberately diverted by young Ben Morris? What's your thoughts on that one?
I mean, that's the cricketing gods, isn't it? You get 500 runs without getting dismissed or whatever Sam Northeast was up to, then you're going to get knocked over with something like that, aren't I'm sure Ben will probably claim that he knocked it onto the stumps, but I've only ever seen spinners do that. Seamers are not quite as crafty.
Edwards to Ingram, who plays inside it at the very last moment. I think we'll give him that one. Or was he beaten? Well, he was tempted to fiddle at it. I think he just about got his bat out the way legitimately there. Yeah, Sam Northeast, at least there's no doubt over him being in touch, as you say, with the unbeaten century the previous game, and 410 at Leicester. He's not going to worry too much, I don't think, about being run out in this game. As that one is pulled away hard by Ingram, out to square leg, but picks out the fielder on the boundary, and they'll go through for just the single. 88 for 2.
Well, he's not tired of batting, Sam North East. So when he got out, he came straight in the changing room, grabbed one of the coaches, and he's currently hitting balls in the nets out the back of the stand. So he's obviously feels he's still got some things to work on and some balls to hit.
Wow, that's dedication for you. I suppose it's the spirit of Marnus Labuschagne in the dressing room. No one's ever off duty with him around, I guess.
Yeah, coach's nightmare, the pair of them, I think.
I hope Sam managed to get a few days R&R back at his family base in Kent. Here's Gorvin in to bowl to Colin Ingram, who cuts that away wide of gully. Will get at least a couple of runs here. It will be picked up just inside the boundary on the pavilion side, and Glamorgan move on to 90 for 2. Ingram on to 8.
He's got a young child,
Yeah.
Sam, so after the game in Leicester, I was talking to him after the game, and he was saying how he was heading back to Canterbury to help out with the night feed. So
Not maybe rest and recuperation then, as Ingram blocks that one to cover, and there's no run. Yes, I once carelessly said on that very issue, there's no point in both of us being exhausted in the morning. I've never been allowed to forget that one 20 odd years later, as I decamped the spare room. In comes Gorvin and bowls, and turned on the leg side by Ingram down to square leg. Takes a single, 91 for 2. So young Ben Morris got carted around. Apart from that run out, we were debating whether it was kind of to take him off or whether he could have been left on, given that there were new batsmen at the crease. Yeah,
it's difficult when you've got a young bowler like that coming on, and obviously a bit of nerves. It's a big game for him, and didn't quite go well at the start.
As Gorvin is into bowl, grunt of effort as Carlson defends.
So yeah, you've got the two options, and you either keep him on or you kind of withdraw him a little bit. But I'm sure you'll get some more overs now as we get into sort of middle period of this game. This is old-fashioned 40-over cricket, isn't it? 50-over cricket, you tend to have a bit more of a lull through the middle. But we'll almost see now probably a bit of knocking it around up to 20 overs and then another gear.
As Carlson gets a good ball up in the block hole from Gorvin and digs it out up to mid-on, no run. Yes, the favourite format from those of us of a certain generation in terms of limited overs cricket, those of us who grew up on the Sunday League. And I still think it's a better format than 50 overs at county level, but things have to correspond with international level as Carlson flicks one to mid-wicket, no run. As that is the end of the over. 91 for 2, Glamorgan after 13, having lost the wickets of Sam North East, run out by Ben Morris for 10, and David Lloyd caught by Tom Bevan off the bowling of Richard Edwards for 56. It's strange to reflect on last year that Glamorgan did lose this fixture, and maybe it was the boot up the rear that the team needed to win the competition.
Yeah, that's one way of framing it, isn't it? I'll admit I wasn't very happy when we lost this fixture last year. It's an important fixture. I mean, I know it can be sort of framed as a warm-up fixture, but with all these one-day competitions, you want to get into a good rhythm. You want to get the way you're going to play set up, and you want to actually start playing as well as possible at the start. So, a hiccup like we had last year, it wasn't ideal, albeit it did create a change in strategy. So that's probably where it was slightly important. So after that game, we realised, right, we're potentially a batsman light. So we went in with one less batsman into this fixture last year, and then actually for the first game in the competition, we then made a change, brought Steve Reingold in, who'd played well in this fixture, and played an extra batsman, and then went on to win it. So there's some benefit.
As this is driven through the offside, Tegid Phillips is the new bowler from the Cathedral Road end, and Ingram takes the single. Tell us about Tegid Phillips then, a rookie on the Glamorgan staff.
Yeah, so Tegid's Cardiff Cricket Club. Yes, he's one of our rookie contracted players. He came off the academy last year. He's Cardiff University, so he's been doing his studies and he's now getting into the cricket season. So he's playing the second team, some minor counties cricket.
And he comes, ball's driven through the offside by Carlson, nicely timed out towards the cover boundary, and they'll get back for the second run. Colin Ingram making his ground at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, she's quite a traditional sort of off spinner really. He bowls it sort of quite slow, but an attacking line sort of outside off stump to hit the top of off stump. Yeah, Cardiff Cricket Club. But so Kieran, we've seen a lot of him.
Tries the, reverse sweep. It was almost a reverse pull in the end from Carlson. Gets a single out to point. Always have trouble in identifying the fielding positions when they go reverse. You think, well, that's square leg, but of course it's not really when you start. 95 for 2. Phillips comes around the wicket to bowl the left-handed Ingram, who punches his way on the offside for a single. 96 for 2. Are you expecting Phillips to play any first team cricket in the next season or two then?
Hopefully in the next season or two, yeah.
And he comes, bowls down the wicket comes Carlson, but doesn't quite get there and plays it defensively.
So the guys who are on rookie contracts at the moment, it's actually Tegid and Alex Horton who's behind the stumps are our 2 rookie contracted players. The idea is to get them experience at a pro level and play a lot of second team cricket.
Phillips bowls, and it's a very late cut by Carlson. Hits it down into the ground and bounces up to Horton. No run. 96 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, so the rookie contracted players, you want them to experience a professional environment, train with the pros, play a lot of second team, actually play some minor counties cricket as well. It's all about development really. So it's more of a longer term plan with those guys. You want to see them sort of develop through their rookie contract onto a full contract. And then start to, hopefully push for first team selection. So Tegid's been in university for obviously a period of the summer, so he's missed a bit of the summer and he's now sort of getting into things. He's played some second team cricket, played a lot for Cardiff Cricket Club this year.
Gorvin in, bowls, Ingram off the back foot, plays to cover, no run. It must be confusing at times who's who between the Cardiff MCCU set up the Glamorgan second 11 and the Wales national counties. There's quite a few who might play for all 3 in the course of a summer. Yeah,
so the idea is to sort of use the whole system to give people a wide range of experience.
Gorvin in, bowls, Ingram slogs it through mid-wicket for 4. Well, that's interesting. Didn't really get in control of the shot, and it was fairly close to Connor Brown there at mid-wicket, but Ingram gets away with it. 100 up for Glamorgan.
I'd say your rather crude description there, Webby, was about right. That was a slog, wasn't it? I think in his mind he was probably looking, to probably sweep him, and then it was a bit wider, so he just moosed it over mid-wicket, I think you'd call it. But the result was what he was looking for, and it's created a field change, which is what he wants. Long on going back, so he's now potentially got a single if he pushes it to long on down the ground.
Gorvin bowls, Ingram forces off the back foot down past gully to third man, and they just take the single. 101 for 2. So in terms of availability, it has been out there, but just for people who are catching up with it, Colin Ingram 7 games, is that right?
Yeah, so he'll play the majority of the competition and then he goes off to the Caribbean Premier League, so he'll miss the death of the competition and hopefully the latter stages if we get there.
As Gorvin will bowl to Carlson, hits him on the pad, that must be close. They'll go through for a leg by. It might be a run out, so he gets home at the non-strikers. And as Ingram had called him through for the single, as the ball ran down into the slips area, with the naked eye, that looked fairly close. Maybe just shaping down leg, looking at the replay.
Yeah, the replay looked like going down leg. To the naked eye, it looked very out, didn't it? I'm not sure whether Carlson's kind of set up a little bit more leg side there, and that's where we've got a bit of an illusion from up here, because the replay does look like it's probably a fair decision. It might have been just nipping back down the leg side. I don't think Andrew Gorvin agrees, mate.
102 for 2 with the leg by. Gorvin to Ingram, who hits it hard into covers, but a fine piece of fielding there. and there's no run. Now, is that Bevans or Phillips because they're both wearing 6 on the numbers that we've been given?
Bevans is at cover.
Bevans at cover, okay. Some confusion over the numbering system as Ingram drives through the covers this time. Bevans has no chance of cutting that one off, and that's racing away. That is the vintage Colin Ingram shot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's often one of the areas he tries to target Colin Ingram in sort of shorter formats, which is to beat that extra cover fielder who's always in the ring and pierce the gap between the long off and the square fielder on the boundary. And
Michael Neser, generally knackered, to put it crudely.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Michael Neser's put a massive
bit sanging off.
He's done brilliantly all season. So he heads back to Australia, I think, in about a week's time. So he's not going to play the first. I think he would have been available for the first game or maybe 2, but realistically he's pretty cooked.
As Phillips bowls, Carlson again brings out the reverse sweep. I'll do one more over and then allow Edward Bevan to fire a few questions at you in the course of commentary. 106 for 2. As the sun comes out, we're in the 16th over. And that was a full toss, and it was reverse swept by Carlson down through the slip area and running away through a gap in the field for 4 to the River Taff end. 110 for 2.
He's tried that reverse sweep a few times. The reason he's doing it is because there's only one fielder behind square in the circle on the offside. So he wants there to be a field change, which has just now happened. So the fielder's gone from mid-wicket to short third man, and he's now got quite an easy single into the leg side at mid-wicket with a ball spinning into him.
As down the wicket comes Carlson, he'll be stumped. He is stumped. Tegid Phillips bowled well there, slipped it a little bit wider. Carlson a bit impetuous, and Alex Horton whipped off the bails. No doubt over the decision, could have given it from up here. Carlson goes for 15. Disappointing for him, 110 for 3.
That was really well bowled from Tegid Phillips. So you'd expect a young spinner, having just been sort of hit for 4 and trying to protect his figures for the rest of the over, to go a bit faster. But actually he held his nerve, saw the batsman coming down the wicket and bowled it a bit slower and a bit wider. Kieran Carlson had to stretch for it, and it was a pretty simple stumping for Alex Horton in the end. So really well bowled from the young off spinner. It's good to see. I think we'll see Billy Root coming out to bat now. He's actually coming out pretty quickly down the steps there. Fresh set of blue shoes on.
Thanks. So they pulled it back, Mark, because we thought that David Lloyd, if he'd kept going, it would be going at 8 or 10 and over. But to their credit, and we up here thought that Wadland bowled well as a containing, and very brave to come in with Lloyd going so well, and in the power play. Yeah, he only went for 4 or 5.
They changed the tempo quite well, actually. It looks already that pace off the ball is going to be much more difficult to hit. So the seam bowlers have found it difficult to contain the batsman. But as the pace has come off it, firstly through Bradley Wadland and now Andrew Gorvin and Tegid Phillips, it's becoming a little bit more difficult to manoeuvre the ball around. So it'll be interesting to see. We'll probably see a bit more of Bradley Wadland at some point. We've got now got 2 left-handers at the crease, so Tegid Phillips will be quite happy with this. They might just hold Wadland back a little bit longer with the ball spinning into the left-handers. But 110 for 3, it is a really good fight back from the national county side.
Tegid Phillips going round the wicket now then to the left-handed Root, 2 lefties as you say, and bowls the first ball to Root, who comes right forward, smothers the spin. Kieran's shot, Kieran Carlson, was a little bit preconceived, wasn't he? He came early.
He did come in. I think he just reverse swept him for 4 from quite a wide line.
It's well pitched up and well floated delivery from Phillips. Nice to see a young bowler giving it some air, and it just tapped to short mid-wicket. Glamorgan 110 for 3 after being put into bat. And as Mark Wallace was saying, they're fighting back well here. Phillips wide of the crease, and that's short, and is driven off the back foot up towards long off. And they cross for a single. Nelson is on the board. That is the end of a good over from Phillips. Going back to the competition, then the Royal London, when it starts in earnest, Mark, on Tuesday up in Derby, remarking earlier on that batting order compared to last year looks extremely strong. On the other side, there's no Michael Hogan, as we know, but that should be plenty of runs surely for Glamorgan, because you're not going to see Chris Cook until he comes in 6 or 7. Which surely is a bonus.
Yeah, you'd hope there would be some runs there. It's a slightly longer batting order than we had last year with the 2 all-rounders with Joe Cook and Dan Douthwaite in the middle there. But as you said, that's traded off a bit with losing Michael Hogan, who was such a he's a big influence on all competitions. But last year he was the player of the competition.
Jardine to start in the over as he comes up and bowls, and Root just gently pushes that back down the pitch, and there is no run. So we've seen 5 bowlers already. Will there be more?
So we might see a bit of Ben Kellaway, young off spinner.
Right.
Especially with pace staying off the ball, but 40 over cricket, you do lose that 10 overs in the middle where you might want to.
Exactly. As Jardine comes short, chopped away by Root to backward point, and there is no run. The score remains on 111 for 3. So I was trying and hoping that this will happen, that there should be runs there for Glamorgan. On paper, of course, we don't play the game on paper, but it looks pretty strong, especially if David Lloyd, as he did today, gets off to a flyer. As Jardine from that river end in past the umpire, bowls and off the back foot there, and just pushed in front of him by Root.
Yeah, you'd hope with that top 3 with Lloyd North East, Colin Ingram, and then Carlson coming in afterwards. You'd hope that if you can get a platform like so as we got today, then that'll give you the opportunity to go on then and get some big scores. But you don't like predicting what's going to happen in these competitions. Going in last year,
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought, exactly.
As Jardine turns, comes in towards us and bowls to Billy Root, who plays that in the gap between backward point and extra cover. And gets a single, takes Glamorgan off 1-1-1 and onto 1-1-2. Root is on 2, Ingram on 20. So a lot will depend on the likes of Wheel and Douthwaite, the change bowlers. Andrew Salter, we know, is bowling well this season and bowled extremely well in the competition last year. And possibly Prem Sisodia, who bowled so well in every game he played. And that was every game. He wasn't rested, he wasn't changed. So it's good to see him in the equation.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of games at Neath, and there'll certainly be some pitches where you'll want
bit slow.
2 or 3 spinners.
This time Ingram plays exactly the same shot, bisects the 2 fielders on the offside to get a single. We played at Neath and watched games there in the past. It's not a lightning fast pitch, and you've obviously played there. It's just a run-of-the-mill county pitch, which is it's good enough to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd think...
Especially for one day, when you're talking about 100 overs, aren't we? It's not a 4-day match. In comes the next ball, and got the 3rd time in succession. It's too wide outside the off stump, but there's only a single out to deep extra cover. The score moves on to 114 for 3, and that is the end of the over. Good to have you with us, and do stay, but if you feel you've got other things to do, I've just been talking to your youngest son there. At least he's not a left-hander, I said to him, like the rest of the family. Father, grandfather, brother.
Yeah.
And he's a right-arm spinner.
Yeah, I've got Johan with me today, he bowls leg spin, bats, and he's just started keeping as well. So I'm trying to persuade him not to end up being a keeper.
Quite right. You stick to the bowling. Not so dangerous. Take it Phillips then is to continue and bowls to Root, who plays it gently back down. Mid-on is orthodox, but mid-off is back on the fence. As Phillips doesn't take long to bowl and over. Comes in past the umpire. Short, cut away in that gap. They'll think of a second here, but will refrain as the ball is returned. 115 for 3. Ingram just playing quietly and will probably accelerate as he moves on. You know, a powerful hitter he is. Phillips bowls. It's a lovely time sweep out towards mid-wicket, and it might just well get the yes it does, beat the fielder at the last moment. What a lovely timed shot that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a good shot to just break the rhythm a bit, because Phillips has actually bowled really well here, and it wasn't a bad ball he bowled there, just a length ball, but down on one knee, and he's just picked the gap behind square on the leg side for 4. He's tempting Colin Ingram. He's got no man at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket.
Phillips wide of the crease to the left-hander, and there's that short ball which is just pushed away to extra cover. 124-3. Ingram, who's been in terrific form, it must be said, in all forms, well, especially county cricket, which is a little surprise to us all, I think. Getting 80, then 100, then another 100 as this next ball by Root is pushed away. They go for a quick single, but have timed it well.
Well, he's had a sort of a break from 4-day cricket, but even if
5 years.
Yeah, if you ask him, it almost wasn't by design. He was a world-class 2020 player through that period, and he was getting dragged around the world to IPLs and things like that.
As he faces now Ingram and pushes forward up to long off this time.
And he sort of stepped away from the 4-day stuff to preserve his body, really. He had a few knee niggles and etc. And he's kind of found a new sort of body guru in the last couple of years, who's got him wearing these sort of like fancy trainers with
lighter on the feet.
Yeah, lighter trainers, so it's like walking in barefoot, and he's got all these sort of different things he's doing now. He does a lot of trail running rather than sort of gym stuff. And
what's that? Long distance?
Somebody like me? It's more like running around mountains. Be nice where you live, Bev, I'm sure, if you want to give it a go.
Not in my age.
But he's got sort of taking a different approach, and actually, you know, if you speak to him now, he says he feels 10 years younger all of a sudden. And to be fair, he
plays as if he is.
He's played like it, yeah.
Great, that is great news, and he's coming up 37. As Jardine starts another over from the river end, and that's not timed at all by Root. Played a little bit too early at it. And of course he is now living in Wales.
Yeah, I think the Welsh air has probably helped the body as well, isn't it?
Yes. Is he going to do some coaching if he doesn't go around the world? But I think he's toned down a bit on those one-day competitions, 2020 around the world franchises, whatever you call them. As in comes, no, that's a wide delivery, but he got away with it as he chopped it straight to cover.
Yeah, well, he did some coaching last winter.
He came over early, didn't he?
Yeah,
sort out business and all that.
He did a bit with our sort of younger teams. He actually did some with the really young teams, the sort of, you know, the sort of under 13s, under 14s, and with the academy. So I think he's actually got a real future in coaching. I think if he wants it, Colin Ingram, he's a great reader of the game, etc.
And such a nice personality with it.
Exactly, yeah.
In comes Jardine from that far end and bowls, and this time it's a really time by Ingram. Push it up to mid-off. He remains on 27. Root is on 5. And settle down in the Cardiff area, which is good news.
Survived his first winter over here, so he's must be liking it.
Yes, but winter seem to get milder, I think, these days. Jardine in. Short, cut away fiercely. That's going to run away for 4. There's no chance of a field out on that boundary. Get it near it. I often say that when you see a left-hander, as you were, of course, hitting the ball as Colin does through the covers and timing it, and that shot off the back foot when you time it is such good to watch. So better watching a left-hander hitting a cover drive than a right-hander. And I'm not the only one to say that. A lot of people do. Jardine in his second over. That's tickled round the corner. He'll get 1 run. There's a good bit of fielding there by the fielder.
Yeah, there's an elegance to left-handers. Edward, I'll give you that. Albeit, I wasn't an elegant one. But what do they say, that left-handers, they grace cricket and ruin golf?
Is that right?
So I play left-handed at both, and I certainly ruin golf.
Fades away, does it? Through extra cover.
It goes both ways, yeah.
Here is Jardine with the last ball of the over, and that's chopped away down towards third man. And Glamorgan going at a very nice pace here, generally a 4 with singles, so it should be in the region of 250. What's your prediction now with what we got left? How many overs left? 19? No, 21 overs. We come up. This is the halfway stage then, so you'd expect them to go 260, 270.
Yeah, you'd hope to go past 250. I mean. Yeah. 3 wickets is a funny one, and the national county side will be saying, if we can pick up 2 quick wickets now, that all of a sudden puts a lot of pressure on. What Glamorgan will want is that the next 10 overs for these two to keep ticking along at this sort of rate, sort of 6 or so and over.
Phillips bowls, chopped away on the onside for a single,
and then that'll then allow the power hitters that they've got left over. Your
Douthwaite's,
Chris Cook, Dan Douthwaite's come in and really accelerate in that last 10 overs. What you want is those players. You want them in earlier, and them having to play a bit more circumspectly before they can start whacking it.
It is a strong batting order as this is hit up to extra cover, not timed. 129 for 3 is the Glamorgan total. Plenty of blue sky, white fluffy clouds, so different than it was this morning. And I pulled the curtains back. I thought, well, you have doubts of whether we'd play or not. Let's take it. Phillips in a tidy spell here comes up and bowls. And that's over extra cover. Exquisite time in there by Colin Ingram. Not for 1 minute did I think that lad at extra cover would catch that, but it was hit so well. He made room. That shot with the left-hander comes inside the ball and hit it extra cover for 4. Takes him to 36.
They're both trying to stay slightly leg side, the batsman here, to Tegid Phillips, because he bowls slightly slower, and they want to be able to try and access that extra cover area or out on the offside for the singles.
Phillips around the wicket, just pushed up the long on. I'm looking at that area, that memorable evening. I don't know if you were playing or not, when he hit the roof of that of the pavilion away to our left, down to Cow Corner. Whether he'll, towards the end of innings, start targeting that. But he does hit the ball so hard. Root faces and wants a very quick single, but it is a yard or so wide of cover. And they go through for a single.
He had to get his skates on then, didn't he, Colin Ingram?
He did.
A fielder at cover, I think, is Morgan Bevans. Just couldn't quite pick it up cleanly.
Interesting to see. I thought Chris Cook might have come in now. I'll just break off as Phillips comes in, bowls to Ingram. Ingram clips that away straight to short mid-wicket. To their credit, they bowl it overs very quickly, which is commendable. I thought Chris Cook, but you think that he'll be the enforcer at the end of the innings, or as he's done so many times?
Yeah, I think they'll probably look to split them. So Billy Root at 5. Billy Root's got a fantastic 50 over record. He's very good at doing this, which is kind of form a partnership, and then Chris Cook at 6, Joe Cook at 7, Douthwaite at 8 is how they'll set up to start with. But I think as soon as you get into the last 10 overs, expect to see Douthwaite potentially coming in next, because they want him to be sort of the person to really accelerate through the last 10. So it's like anything nowadays, the idea of a set batting order just disappears at the second half of innings.
It's adjustable.
All of a sudden everyone's got their pads on and they just wait for the tap on the shoulder.
135 for 3. And Jardine is about to bowl his third over, and he's bowling at Billy Root, who times that nicely out to deep extra cover. And something I wanted to ask you, and I should have known by now, that in the 2020 especially, in international matches, I tend to say to myself, oh, that's far too short. But I read an article the other day that, you always have the start basically as a mid-wicket and a cover, and at the end, and they deliberately bowl short so that they pull it straight to the fielder. Just wait now as In comes the next ball. That's cut away. Well fielded at backward point, and there's no run. Is that a ploy?
Yeah, so they'll try and sort of set the field and then bowl accordingly. So I think what they're finding now is, although a Yorker is a really good ball, the tariff for missing a Yorker to those best players is almost seems to be 6 all the time. You know, you bowl a chin high full toss, let it for 6 or a half volley. So almost the safer play is to bowl sort of back of a length over the top of the stumps with your fielders out square and get them to try and hit to the square fielders.
Here's the next ball, and Ingram has judged that run well. He takes a single. I thought he might be intercepted, but it wasn't. So it is a ploy. So especially if it's coming on to you, you think, yeah.
Yeah. So you'll try and bowl sort of through it at waist high and make them pull balls out to deep mid wicket, deep square leg. But
and it's just a single then, of course.
Yeah, but you're seeing now some batsmen will just stand up and even hit balls like that straight back over the side
That's
screen.
true.
They hit the ball so hard now.
That sprung up a little to Root, and we just chopped it down there. They got their field well placed here too, the Welsh side. 137 for 3. What a quite quiet little boy you've got.
Oh, he's not always like this. No,
I like them all.
no chance.
137 for 3. And here is Jardine. Bowls, played away wide of cover. And they just take another single. Lots of runs scored in that area, plus they could block that. Lots and lots of runs gone through. But they do have a minute extra cover boundary. Last ball of the over, and I think Mark is going to leave us after this. Just quick word after the end of this over. Not for 12. The end of his third over. This is the last ball then. As Ingram waits and bowls, and thus is played yet again in that gap. Glamorgan then, 139 for 3. Many thanks, Mark, for coming up and having a chat with us. And I hope all goes well for the rest of the season. And as far as Glamorgan is concerned, of course, let's emulate their performances and get to the final again.
That's certainly the plan, Edward. But
Good.
obviously the plan today is not to do what we did last season, which was to lose this game. But hopefully a victory for Glamorgan today. It's been good to see the national counties side pull this game back so well. Actually, Tegan Phillips has bowled really nicely. He had a nice little spell there. And we'll see how Glamorgan end up, and hopefully a score probably 260, 270 or above.
That's Mark Wallace, the Glamorgan Director of Cricket, and Ewan, his son, who's a very good cricketer himself. I've been hearing all the news, and we look forward to seeing him before, again, the end of the season. And it'll be Bradley Wadlam to continue from the pavilion end, and Nick will take up commentary.
Thank you, Edward, as Wadland's first ball is squeezed away to backward point by Ingram. There's no run. Just sorting out a little technical issue, which meant that we weren't on the BBC website for a few minutes, but back with you now, loud and clear, I hope, as Wadland bowls, and Ingram plays up to long on, and they wander through for a single.
I know if you hear when Mark said with Billy Root coming in now, he's a worker of the ball more than anything, isn't he? And he does hit the bad ball for 4. And he's an excellent fielder, so he could be a valuable member. As
Root drives the next one to cover, it's a crowd catch, that one. There was a cheer from somewhere or other in the pavilion, but it's hit firmly down into the ground by Root. 140 for 3. Wadland bowls, and Root works it away on the leg side, runs the first one really hard to put pressure on the fielder, but good piece of work there, and they're restricted to a single. 141 for 3. I had a query with regard to Steve Reingold, who was in the this match last year and subsequently in the Glamorgan side, as Wadland bowls, tossed up and driven up to long off by Ingram for a single. 142 for 3. Steve Reingold has joined the Royal Marines, so presumably his time for cricket these days is fairly limited as Wadland bowls. Punched away on the leg side by Root. Single out towards mid-wicket. 142 for 3.
Well, if he's with the Marines, you're not going to mess with him, are you? He'll be a strong man coming back here if he's going to play a little bit more cricket. As the blue skies open up, and it's a very pleasant afternoon. Remember, Glamorgan start this competition in earnest up at Derby on Tuesday. Then on Thursday they'll be playing Kent. And I was telling you the little story. You must have heard us talking about Joey Everson, Nick.
Yes.
And has been loaned to Kent, and he'll join them on a 3-year contract next year. And he will be playing. And I'll just break off to watch Jardine, who's bowled a couple of useful overs. Bowl as wide, and yet another single out to deep extra cover. 144 for 5. And by my reckoning, he will be playing his 3rd game in 4 games against Glamorgan. 1 for Nottinghamshire, 1 for Leicester on loan then, and next Thursday he'll be down here. He'll want to make amends.
Well, yes, he hasn't particularly stood out in those games against Glamorgan.
116
so
and 0.
3 wickets at Trent Bridge, I believe.
Yeah. That's a powerful shot, and that's going to clear everything for 6. The power of Ingram, we say it every year. He was in business then, the man at deep extra cover. Thought he might be coming to him, but then just watch it sail over his head from a short ball. He has not lost any of his power over the years, has he?
Certainly the power's still there with those mighty forearms, the hammer swinging drills where he pounds the living daylights out of a tyre with a monster hammer.
Here's the next ball. Short, played in the gap. He knew exactly he was playing that, but he doesn't get 4. He just gets a single. He moves on to 48. And Glamorgan now nicely placed at 151 for 3. And it isn't the tyre that you and I have on our cars. It's a big industrial lorry tyre, which is thrown away for scrap. Which certainly has made him a very strong young man. Well, yes, young. Root waits. This time he tried to work it away outside the leg stump, and it just hits the pad.
England's side is through for the 3rd and deciding T20 international. David Willey is into it, who didn't play in Cardiff. Just trying to see who's dropped out. Gleeson. So Willey for Gleeson is the only change in the England T20 side.
Jardine bowls very wide of the off stump, and that's chopped away. That might be 2. It's a long run for that man who has had a lot of work. Taggart Phillips, I think it is, out there. And they take 2 runs, and this partnership now is developing. They put on 43 so far, 15 to Root, Ingram 48, and in ominous form.
England won the toss and will bowl first in Southampton. So we'll give you a few score updates from that during the course of the afternoon.
Next ball, driven extra cover, single. Root goes on to 16. Let's go 154 for 3. That's the end of the over. And we must mention, of course, the England-Germany match, where they're expecting a record crowd of 90,000. And that kicks off at 5 o'clock. There will be many people open with their phones, I suspect, down in Southampton, and some trying to watch the cricket with one eye and go into the bars and watch the television with the other. It's a pity that they're competing, but I suspect I know where the biggest viewers will be, at Wembley. Big sporting day, and we have the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and this game, of course, which we're enjoying at the moment.
As Wadland bowls and Root drives on the leg side, we'll pick up just the single there, ran the first one quickly, but through comes whistling in from Taggart Phillips in front of the pavilion.
He's worked hard out there.
155 for 3 are Glamorgan. As Wadland bowls to Ingram, who chops it away on the offside, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. I was asked on Twitter whether there's any possibility of Hogan being released back to Glamorgan if he weren't playing for Southern Brave in a game or two. That's swept, just through fine leg.
It's a horrible ball to field.
That was Ingram, and that's his half century, as that was a nightmare there for the fielder at short fine leg. Bounced just in front of him, tried to go down to block it almost on the half volley, and unfortunately for Ben Morris it raced through him and away for 4. So that's Ingram's half century of 44 deliveries, so marginally slower than David Lloyd's. Outside the off stump, walloped by Ingram for 4 more, slightly uppishly, but being a brave fielder to have got in the way of that one. That was hit very hard indeed.
That's the shot I was talking about earlier, and viewers I hope can see that. It's like a rocket. Beautiful shot. Beginning to motor now.
So earlier Lloyd's 50 came up off 34 balls. He went on to make 56. Ingram is now also on 56. As Wadland bowls, Ingram punches it up to wide long on, and they'll turn and this time come back for a second run as the throw reaches Wadland at the non-striker's end. So 10 picked up off 3 balls by Ingram, and Wadland will have to use his experience here as he floats that one up, and it's driven by Ingram. Well, he's a brave man, the Wales skipper. It's stopped just about on the boundary by Ben Kellaway. Did well to get to that one. They just take the single. Ingram makes 59 now.
It included 6 balls.
And what is pleasing, Nick, for Glamorgan is that their 2 main strikers, that is Lloyd and Ingram, as in such good form today.
Yeah.
And long may it continue. And some people may, well, are you going down? No, I don't know. It's just a practice. It isn't a practice match, and as Mark Wallace was saying, it's a very important game. This, and it's good to have practice because they'll need it in this competition. I think he was saying before we started the game, there are a few counties who are only giving 1 or 2 players to to that 100 competition.
Derbyshire -3, Northants, Worcestershire, who are Glamorgan opponents, relatively unaffected. 2 or 3 departures at the moment. Glamorgan minus Hogan, and no, he won't be allowed to come back even if he doesn't play a couple of games with Southern Brave. Might indeed be lining up against the Welsh franchise on Wednesday night in Southampton, but it's not expected that players will be generally released back to their counties.
Well, that happened last year, of course.
It was COVID mostly, wasn't it, last year? But I guess with relatively small squads and a hectic schedule, it would be difficult for players to dash around the country.
Well, Hogan was telling us up in Leicester, we had a chat, and I said, any chance of you being really... I can't see me playing, looking at the fast bowling that we've got. Anyway, Kellaway's going to have a bowl, and he pitches the first one up, off spit coming around the wicket. It's driven for a single. But I can't remember all of them, but you've got Chris Jordan playing for the side he's playing. You've also got George Garton, and a few other quick bowlers. As Kellaway goes very wide of the crease, and it's driven. Why they don't plug that gap, I don't know. Must have had 20 or 30 runs down there. Take your third man away.
Well, you look. The thing is, with this competition, you look at the squads. They're fairly minimalist, aren't they?
Yeah. That's another rasping square cut that's run a runaway and stopped just inside the boundary, which draws applause. Very well fielded there. Taggart still out there patrolling. 170 for 3. And talking of Michael Hogan, he has got a day at Gowden Cricket Club on Friday. As Kellaway comes in and this is just pushed away to mid-on. The old club, incidentally, and there's a 2020 match and some coaching for the youngsters down there. And I think it's a question and answer, so the next ball is, that's 4 runs, beautifully played by Ingram, who just tucks it very fine round the corner and gets another 4 runs.
I think that was signalled as a wide. I'm not sure if you got anything on it.
Oh, You soon see.
No, he didn't get
He
a touch
didn't.
on
I
it. It
thought
looked
it
as though
was
he
fine,
a
wasn't
fine
it?
sweep, wasn't it? Because that was the shot he played, but it was a couple of inches looking at the replay off the end of his bat. So that's actually 5 wides on the total, unfortunately, for young Ben Callaway.
And his first over, and he comes again. Driven to a wide-ish mid-off, Wadland Fields. 174 for 3. So, yeah, that's on Friday, and the forecast is pretty good, looking ahead. So, if you want to come watch some of the Glamorgan stars down there, I'm sure you'll be very welcome. Glamorgan haven't got a game, neither have... who's he going to play for? Southern
Brave.
Southern Brave, so he'll be down there. And, let's hope he has a good day at the home of cricket.
Yes, there was certainly the sun shone on the Tom Maynard Trust Day at St Fagans last Friday. I had to drop in there earlier, and it was looking at an absolute picture. So Trust all went well there.
Sure it did.
Gorvin then back for a third spell, although he's only bowled 5 overs. So Wales have got through the 7 bowlers: Edwards, Gorvin, Wadland, Morris, Phillips, Jardine and Callaway. So Gorvin from this Cathedral Road end is in to bowl to Billy Root, or will be once he's got his fields sorted out, the medium pacer.
Maximum number of overs, of course, will be 8 today, won't it?
Yes.
In a 40 over.
Indeed, just like in the old
Sunday
days. Driven by Root to mid-off, fielded by Wadland, and there's no run. I think it's an excellent length of game. I think at the county level, 50 overs can seem a long day, and the crowds are more similar to the Championship than the T20. If they got it down to 40, I think it might be different.
I couldn't agree more with you.
Played away on the offside by Root. Single taken. 175 for 3. Route to 19 not out here on BBC Sport Online. And
in the early days, you see, Nick, it was started, the old Gillette Cup, at 60 overs and played for a couple of years.
65, I think, for a season, wasn't it?
First season it was 65. And
not that I can remember that.
No, it was before I started in this job.
As Gorvin bowls, always pitched that one up. Half volley length. Ingram drives, but it's picked up by Callaway on the cover boundary. 176 for 3 then. Root's 19. Ingram is on 67, not out.
14 and a half overs left.
Gorvin bowls, flayed away by Root for a single. To Callaway again, out on the cover boundary. Yeah, Glamorgan would hope to get up to the 270-ish that Mark Wallace was mentioning in the 40 overs. If you are joining us this afternoon, then we didn't get underway until an hour and 3/4 late because of some morning rain and persistent drizzle in Cardiff. Gorvin bowls to Ingram, who cuts and almost got it between the two fielders. Backward a square on the offside. It's a diving half stop there by the man at third man, Jardine. Managed to get enough of a paw on it for one of his teammates to mop it up. 178 for 3. Gorvin to Root, comes across his stumps and swings, and that one is a 1 bounce for over the keeper's head, directly behind him. Something of a top edge, but it was hit hard. Root got plenty of bat on it, and it absolutely flew away.
Nearly 6.
Maybe not quite where he intended, but yeah, it just pitched inside the boundary ropes, right at the opposite end, the River Taff ends. Route 24, 182 for 3 in 26 overs are Glamorgan.
This partnership, very productive, 72, and Root just picking up the singles, not many boundaries for him, and letting the big hit in. Well, the attacking cricket come from Colin Ingram. Callaway to continue bowling his off-spin And he comes in and short and too quick. It's a failure there. Short third man, and they go through for a single.
Just about. There's a bit of a rethink in midway there. Thought it might be a...
Callaway for an off spinner. He's not like Taggart Phillips. He bowled very flat and just a little bit too quick, I fancy. Probably quite concerned that he won't be struck to the short boundaries as he bowls and does toss this up, but that's driven straight. And that's going to run for 4. Beautiful shot. Ingram at his best this afternoon.
Yeah, well, there's your answer on not tossing it up, I guess, Edward. The batsmen are looking...
That's the first time
as well set. Yeah, gave that one plenty of air, and Root watched it all the way.
Yeah, I think he's targeting the river. In comes Callaway bowls. At this time it's off the back foot. For a single.
Tell you what, Edward, I was impressed here on Thursday night by the South African fielding on these short, straight boundaries. They were chucking themselves right. 2 goalkeepers at each end.
Here's another single out to cover. Well, there's that fantastic catch and a great stop down here when the fella dived and stopped it going. But if you'd seen them the night before, you thought you were watching a third... Sorry, you play for the second. You were watching a club side with their 4th side out. They were dreadful. And then they completely outplayed England in bat, ball and fielding. And I can't for the life of me understand why Jason Roy is still in that side.
It's strange, isn't it, when he's struggling so badly?
Not only that, as the next ball is swung away deep over mid-off and square leg rather, and they just watch it sail away. That's the end of the over, and Ingram is motoring. 190 for 3, and Ingram is 76 not out.
Yeah, you wonder whether Ingram will possibly retire once he gets to his century here, do you think?
No.
No? 196 for 3.
Not in a game like this. It belittles the game, I always
27 overs, but the point for Glamorgan is to allow everyone to get a bit of time in the middle, and, maybe he'll just swing at everything once he passes his century, as he looks likely to do so.
I wouldn't say Chris Cook's out of nick, do you?
No.
191.
Joe Cook and Douthwaite do need the time more. Both in good form in the seconds last week, as first ball of a new over from Gorvin is driven on the offside. Single taken by Root. 31 to him, 197 for 3. And Wadland having to juggle his bowlers after most of them have come under a bit of pressure at one time or another. Next ball from Gorvin, driven through the offside. Single taken by Ingram, 198 for 3. Callaway is working almost as hard on that one sweeper boundary as Phillips is on the other. Youngsters forced to work hard, but temperatures aren't too high, fairly pleasant playing conditions as Gorvin bowls. Square drive by Root, again will be fielded by Callaway, this time running round to a backward point position and picked up well on the run. 199 for 3, 28th over out of 40.
The run rate is 7.24, which they will try and get up to 10 by the end of the innings, I suspect.
As that is driven on the leg side, but fairly gently.
And I suppose when Wales come out to bat, that the role of the pinch hitter will be played by Tom Bevan. We saw him twice in 2020 games, and he gives it a biff from the start, a la David Lloyd. So that should be entertaining if he can stay there for some overs.
Gorvin into bowl. Ingram cuts.
Lovely shot.
Third man, 4 runs. Third man can do nothing about it, as it was fine of third man. And
that timing.
Ingram's bringing out the playbook at the moment, isn't it? He's just testing out his shots. Saying, well, that one works. Yes, that one works.
Just a touch, wasn't it? Helping on and way.
Exquisite late cut.
200 up.
200 up in the 28th over. Maybe
I think they'd be looking at 300.
Maybe a possibility of 300 from here even. Gorvin bowls, played into the offside by Ingram, single this time, 204 for 3.
That bat he's got is not a bad bat either. He just pushed that. And these bats are so strong these days. He keeps strike. And Billy Root, of course, playing his part. He will also look to go for it towards the last 10.
28 overs gone, 12 to go. Yeah, I was frustrated in my efforts to find a game yesterday.
I gather you were out on loan, Mr.
I wasn't picked by Machan, so Malpas were advertising for players. So I was drafted into the Malpas third 11, but unfortunately that third 11.
Second you play normally.
Yeah, I know. Third 11.
Turn it down.
No, I was drafted into the Malpas third 11, and unfortunately that game fell victim to a case or two of COVID in the club, which meant they didn't quite have the numbers to make a third 11 fixture, which probably meant a few disappointed people. But a lot of games...
You're going to put yourself out for, not auction, but you know what I mean.
Anyone
web is available.
Anyone desperate enough to want a geriatric cricketer to fill in a place in the field. No, there's a few games, Bridgend and West, were called off because of the weather yesterday.
Oh, it rained all day with us down in the West. Edwards is coming back into the attack, having bowled 5 overs for 32, and he's bowling at Colin Ingram on 82. Bowls the first ball, and that's a hit out to extra cover. A lot of work there for Phillips up in that extra cover boundary. And he moves on now to 87, 205 for 3. They will certainly have designs on 300 because of the remainings. What have we got? 11 overs. If Ingram stays in, they won't be far away. Especially with Cook to come, if he gets in. Edwards round the wicket and bowls, and this time I keep tired of saying this. There must be 50 runs having been struck out there.
Sweepers are busy and cover on either side of the ground, aren't they? Phillips and Callaway.
I don't understand why they don't plug that and bring somebody across, perhaps your fine leg, because Edwards is bowling off stump. Richard Edwards, fast medium, turns, comes in past the umpire and bowls. This is well controlled by Ingram, who pulls out to deep mid-wicket for a single to move him on to 84. Yes, yesterday it rained and I had a very lazy day. I just didn't move. Listen to my football club on the radio on BBC Wales, and then did what I was asked to in the house. Edwards comes in and bowls, and this is pushed away. They go for a quick single. A chuck and a very good throw that hit the stumps at the far end, but he was like lightning, Root, going through with that one.
I don't think he was expecting it though, because
he looked behind and did, better get my skates on.
Root, who's more usually the quicker of these two between the wickets, was called through by Ingram and set off slightly late, but he was home despite the direct hit in front of the umpire's nose.
208 for 3. Root went down to 34 as Ingram faces, and he's really mistimed that. He tried to play it into the gap between long on and square leg, cow short corner, but he does get a single, keeps the scoreboard ticking along very nicely. 7 1/4, 7.25 is the run rate. Yes, the old days, Nick. The old ground here to be packed on a Sunday afternoon. Especially back in 1993 when they won that one-day cup. Oh, Root might have given a chance. No, it's going to drop short. He tried to hit it in the air over extra cover, but he completely mistimed it, and it landed in between those two fielders. Gets away with it, pinches the bowling. 35, 210 for 3. Why I mentioned 93, of course, was Glamorgan lost that first game up at Penterch. And against North Hants, Curtly Ambrose and all. But then they didn't lose a game as they went through the season down to at beautiful ground in Canterbury.
Returning to bowl, Teggett Phillips.
And amidst huge crowds, many, many thousands of Welshmen and Welsh ladies, families went down there, saw Glamorgan win.
Marvellous occasion. 30th anniversary event next year. Perhaps they'll have a little celebration. 210 for 3 as we'll see Teggett Phillips. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 25 into action from the Cathedral Road end. 29 overs gone as that's driven by Root to long on for the single. 211 for 3. Just looking at who's got overs left. Gorvin has just got the 1 left and Edwards 2. So their opening bowlers haven't got much available for the death of the innings. Sure. Ingram sweeps beautifully, 4 runs wide of fine leg. Square leg can only trot after it, and Ingram really is taking apart this mainly young Wales attack at the moment, and something of a batting masterclass for Colin Ingram.
Lovely innings he's playing. Even though there's long off and long on in front of us, these relatively short, straight boundaries here at Sapphire Gardens, I'm just waiting to see that he might just plant one in the seats in front of us.
215 for 3. Ingram to 89 not out. Phillips bowls, floated up, driven hard, and fielded by Brown at cover. Connor Brown, who was Wales' top scorer in this match last year with 67. Hit 87 for Wales against Wiltshire this week at Panteg as Ingram drives up to Wadland at long off.
Yeah, he
single.
Plays for Lansdowne Cricket Club, which is in Bath, or very, very close to Bath, one of the top clubs, where Vivian Richards first started his cricket in England.
Oh, that's a horrible full toss. That's a no ball, and it's gone for either 4 or 6. It was very close to the boundary. 4 just pitched inside.
Yeah, 4.
At backward square leg, and Root had one chest high there from Phillips, which
just short of 6.
Just eluded him. Oh, hang on. There's a word. Are they going to rethink that signal? Yes, it must have just pitched the other side of the rope. Someone's had a look at the screen.
I thought that was 4.
Couldn't have said either way. 6 runs plus the 2 for a no ball and a free hit. Root is on 42 not out.
Get ready.
224 for 3. This could go anywhere. Phillips bowls short. Root swings it high up towards long on. That's another 6 into the members area down to our left. Yeah. And Root taking full advantage of that, and Glamorgan effectively get 14 runs off 1 ball with 2 sixes and the no ball.
Yeah, it can't be easy for a young off-spinner bowling at a man who's in terrific form here and hits the ball a very, very long way. As he's in the 90s. One
mistake by Teggett Phillips cost him dear as he
flatter.
bowls a bit flatter. Root flat bats it out towards long off. They think of a second run, but it's well fielded by Bevans, and they stick with the single. 231 for 3 Glamorgan after 30 of their 40 overs, and 300 should be relatively easily attainable now for the senior pros.
Yeah, they're going at over 7s, and they want to go now with just 6s. In fact, they're 7.7.
So even if they continue at their current rate, they'll be past 300. Just looking at the figures, there 57 came off the last 5 overs between 25 and 30. And this partnership now with 121. And this blitz by the Glamorgan batters. 10 overs left. Wadland back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 20. But even he was subject to a bit of punishment in his mini second spell of 2 overs. First 2 went for 4, second 2 for 16.
Yeah, and he'll be bowling at Billy Root, who's on 49. And he'll be bowling his left arm over the wicket from the far end, bowling, you can call them darts. He's pushing it through quite quickly. It's just a simple action and hitting the length. Root waits, wants this single, and will get it with a drive down to long off, and that's his 50.
44 balls, 2 sixes, 2 fours.
Hearing that applause, Nick, and I'm looking down to my left, there's a good crowd there, county crowd you would say, away to our left.
Yeah, the members have rocked up.
Yes, and people at the far end are getting a lot of hot sun.
Yeah, it's only part of the ground open, but respectable numbers in. Considering we started an hour and 3/4 late as well, and we weren't sure what time they're going to start for a while.
Waddle's coming round to Ingram as he bowls now, and he tries to hammer that past him, but not timed.
Strange look at the stats. The same number of balls for Ingram and Root to get to 50.
He reverts to over the wicket and clips this away for 4 runs, piercing that field on the leg side.
You would have
that's
thought,
very interesting to hear.
Both 44 balls, Root and Ingram, because Ingram goes for the big shots, but there's possibly 1 or 2 more dot balls in an Ingram innings where his Root is busy working it round and running hard between the wickets.
And Ingram, at the start, played very circumspectly. Anyway, both playing extremely well as Waddle comes in again, bowls, and good night. That's playing with the fishes, I think.
That's a way to reach 100, isn't it? Colin Ingram into the River Taff it goes, somewhere down that end. Ingram's 100 off 70 balls, so the second 50 off just 26. He's hit 11 fours now and 3 sixes.
That just sailed over everything. So, talking here, if Ingram stays in, of 300 plus.
50 came off 44 balls with 2 fours and 2 sixes. Colin Ingram's 100 came off 70 balls with 11 fours and 3 sixes.
Yes, you probably heard that. If you didn't hear that, I suggest you go immediately and see somebody, because that came bellowing around the ground as usual with this very high public address system.
Yeah, there's a hold up for balls, by the way. New balls, please.
Yes, I don't think Ingram worries what sort of ball.
I think they've run out of the appropriate age ball, because someone's being dispatched up towards the dressing room maybe for another set.
Anything got any net balls around here, boys?
Remember, you meant to replace it with a ball of approximately the same age and tear, but I don't think Glamorgan would give a monkeys even if they took a new ball now. As
it doesn't matter. If another one goes out, there'll be problems.
As long as they're not running out. We know the problem from some Macon first team games, because they're playing club plays next to a river, and a couple of our big hitters yesterday were apparently
aiming for the river,
targeting the river. There was 50 scored off 24 balls by one of our first team.
They're doing well, your club, aren't they?
The first 11
win again.
Yeah, back to winning ways after the 1 defeat of the season. So should win Division 4 of the South East Wales League. It's big stuff. And
big dinner then at the end of the season.
And our second 11 just scraped into second place in Division 11 now, which is good to see. Which is probably because I'm not required anymore. I haven't been a couple of times in recent weeks.
Now then, Wadland has got a new ball, not a new ball, but
anything,
any old ball, and has driven it up to long on for a single. 243, or is it 244? 243 for 3. And a crafty Colin Ingram takes a single off the last ball of the over.
Yeah, I suspect he'll throw caution to the winds now and belt at everything, Ingram, because he's had his his knock. Yes. Wales have done their best to make it more than a net, but not too much experience in this attack. I think 4 of the bowlers aged 20 or younger.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a bit more experience from Edwards at second tier level. Gorvin's played a bit of championship cricket, and Wadland as well. But the other 4 are pretty much rookies.
learning their craft.
Learning their craft and being taught some painful lessons in the process. 9 overs to go then.
You're talking about 220, they only go at 8 or 9.
320, yeah.
320, sorry.
Tegan Phillips to continue, and Colin Ingram drives all along the ground to long off. Bevans with the fielding, and anything that goes for a single will be a relief to the Wales attack at the moment, the men in red and black. Next delivery, Root goes for a sweep, doesn't quite middle it, but it's safe enough down to square leg for the single. Sophia Gardens bathed in sunshine now after a grey old morning. A lot of drizzle around in Cardiff, gone 10 o'clock. Shorter and flatter by Phillips, and that's turned a little bit away from Ingram, who'd stepped back to give himself room and found he can't reach it. Well bowled Tegan Phillips. Next delivery is chopped down to short third man, no run. Ingram looking to get on with it at every opportunity now. Well, he's got a 102 as Phillips is in to bowl, and Ingram may hole out to long off. No, he's just cleared him as Bevans, I thought, might get there. In the end, it was just a few metres beyond him and dropped about a metre or so over the ropes as Ingram picks up another maximum. He moves to 108.
That's a big boundary too.
Yes.
Over extra cover, what a shot.
251 for 3 as the punishment continues for the Wales bowlers. Reverse sweep comes out. He's got that one over third man, slightly top edged and plugged, and it's an easy 2 runs down to the wide third man boundary. 253 for 3. Ingram is 110 not out. Now, this game this year, by the way, is being played as an 11-a-side fixture, say it, because last year Wales did use an extra bowler. They used 12 players, but
I don't like those artificial games. They do it on tours, don't they? 13-a-side. It's not properly played, and I'm glad of that.
So at least it's 11-a-side, even if it I don't think will count as an official list A game. I may be wrong. So Ben Morris, who got a bit of tap early on, he's back into the attack, and good to see him given another over or two. The seamer, 18-year-old from Abergavenny, who got a run out off his first ball, but that was then walloped all over the place.
Yes, 2 overs for 31, and the put-up has been brought in. When the slog is on, you can say 8 overs to go, and a certain Colin Ingram is 110 not out. It's Billy Root to face, as Morris has a few practice deliveries down at that river end. In glorious sunshine as he comes in now. Balls to the left-handed Root, and Root tries to work it away. They think Ingram's dying to get down that end, but he was rightly sent back.
In the T20 International, South Africa 29 for 1 after 4.2 overs. David Willey with the early wicket, bowling de Kock without scoring.
Yeah, he's had poor series, isn't he? Quinton de Kock, one of the best opening batsmen in the world, in limited overs. In comes the next delivery, and Root is caught at the wicket, looking for the pull behind the wicket, top-edged it, went through to Alex Horton. So Root departs for 51, a very good innings by the left-hander, and a very good partnership, because they put on, what did they put, 143 for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, just a little nick or a glove through to Horton, who had a relatively routine catch there. Going down leg side, it went for a pull shot or a hook shot, and it was a bit too tight to him on the body, and relatively routine catch for Horton. Who,
Morris gets a wicket.
Well done. Well
Yeah.
bowled, Ben Morris. I feel
Yes.
happy for him, really, having got a bit of a pounding earlier on. So he's come back with a wicket. Speaking of getting a pounding, I think Kent are the top scorers that I can see so far. Some of the games on outgrounds, the scores aren't coming through on time, but Kent piled up 431 for 7 against Suffolk.
Alex Blake playing there, was he in the 100?
Blake was out first ball. There were centuries there for Ben Compton and for Ollie Robinson. That's the wicketkeeper Robinson,
Yep.
rather than the fast bowler, the same names.
Denley play?
No.
He's probably in the 100.
So Kent are coming here on Thursday, and that'll be hosted by us. Surrey only made 268 all out at Bucks, which is probably one of the lowest scores, but it's looks like a Surrey second 11 because they've lost virtually all their first team to the franchise stuff.
Glamorgan this year, of course, play 4 games at home and 4 games away. The home matches, as Nick mentioned, Kent, and then they've got Hampshire and Lancashire at the Neath Cricket Club, where Glamorgan haven't played for many, many years. And the other game will be here, away rather, to Worcester, up in New Road. So the away games: Derby, Northampton, Essex, and somebody else I can't remember.
And Worcester.
Worcester, that's right.
Yeah. So 2 at Cardiff, 2 in Neath, as far as the home fixtures are.
Good to see some cricket down the starved nations of the West. Chris Cook is the new batsman. He's receiving the first ball, which he just pushes back to the bowler. The wicket here looks an absolute beauty.
I thought they might have brought in Joe Cook or Douthwaite. Just on the
Well,
grounds
Cook
of,
is a senior batsman, isn't
well,
he?
yes, but they don't need the runs particularly, and Chris Cook got 190 odd last week. No, it's a different format, but
If you were to ask me what is your team for Tuesday, I would make one change.
right.
Simply for the reason I will give you in a moment, as Morris comes in and bowls, and Cook is off the mark with a little tickle around the corner down to fine leg. They go through for a single. I would bring in Wheel simply because he's played championship cricket this year. He's a very, very good fielder, and he can hit, once he gets in, he can hit a very long ball. His bowling has been quite ordinary, but remember he did well last year at important moments, and I think because Cook hasn't really done much bowling this year, that would be my change. But we shall wait and see what the Brains Trust think. Oops, that's out, caught behind. So Colin Ingram's wicket is going 110 he's made. He's caught by Horton of the bowling of Ben Morris, who must be delighted with life because he has taken 2 valuable wickets in the same over, 51 for Root. And now Ingram caught behind for 110, and it will give a chance to the low order to have some practice, Nick Webb.
Yes, I think Colin Ingram's had his fill, hasn't he? I mean, that was a genuine dismissal. He was going for a drive, but his feet were on the move, wasn't quite in the position for it. And a good low catch taken by Alex Horton, who's claimed 3 dismissals now, 2 catches in that over, and a previous stumping to get rid of Kieran Carlson. So we've had a century and a couple of half centuries in the Glamorgan top order. North East, run out. He's had his fill of runs in recent weeks. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, is the man, I guess, who's most disappointed there because he went for only 15, stumped off the bowling of Tegid Phillips. Before that big stand, Joe Cook or Douthwaite? Dan Douthwaite then in ahead of Joe Cook at 7, as Mark Wallace was saying. They want to get Douthwaite with as much exposure as possible in the closing overs of the innings.
Your thoughts on my exclusive team for Tuesday?
Wheel hasn't often opened the bowling, so I think I'd be tempted to to stick with McIlroy for the time being.
Yeah, as I said, I would have, and then I'm looking down my list and we've got Sisodia. Now, it's not, forecast isn't brilliant for Tuesday. It's early morning rain, which again, like today, will say perhaps you don't play a spinner. But
well, they've got Soldier in the lineup. Anyway,
yeah, exactly. But he has Bowell in the 2020s, and he's a good bowler in one-day cricket.
Yep.
Here we go then. Can he get a third wicket as Morris bowls a Douthwaite? Watches that go. How many bowls at 254 for 5 in a 40-over match have you seen left through to the wicket-keeper? Well, that one was. Cook now is on 1. Douthwaite hasn't scored. 254 for 5. And
2 for 1 in that over for Ben Morris.
Yes, and of course he will be delighted for that, and so are we in a funny sort of way. 254, and we have got 7 overs left. 7, 6, yeah, they might just get there now, having lost Ingram and Cook in the same over.
Returning to bowl, Bradley Wadman.
So Wadland with his left arm spin or darts back into the attack from the Cathedral Road end. He's certainly one for bowling changes as a captain, Brad Wadland. As I say, has played first class and list A cricket, senior limited overs in Zimbabwe, as Chris Cook drives his first ball up towards Tom Bevan at long on, single, 255 for 5. 6.5 overs remain as Douthwaite takes guard, surveys the field and sees 3 fielders back on the ropes on the leg side and 2 on the off side. So you have to hit them cleanly, Will Douthwaite, who just plays the first ball gently to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Jardine as some particularly noisy gulls go squawking past.
They want their tea, like we do.
As the next ball is defended by Douthwaite on the offside, so he's had his sight up. Will he go for these straight boundaries now, Douthwaite, or will he wait till the last couple of overs? Oh, that's floated temptingly up and driven by Douthwaite to get off the mark. Out to cover, single.
You give Douthwaite, and if he's in good nick, 20 minutes, half an hour at the end of the innings, he could do some damage in this year's competition.
Chris Cook on strike on 2 new batters at the wicket then. Outside off stump from Wadland, square drive from Cook for a single. So the 2 wickets in the over from Ben Morris have certainly quietened things down. We had Ingram and Root in full flow. They were together for about 17 overs as Douthwaite takes a single out through the covers. They'll in fact come back for the second run as the throw comes in, and Chris Cook is home at the non-striker's end. So they're together for about 17 overs only for their partnership of 1-4-3 for the 4th wicket. That's the end of Wadland's over in no time at all. He's rattled through it in about
2 minutes and over.
2 minutes flat. 2:59 for 3. 6 overs to come of the 40 in this reduced allocation for today.
And we think, yes, it's been quite a long innings. And as you said earlier, like 50, if we were here on a normal day, i.e. no rain, we would be saying, yeah, there's about 14 overs still to go. That's a long time. Well, Douthwaite's holding up play, big, going down and doing some gardening. Get on with the game. Morrison is going in and bowls to Chris Cook, who nudges that down towards third man for a single. Cook has just come in, he's on 4, Douthwaite's on 3. The score's 260 for 5. Still a challenge in total. When Mark Wallace was in here, he thought, yeah, 270 would be a good score, but that's going to be bypassed in a moment or so. It's a lovely summer's day. How weather can change in the course of a few hours. Morris comes charging in, bowls. Douthwaite has hammered that out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielded just inside boundary by Phillips, and the return comes in. 261 for 5.
South Africa 37 for 1 at the start of the 7th against England, which is bowlers on top just about.
Chris Jordan coming out. He's bowled beautifully in this series. More accuracy now, more confidence for Morris as he comes in now and bowls. Cook clips it in, rather uppish down to mid-wicket. There's no run. 261 for 5. Cut off time. Doesn't tell us. Probably there isn't a cut off time reduced overs. I don't know.
Yeah, it's on
there
the
is
right of the board.
15:37.
Plenty of time.
Bags of time. Yeah, credit to them for bowling the overs within the time allowed. Mid-on is sent back right to the fence on the long-on boundary. There's Ben Morris with 2 wickets in that last over. In and bowls. That's driven away by Cook. And he might pick up 2 here because there was a misfield and there's nobody backing up. So 2 more runs to go on to the score, which is 263 for 5.
Yeah, just quarter of an hour between innings, by the way, if you're planning your afternoon and you want to keep on watching or listening because of the late start, so they chop the interval down as much as possible and had some food at the start of proceedings.
Morris in from that river end, bowls again to Cook, and Cook goes back and hammers that out to the extra cover boundary. And they go through for a single. 264 for 5, and Cook moves on to 7. So, overs remaining. This ball and 5 others. So you're talking about 5, 6, 31 balls. Yeah, I think they should comfortably get 300 plus.
Yeah, but Morris has shown that taking wickets is... Attack is the best form of defence, and sometimes in limited overs cricket.
Long off and long on straight as he comes in now and bowls. And the slower ball, well disguised, and Douthwaite misses it by a mile. Through to the keeper, 264 for 5. The run rate, incidentally, is 7.54. That's very, very healthy.
Well, certainly if Glamorgan were to manage that in the competition proper in the One Day Cup, they'd be
very
absolutely
happy.
Thrilled. But yeah, it's a 50 over competition rather than a 40, and unless you're playing for, well, international level, the sky seems to be the limit these days. But at county level, well, anything 300 plus is pretty useful in 50 overs, a run a ball. 250 can be competitive.
But these days, Nick, we don't know what's competitive or not.
No one knows what a good score is. Glamorgan with 5 overs left then have had the brakes put on slightly as Chris Cook reverse sweeps for 4 runs, executed that shot very nicely off the first ball of Wadland's over, 268 for 5.
Very dangerous players, Chris Cook at the end of the innings. Remember Wahab Riaz, fast left arm seamer for Pakistan. He was playing for Surrey in the 2020 against Glamorgan at the Oval. And the last over, Chris Cook, I think, hit him into the pavilion 3 times. Shows tremendous strength.
Wadland in again to Chris Cook, steps back and hits it into the offside. We'll get the single there as it just eluded the diving Connor Brown in the infield.
Chris was signed ostensibly as a one-day player, if you remember.
Yeah.
And he's been a very good servant, and I'm sure a benefit is not far away for him.
Wadland bowls and manages to cramp Douthwaite up a little bit as he opened his shoulders, swung it away on the leg side, but ended up at backward square for a single. 270 for 5. Wadland left arm round the wicket to Chris Cook, comes down the wicket and drives 2 wide long off. There may be 2 here, there should be 2, and there are 2 as Douthwaite knew that was the intention and accordingly put his skates on back to non-strikers.
If you watch him, Nick, he does not run at all. Wadland, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a jump.
Down the wicket comes Cook and pops it up on the leg side. Wadland saw him coming this time. Just the singlers, and comes Bevans from...
Incredible, isn't it? What sort of run do you take, Brad? I don't.
An amble. Well,
Yeah.
if it does all right for the South Wales Premier League.
Yeah. Whoops,
That's
a
hammered
beautiful
over
shot.
cover, inside out for 4 runs by Dan Douthwaite. Picked his spot there between long off and cover, bisected them. Neither fielder had a chance, and it ran away towards the indoor cricket school.
The end of the over, and Wadland started well. His first 2 overs just cost 4 runs, and he has now bowled 7 overs for 50, which is not dreadful or anything like that, but you know, the old days, you bowl 8 overs, about 53, 54, it was about par for the course. 4 overs left, and Glamorgan at 277 for 5. Cookham 15. Douthwaite is creeping up on double figures. He's on 9.
Yorkshire, by the way, have appointed their wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall as captain for the rest of the season after Stephen Patterson stepped down.
Is he moving on?
Stephen Patterson ended the season, yeah, and you just wonder whether there might be a little interest around these parts in the absence of Michael Hogan. Have a experienced seamer.
Right, it will be Morris to bowl with 4 overs left, and he's bowling to Chris Cook, and bowls, and Cook has hit that. Could be clearing everything, yes they do. A little bit fortunate, try to hit it straight over mid-off, got an outside edge, and the man at short third man and the man at the orthodox third man landed in between them. So they're going for this. I don't see much blocking of the delivery from now on.
Matt Milnes from Kent moving north to Yorkshire.
Yep, I read that. As Morris comes on in and bowls, and Cook plays an extraordinary shot and gets 4 runs, nearly a 6. He moved and scooped it, the famous Dilshan, former Sri Lankan player, Dilshan scoop. You do look a bit silly when you get bowled playing that shot, as we've seen many times, but it was expertly played by Cook.
Yeah, flicked just over his shoulder and over the keeper, and it's ended up. It's just popped over the boundary boards and has to be retrieved because there aren't any spectators allowed in that particular area. Well, it's right in front of the sight screen, and there are no spectators in this chunk of the ground beneath us anyway.
These moves to other clubs, Tom what is his name?
Cola Cadmore.
He's moving from Yorkshire down to Somerset, and have a think, Nick, of the first 4 in the batting order in limited over cricket for Somerset next year. As in comes Morris, and Cook has middle of that, and again it's going to drop between 2 fielders, and again they get a scamper 2 runs, and Cook made Douthwaite scrum in the last couple of yards.
Yeah, that was a direct hit from about 50 metres away, and almost square on. Is that possibly Callaway still sweeping on that cover side of the ground?
Young man, 285 for 5. Cook is on 23.
Yeah, he hit it off the middle of the bat. The trouble is that it went up rather than along, didn't it?
He's going to middle one of these before long, and that might just go and visit the fishes in the river. Here comes Morris again and bowls, and Cook has hit that out, and he's going to get 4 runs, is it? Or stop just inside 1 or 2 fielders on that leg side boundary in front of the pavilion, and this time it's just a single. You'll have Banton and Smead and Russo and Cola Cadmore. Take a pick from that. Frightening.
It is another move. Adam Hose is going from Warwickshire down the road to Worcestershire on a 3-year contract.
I'm a bit surprised at that, because he's been a very good player, a good one-day player, Hose. He came from Sussex, didn't he? If I
Somerset originally.
Somerset, yeah. And he's a good, useful player.
Ed Barnard and Moeen Ali both going from Worcestershire to Warwickshire next season. So
we could have given that exclusive when we were up at Worcester a few weeks ago, didn't we?
The Pollock news we knew about, yeah.
In comes Morris. Bowls. Southwaite has hit that very, very high in the air and very far, and you might have heard the clunk as it hit the boundary boards, and there's 6 runs.
And it almost cleaned out a couple of spectators in the front row at the River Taff end.
Looked like a lovely 3-wood plonked in the middle of the green, and he watched. He had the pose.
Don't know if that's a gentleman in a wheelchair. Appears to be sitting in front of the first row. Can't tell from this distance, but he had to take evasive action.
Morris in and bowls again, and he didn't really middle that. He just gets a single. Attack. And with Glamorgan nearing 300 now, they're 293 for 5 at the end of that over. So we have just 3 overs remaining, and Glamorgan are creeping ever so close to 8 and over.
It's one-day international happening in Edinburgh as well, where Scotland posted a credible 306 all-out against New Zealand. Michael Leask hit 85 at number 7, and there's a half-century as well for the wicket-keeper Matthew Cross, as Richard Edwards will bowl his... Where are we in terms of the scorecard? They're swapping pretty frequently. The bowlers are Wales under the captain Brad Wadland. Richard Edwards has 2 overs left, so he'll be able to bowl the 38th and the 40th.
That's the plan, I suppose.
But he's in choice of seamers at the other end.
He's in against some hard hitters here.
No one's actually completed their 8 as yet.
Southwaite must be feeling great. Yeah, I can a real slog here with 3 overs left.
38th over then starting, and Edwards from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Douthwaite, who does have a slog and should be caught. No, it's not going to quite carry up towards
that, didn't he?
Up towards long on there as Tom Bevan came in off the ropes. I thought the ball was ballooning up towards him, but he didn't really get too much of a bat on that. Douthwaite, by his standards, as you said, clothed and fell somewhere about the 30-metre circle.
Change your bat, Dan. That sounded awful.
294 for 5. Douthwaite 17. Chris Cook on to strike on 24 not out. So useful little end of innings practice for these two. As Edwards bowls and Cook swings and misses through
slow
to
ball, well done.
Horton. So it's been a good season for Wales as well, topping at the moment the Division 2 Championship West with 1 to play, I believe, and getting through the quarterfinals of this 50-over format with, well, I suppose an ever-changing cast list, really, as has to be with some of the players having full-time jobs as well. Edwards bowls and Cook edges it onto his pads, trickles out on the offside single taken. Good start the over from Edwards then, 295 for 5. As must be difficult for them to clear the time if they've got full-time employment to play 3-day games, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, most of them. Edwards runs away from us and then does not deliver. Either he felt he was out of his stride, or Dan Douthwaite saw something in his eye line. Douthwaite, I think, making some light-hearted remark from the look of the body language there to the bowler, who's back at his mark. Running in, bowls to Douthwaite, who swings and gets it just over Wadland at cover for a single. There's a lot of mistiming going on at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I think he's swinging so hard that he's there marginally just before the ball arrives.
Just skewed up over Wadland's head. Wasn't a catching chance. Single taken, 298 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online.
What did he signal then?
I don't know.
I thought he signalled... And we won't know because it's this stage of the innings whether it was a free ball or not. Seemed to just twirl his hands.
Yeah, you're right. It was a free hit. It's driven through the offside by Cook for a single, though. Yes, it was no ball signalled. Well spotted, Edward.
Didn't notice it until I
popped up on the screen. So 2 balls still remain of Edwards over, but only singles have been taken, in addition to, of course, the 2 for the no ball. It's 299 for 5. Last penultimate ball from Edwards to Dan Douthwaite. Short ball and swing and a miss from Douthwaite. That was probably over the top of the stumps. Just didn't quite sit up as Douthwaite had expected and ended up dribbling through to Horton. So decent over from Edwards at this stage.
And listen to that score you gave for 400 for Kent. We must remember, of course, that was 50 overs.
Yeah.
Glamorgan wouldn't have been far off it, I think, if he's had another 10 overs or so.
True. Edwards bowls hammered back straight. That'll be 6 over, long off.
That's a biggie.
Dan Outhwaite.
In the middle of that one, no clothing there.
Certainly just over-pitched slightly up in the slot from Edwards. Douthwaite with the swing of the bat and targeting these shorter straight boundaries at Sapphire Gardens. That's the 300 up for Glamorgan with 2 overs left. They're 305 for 5. Cook 26, Douthwaite has 24.
Yeah, 305 for 5 is a big ask for the young opposition, but Tom Bevan there opening the bat, and he doesn't block a lot, and Glamorgan haven't got Nisa and Hogan to contend with, so we could see some attacking play. Penultimate over coming. Morris, who has taken, what has he taken? 2 for 53. His first couple of overs are rather disastrous, but he will now be facing. Cook, rather, will be facing, and Morris will try and pick up a 3rd wicket.
Oh, hang on. No, they've changed. It's Gorvin who's changed the attack at the last minute. Gorvin to bowl his 8th over. Yeah,
8th and final. And we should see some big hits here. Going in, bowls. Here's the first, and it could be caught along on, and a very good catch. Well fielded, young man. It's coming in, a low catch, and it was very, very well taken. And we'll identify him in just a moment if he do please turn around.
Couldn't quite catch the number.
Not used to these players, but
that's a moment.
Anyway, he's gone. Douthwaite having hit that 6. He's gone for 24. Useful runs towards the end of the innings now. And it wasn't... It's Cook, rather.
There we are. Cook, Bevan bowled Gorvin. 305 for 6.
He made 26. These Bevans can catch, you know.
52 added for that partnership. In barely more than 5 overs. 11 balls to come of the innings. There's a low full toss from Gorvin, knee height, and Joe Cook gets a maximum of 11 balls to show what he can do. Batting in the lower order, middle order, made an important half century in the semi-final here last year against Essex to steer Glamorgan through the final at Trent Bridge, and pleased to see, by the way, that there is more of a sensible gap between the semi-final and the final this year of the 50 over competition, and that the final will be played on a Saturday at Trent Bridge. But at least there's a couple of weeks for spectators make their arrangements to attend, unlike last year, where
the least said the better about last year.
It was treated with disdain. The scheduling of the competition. Yeah, just 2 or 3 days between knockouts, quarters,
quite
semis.
Right, it's an important part.
It was nonsense. But
should be given more interest to certain people than it does.
Well, I suspect it might go back to the start of the calendar next year from a lot of the chapters.
Who knows what happens?
Who knows?
Right, here is Cook, who has a flay at his first ball and just trickles out for a single to square leg. 305 for 6 is the Glamorgan total, and we have got 4 balls and the last over, so 10 balls. If there are no balls and wides, of course.
Cook replaced by Cook. Gonna have to get
Cook
used
with
to
an E, Cook with an E.
Yep.
Cook with a C and a Cook with a J.
Same birthday.
Yes, that's incredible. In comes the next ball. It's driven very wide outside the off stump by Douthwaite.
Yes.
Cook's had a very good batting season with the second team. Cook with a J, that is.
Yeah, took a few wickets in a limited overs game as well last week. So hopefully he'll be playing the same sort of role.
Anyway, he waits now as in comes the next ball. That's driven all along the ground out towards long off. Fielders dash between the wickets, but there's plenty of time. You've got over a quarter of an hour to bowl these last 7 balls. Or was it 8? 10. 8 now. Confuse you. And Douthwaite waits. In comes the next ball, and that's hammered over extra cover. That was struck very, very hard out towards the scoreboard, away to our right for 4. Can be a very dangerous customer, can't he, Douthwaite?
Certainly.
And this is an ideal position for him to come. 312 for 6.
And there's some debate about the venue for this game and playing at the county headquarters, but at least we managed to get underway promptly. I see Lancashire playing their game at Sedbergh, and they're only just starting it after rain.
Orban bowled. Oh, that's gone straight into the side screen, I suspect. Over the side screen. Not quite with the fishes. I heard it land just behind on the riverbank. And that just shows the power of the man when he can flat bat a shot like that over out to the ground for 6.
There's a very powerful strike indeed for Douthwaite, and that's his 3rd 6, and this is what Glamorgan will want him to do. So Andy Gorvin, Glamorgan staff member this season, and he's finished with 8 overs, 1 for 61. Poor chap.
Yes. Yeah. It would have been a huge score if this had been a 50-over match, of course.
318 for 6, 1 over to come. It'll be delivered by Richard Edwards. It'll be his 8th and last. He's got 1 for 50 at the moment. So Andy Gorvin, 8 overs, 1 for 61. Brad Wadland, 7 overs, 0 for 50. Ben Morris, 5 overs, 2 for 53, having conceded 31 off his first 2. Came back well with the wickets of Ingram and Root in the same over. Tegid Phillips, 6 overs, 1 for 56, the wicket of Kieran Carlson. As Edwards bowls, and Joe Cook was slightly baffled by a slower ball then, ended up just pushing it back down the pitch, no run. Sam Jardine bowled 4 overs, 0 for 24, and Ben Callaway 2 overs, 0 for 22. So those are the Wales bowling figures. I'll give you Edwards at the end of the over. 318 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. As Edwards bowls, and Joe Cook goes the big straight hit. He hasn't got hold of it, and it might come back for a couple of runs. No, they don't run the first one as hard as they might. It pitched up directly behind the bowler and about 10 metres in from the boundary rope as long on and long off converged. Joe Cook settles for the single, possibly just to get Douthwaite under strike for the last 4 balls, and he's more likely to hit the boundaries, having been in a bit longer. 35 off 18 so far for Douthwaite.
Yeah, with a good look around the field. Where's he going to plant it, I wonder?
Over the top of some of them, you guess. Edwards bowls. Douthwaite hits that one out towards square leg for 6, soaring about 10 metres over the ropes up towards the scoreboard, and fielded by a member of the ground staff.
I think he's a former rugby player, you may correct me, Douthwaite, and it doesn't surprise me with the terrific force he puts in, because you just look at his shoulders from here. Something tells me that he's played rugby.
Went to school in Surrey mostly, I believe. Not sure about his other sporting exploits. 325 for 6. Edwards to Douthwaite. Outside off stump Did he get a bottom edge on it? I think he might have. And it
been a wide otherwise, I think.
Dribbled through to Alex Horton. Low down.
Run rate 8.19.
2 overs remain. 3.25 for 6, who suspect it'll be too many for Wales. They've stuck diligently to their task in the field. One difficult dropped chance, which didn't really cost them much, off David Lloyd. Dowthwaite aims up towards long off. Could be caught. He is caught. And that one held onto by the skipper, Brad Wadland. He's gone for 41 in the final over, as Dowthwaite didn't really get in the right position for that, and Wadland came in, watched it well, and took a good low catch.
Dowthwaite was caught by Bradley Wadland off the dwelling of Richard Edwards for 41.
Second wicket for Edwards then, and well, a lot of players getting what they want out of this game. Most have had some time at the wicket. North East has had plenty at the wicket in recent times anyway, and everyone else has got a few. Kieran Carlson probably the only one who will go in short of time at the crease. Salter's in at 9 to face the final ball.
And he can hit a long ball. So this Glamorgan lineup, as I said to Mark Wallace, looks very strong. Salter coming in. Remember the runs he got in the final last year?
Yeah, chipped in with a useful little 30-odd, didn't he, off
hit some
about
big
18
shots.
balls. So Salter will just face the final delivery, unless there's a no ball or a wide. 3.25 for 7. Richard Edwards to bowl it. In he comes, bowls to Salter, who hits that one for 6 over mid-wicket. Well. What a cameo from Salter. Comes in, hits a 6, the end of innings.
Thanks for coming, Andrew.
So Salter's not out, 6 off 1 ball. Joe Cook is not out, 3 at the other end, and Glamorgan finish on 331 for 7. So Richard Edwards finishes 8 overs, 2 for 63. The main contributors then to the Glamorgan total: David Lloyd, 56 off 39 balls. Colin Ingram, 110 off 77. Billy Root, 51 off 47. And Dan Dowthwaite, 41 off 21. 2 wickets apiece for Richard Edwards and for Ben Morris. 3.31 for 7. We'll take a brief break and be back with you in about 12 minutes' time here on BBC Sport Online.
To open the batting for Wales national counties, Tom Bevan and Alex Hall. To open the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Tim van der Gooten.
And good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website to the second half of this game between Wales National County and Glamorgan. And Wales set off in search of an improbable 332 to win at 8.3 runs per over. We're down to 40 overs rather than the scheduled 50 because of rain around in Cardiff this morning. And it's good to see Tim van der Hoogten back in Glamorgan colours for the first time in several months as he opens the bowling to Tom Bevan outside off stump. That was close to a wide, but the umpire Paul Baldwin adjudging it was just within the blue lines that are in pretty tight for this white ball cricket. There is not much margin for error outside the off stump. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Edward Bevan. We hope to be joined by Darren Thomas, the Wales coach, at some point in proceedings. As Van der Hoogten bowls and has Bevan hurried up a little bit as he doesn't get much bat on that, trickles out on the offside. And opening the batting with him is Alex Horton, the wicketkeeper, who's been batting in the lower middle order for Glamorgan when he played in the T20 Blast. Was promoted to open the batting. I thought they might have given an outing to Callum Nichols, the teenage opener, plays for St Fagans and is in the academy. But he's not in the 11. As Bevan fiddles at that one and just about got his bat out of the way in time. Van der Hoogten was injured in Durham in May, ruled out for the T20 Blast, made the squads but not the 11 for the last couple of championship games, so I imagine that he'll be bowling the first over in the absence of Nisa and Hogan, as that's outside off stump. Just about gets away with it again, Tim van der Hoogten there. Nick Webb and Edward Bevan with you. And as we will be hopefully on Tuesday at Derby, Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby will be hosting that online broadcast on BBC Sport Online. And let's hope that we have the sort of weather that we've had in South Wales this afternoon rather than what we had this morning, which was overcast and wet. Now it's dry and sunny as Bevan drives to wide mid. Off goes through for a very quick single. Carlson has a shy at the stumps. Umpire Baldwin would have had a decision to make there, I feel, but Bevan nervously scrambles off the mark.
Yeah, as you say, it's a nervous run because had Carlson struck there, it would have been very interesting. You take your life in your hands when you take single to the best fielder on the side.
As Van der Hoogten to finish this first over, bowling to Alex Horton. The first ball he's received, and that is a wide outside off stump. We could see from our lofty vantage point in the media box that was outside the blue line and just testing the umpire's patience a little bit too much. 2 without loss. Batting to come, Connor Brown, Morgan Bevans, Brad Wadland, Ben Calloway, Andy Gorvin, Tegid Phillips, Sam Jardine, Richard Edwards and Ben Morris. Not necessarily in that order, but maybe approximately. Van der Hoogten bowls and beats Horton Through it goes to his rival wicketkeeper Chris Cook. A good first over from Tim van der Hoogten. One off the bat, one wide, 2 for naught. Edward.
Yeah, a few outside the off stump, and one was called a wide. If he bowls that line, that's perfectly all right, because I remember Derbyshire winning the 40 over competition years ago, and the captain Kim Barnett, I said, well, yeah, the plan I've got, I pack the offside and bowl outside the off stump. Well, you can't see much wrong with that if it was a pace bowler, because there was something like a 7-2 field and just hit just outside the off stump. So that's not a bad ploy. As we will open the bowling at this end, and it will be McIlroy, the left arm seamer, and he will be bowling to Bevan. Bevan, oh, that was a yard or two to the right or left. It would have been straight. He didn't hit that with any purpose or time it with any conviction, but he gets a single, Bevan. And, many counties are very happy to have a left-arm seamer in one-day cricket. Gives them such a variety. And he's got 2 slips here because they got a huge score. As McIlroy bowls. Oh, that's cut him in half and he's nicked it, does he? Not out, says the umpire. Everybody's gone up, and well, the umpire was unperturbed. Let's have another little look at this. I didn't see anything near the bat, I must say.
No, that might have flicked the shirt on the way through, and I think umpire Kettle's got that right looking at the replay on our video screen. For those of you watching on the Glamorgan website, we'll do our best to describe things for those of you who are just listening.
There's the next ball. That ducked in after it passed the stumps, so that previous ball was an absolute... It just cut him in half. He went to play on the offside and nipped back inside Horton's bat. A lively start for McIlroy.
Well, it's something that Glamorgan haven't had since Graham Wagg, a left-arm seamer, isn't it?
Yeah. McIlroy, left arm over, comes in, bowls, Horton pulls and gets 4 runs. Short.
6?
That's 6 is...
I think.
Expected, yes. I thought it was going to be 4, but it kept on skimming away for 6. So Horton gets off the mark with a maximum, 9 for no wicket. And talking to Mark Wallace this afternoon, I was saying the strength of the Glamorgan batting, but a huge loss will be Michael Hogan, you see, who last year bowls exceptionally well in this competition. McIlroy in, bowls to Horton. Horton drives back to the bowler, good bit of fielding, and there's no run. So you get a plus on the batting side and you get a minus.
Well, Glamorgan were a bit light on bowling last year, really, weren't they? Despite Hogan, there wasn't that much experience. Lucas Carey played regularly. Joe Cook took lots of wickets, 20 of them. Andrew Gorvin with a few games as backup seam.
McIlroy in, bowls, and that's chopped out into the gully region to Salter. Loved Salter's 1 ball today, didn't you? Came in, I don't know if he took guard. 1 ball of the innings to go, planted it high in the air, well over the square leg boundary, and walked off again, not out 6.
Strike rate 600 per 100 balls, as the strike rate is measured in, so anything obviously over a runner ball will be healthy in this competition. 50 overs meant to be 40 overs today because of the rain, and they have to get used to that as well. Last season there was 1 game rained off completely at Derby, and 1 cut in half at Leicester, and no result. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Bevan's driven that one through mid-on. Not quite timed, but it might just reach the ropes. Colin Ingram runs after it, but the ball just beats him, pops over the boundary rope, and it's 4 to Bevan.
I well remember that Derby away game. Nick was down with the dreaded allergy, COVID. I went up and sat with Fletch until 4 and didn't see a ball bowled.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Bevan chops it down into the gully, and there's no run. Well, there are worse people to be trapped with. Mr. Fletcher's always an entertaining raconteur.
Yeah, well, and Mr. Griffin.
Oh yes, Dave Griffin, the Derbyshire statsman cum photographer.
Yeah, and
passionate defender of county cricket.
Good for him. He is. We have a chance to listen to him. He does his little 2-minute chat.
Monologues on Twitter is Mr. Griffin's speciality at the moment, as Van der Hoogten beats the outside edge of Bevan's bat.
Yeah, that's the line you want to bowl.
And although we haven't seen him in the first team for June, best part of 2.5 months now, he's looks in reasonable nick, doesn't he, from the first couple of overs?
He does, and I'm glad that he's taken all that time off, because he obviously came back too soon and hardly played in that game at Durham.
Comes Van der Hoogten again, bowls and again beats the edge of Bevan's bat as he goes to drive, doesn't quite get his footwork right, and manages not to get an edge to the ball, which did move a little bit off the pitch as well.
Playing with fire here, Bevan. And, just roll in. And, there's no need. Horton's got off to a flyer with that 6 at the start of his innings, but there's no need for Bevan to go at every ball. Although we could say that to David Lloyd.
Indeed.
And, he's at slips. Sam Heath is at second slippers. In comes Van der Hoogten. I've stolen your thunder.
And he's hit on the pad is Bevan, who is struggling.
It's Bevan saying, I get...
You just want to commentate on your namesake, don't you? Bevan made 21 against Kent and 4 at Essex on debut, which was
eminently forgettable.
Another horrible night for Glamorgan, as several. There have been highs and lows at Chelmsford in recent years. There's been some really
good
success stories and big chases and a few miserable failures for Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten bowls again, beats Bevan as that one came back at him.
Has been a brilliant over.
13 for naught, and Bevan somehow survives to fight another day, or at least another over.
Brilliant over that, and that was I'm sure, was that no, it wasn't a maiden. He had a shot driven down to a long on, but that was, if he bowls like this, it's a huge bonus to have him back. As McIlroy will continue and bowl his second over. 2 slips then. Glamorgan attacking quite rightly with that big score. Same field as McIlroy runs away from us, comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. Billy Root will field, who played pretty well today for his 51. If you've just come in from wherever you've been on this lovely Sunday afternoon, Glamorgan will put in. David Lloyd with 56 got them off to a flyer. Then a sublime innings from Colin Ingram. Mixed aggression with caution. He made 110 and 51 for Root. Here's the next ball, and that's open face down towards third man, and they go through for a single. And then some big hit in towards the end. Douthwaite 41, Cook 26, and the Salter gem, 1 ball. Had it been a smaller ground, it would have been out of the ground.
Would have been worth 8 on a smaller ground.
14 without loss then. The national counties is that's better from Bevan. He lets the ball go outside the off stump through to Cook. So the 2 slips and third man, and then 1, 2, 3 in an arc from gully to mid off. Then a mid on, a mid wicket, orthodox, and a man on the fine leg boundary. So there's nobody square in this 8 overs, I think we said. Nick, wasn't it 8 over power play?
Yes.
8 or 9. As McIlroy in past the umpire now and bowls, and in a bit of a bother is young Bevan today. He was aiming to extra cover and ended up at square leg then, an inside edge. Good to see McIlroy, who has a left arm seamer. The natural ball for a left arm seamer is going away from the off stump, but 3 times now I've seen him bring it back in, and that is absolutely priceless. as McIlroy comes in, bowls, and is pushed on the offside, thinks of a run, won't get it. One of the best exponents of that in Glamorgan's history was Malcolm Nash, who took nearly 1,000 wickets because he had this asset of bowling, outswing, and all of a sudden the next one would be an in-ducker. And the number of LBWs that Malcolm got in his career, if anybody wants to count them, with the ball ducking back into the batsman who was leaving most of the time. McIlroy in again and bowls, and that's a good length ball. He's struck up, then this could be a shy. No, there is a shy, and they're safely through. That's the end of the over, just a single. Good over by McIlroy. And I think perhaps, he will maintain his place for Tuesday.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be the same 11, the same squad really, wouldn't you, on the performance so far?
Yeah, I would just make the one, but there we are.
McIlroy in the T20 competition played in the last couple of games, bowled 7 overs, conceded 63 runs, but interestingly took 5 wickets in 7 overs against Kent and Essex on high-scoring games. Van der Hoogten, 0 for 6 off his first 2, is in the yellow and blue of Glamorgan, and Bevan squeezes one down past Gully for a single 16 without losses. Salter goes scrambling back to field that one. So a run rate of 8.3 runs required, you feel, is only likely to increase during the course of the afternoon. As Wales, even in the power play, will be hard pressed to get up to that. In the 5th over, Van der Hoogten bowls, and Horton drives to cover Cook. Joe Cook feels no run.
Oh, the cricketers of England getting on, Nick, you can see from there.
South Africa, 142 for 2 in the 17th, with Hendricks, who got a half century here. He's on 70 not out.
It's not great, is it?
South Africa heading towards 170, 180 maybe. Who knows? That's down at Southampton. Catch highlights on BBC iPlayer later as Horton mistimes a drive and plays it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'll try and bring you updates from Wembley. England v Germany in the final. I know Nick is not all that interested, but I've just watched the wonderful football that they play and the skills that they have.
Van der Hoogten from the river end in the glorious afternoon sunshine now, mostly blue skies overhead. Bowls, Horton cuts and will get 4 runs down to backward point, beating a diving Salter. Wales move up to 20 without loss.
Saw Horton get 100 last week. I think it was against, is in the second 11 competition or one of these games, practice.
He's been in the runs. Yeah, my Hendricks is now out for 70 for South Africa. South Africa 142 for 3 in the 17th. My extent in women's football extends to watching Wales matches on TV, and that's about it. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Horton blocks that one.
If England win, do you think the back pages will be filled tomorrow?
Well,
that's all I've heard on television today.
What I fear from the English-based national press is that there will be a good deal of jingoism and football's coming home and all that. And you forget that actually women's football in England was banned for 50 years up until the early 70s.
And it's not the World Cup. People keep saying, oh yeah, we beat them in 66, yeah. World Cup that was. But still, good luck to them.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Horton carts him over deep mid on. It might plug. No, it'll just trickle away for 4. Colin Ingram. No real serious interest in the chase, and Horton's hit a couple of nice boundaries in that over. He's moved on to 15, and Wales are 24 without loss after 5 overs, chasing 332 to win.
And Horton generally bats about 6 or 7, as he did for England under 19, and he's around that mark for Glamorgan second 11. So he's obviously been put in to use that old phrase, pinch hit. And he's doing a pretty good job. As McIlroy starts his third over, he's bowling to Tom Bevan and bowls and appeal for LBW, and he's walked across his stumps. Very big appeal again, and umpire Kettle has turned that down. We have the benefit of a replay. And
pitch outside leg, possibly. As we see the replay, pitched outside leg.
Outside, yeah.
Surprised they were that loud about it.
Why do you get glasses? You're superb, I said. Yeah. It was a good call by Mr. Kettle. McIlroy in and bowls, and that's pulled. Good force-in shot. It was only slightly short and heaved away to cow corner on the onside for 4 more. Bevan moves on to 12. It's a good start by the side. There's another pinch hitter, yeah, Tom Bevan. He doesn't hold back at all.
You get the feeling that this game will be better for Glamorgan if they are extended a little bit rather than just running through a Wales side. They probably need 40 overs in the field.
Here's McIlroy. Bowls to the right-handed Bevan, and that's gone for 6. His eyes and his hands move so quickly, and his coordination. And I was just thinking to myself there, Nick, before he hit that shot, well, if you wanted an opening batsman for this, you could easily pick one of these, but then you see you've got not had a very good chance with Lloyd and North East there. But if one of the Glamorgan batsmen is on a bad trot, can't get a run, one of these I think might make his way. Now then, in comes McIlroy again and bowls to Bevan. Bevan gets a much better delivery, and they go through for a single. And this is a goodish start, 37 without loss, and we've had nearly, well, within 2 balls, 6 over, and they go in at 6.53. And we, after this, will have had 6 overs, as I say, 2 overs again of power play. Horton waits, he's on 15. McIlroy bowls and he plays it out onto the onside and finds the gap there, square leg, and gets a single. North East feels he's been taken out of slip, only David Lloyd there now, but with these white balls, you don't get much swing, even though you have one apiece at either end. Here's the ball to end the over. McIlroy in, bowls. That's a better delivery again. And Bevan just puts it down in front of him. 38 without loss. We've had 6 overs. And Van der Gooten has 3 overs for 15. And McIlroy, a little bit more expensive. 3 overs for 20. Yeah, almost a cloudless sky here. Little dots, white clouds. And it's a warm evening.
Very pleasant viewing conditions for the small crowd that has turned up. Most of them all of them are on the left-hand side of the ground as we look at it from on the pavilion side. As Van der Hoogten will continue and bowls and beats the outside edge of Horton's bat as he pushes at that.
He bowls some good deliveries, isn't he? And he looks in fine fettle. Down in front of us, I don't think anybody's allowed here, are they?
No, this stand is closed, the Castell Howard stand, despite the
gold-plated...
the gold-plated toilets finally being opened on Thursday, and I understand one or two of them might have sustained a bit of damage, which is disappointing.
They opened last Thursday.
Yes. 38 for naught. Van der Hoogten bowls and hoisted over mid-on again. Just over mid-on. Colin Ingram was
another yard,
almost at the party there as he stuck out his right arm. Couldn't quite get to it. And they're back for a couple of runs as Alex Horton got rather underneath that one and hit it just out of the circle.
They got away with it so far, but they have flirted outside the off stump. Some very good shots, notably the 2 6s hit by each batsman. But they do live a little bit dangerously.
It's to be expected when you're chasing out plus and over, as that is another flailing drive by Horton outside off stump. And again, he meets with thin air.
Think of a few bowlers in the past who would stand there and just mention to each batsman the number of times they played and missed. Perhaps not in that language and perhaps not so fierce as that, but Van der Gooten just turned, as does Michael Hogan always, just turns on his heels, walk back.
He's in to bowl, 2 slips still as he bowls to Alex Horton, and that's a good delivery and it's treated with respect by Horton. Defended back down the pitch to the bowler, who lobs it to Colin Ingram, and well, they're not even bothering to polish the ball with these white balls. They lose their whatever shine they've got ever so quickly anyway. So it's not worth trying to keep any lacquer on it, as it was with the red ball, where they see fielders polishing away virtually every ball for first couple of hours of an innings at least. Van der Gooten into Horton, who slashes and misses again outside off stump.
Come on now, young man. You can't expect to score 4 every ball. Just pick them out, because there'll be change of bowling before long.
I suppose they're looking to make the most of this power play period. 40 for naught. Last ball of the 7th over coming up from Tim van der Gooten. Glamorgan's outfielders are a third man and a fine leg, so no one on the boundary, no one outside the circle in front of the wicket. Van der Gooten in the yellow and navy blue, gold and blue of Glamorgan bowls, and that's edged and caught at slip. Sam Northeast takes the smart catch. Alex Horton has gone for 18 and Wales are 40 for 1.
Yeah, flirted once too often. He's threatened to do it, and good catch, my word. Sam Northeast is a good slipper. He doesn't put many down, and he held on to that one. So first wicket then for Tim van der Gooten.
Incidentally, remember last Saturday morning we were deluged with statistics, and we were trying to sort them out. Mentioning Sam Northeast's slip catching. He's the only player, wait for this, to have scored over 400 in an innings and taken catches in both the opposition innings ever.
Say that again, please.
It's such a bizarre one. You wonder why anyone bothered to keep it. It's the only player ever to have scored 400 and then to have taken a catch in each of the opposition innings in that match. Don't ask me.
Thank you, Nick.
It's how some people spend their winters. I wouldn't have known it.
I had a phone call from A.K. Hignell saying, "Do you know this one?" I said, "No, please, not another one." I am researching, and I've rung a top scorer, and I am trying to find out if a wicket-keeper has scored 190, not out, and taken 8 catches in the match. By then, I dozed off. You can go through it all, can't you?
Eight in the match, was it? I missed that in the excitement at the end of it when I was trying to do match reports and updates for other BBC stations, and you were soldiering on with the commentary. It completely passed me by, the fact that Chris Cook had taken 8 catches the match, which is one short of the county record.
Correct. And scored 191.
On a Saturday in Leicester.
Yeah, what a game of statistics this game is.
40 for 1 in 7, chasing 3-3-2.
They love it, don't they?
Wales on the chase.
They have to Hignell this way.
Well, there are 6 months without cricket in the UK, so people have to.
I'm so glad.
Enjoyment somehow.
I will not have to do the reports.
Thankfully, Mr. Bevan and I are also interested in other shapes of sporting balls as well.
Yeah, and I'm so glad, Nick, that when the reports, it wasn't a home game. It's the Leicester home game, so they'll have to do all the reports on the 6s. Start of a new over, and it's bowled by McIlroy, and it's pushed out on the offside for no run by Brown. By Tom Bevan, and the score remains on 40 for 1. This is the 8th over, and McIlroy is bowling. This will be the end of the power play. As McIlroy comes in, bowls, and Bevan gets a ball that's pitched up. They'll have to go, my word. And unfortunately for Salter, he had to thrust his other arm out because he's right-handed and just try and lob it in, which was, he couldn't do it. I don't think anybody who's only one-handed can do it. And it was a dreadful call for a run because he hit it straight at him. Then he'd have gone by yards. Conor Brown is the new batsman. You might have heard me say now plays his cricket for Lansdowne Cricket Club. And he's going to receive his first ball from McIlroy, who leaves. A good delivery outside the off stump. You ever come across that in your Bath University days, Lansdowne?
No, I played
there.
one game on the city centre ground. Just over the road. No. The club ground is just over the road from...
The club ground, correct. I remember doing a couple of one-days in Bath on a Sunday. But it's McIlroy again. Good length ball, Brown pushes.
Sadly, of course, they don't play cricket on the rugby ground anymore on the rack.
It's a lovely atmosphere there.
Beautiful settings. But the club ground is just the other side of the road from there.
And of course, that's where Sir Vivian Richards started his career in England. And they soon realised that he was a bit better than playing in Lansdowne. Here's the next ball. That's nudged away with an open face. And Brown goes through for a single, opens his account, either away. 42 for 1. We have one ball left of the 8th over. Interesting to see who will have first change. Will it be Douthwaite, possibly? Will it be Cook? We'll have to wait and see. Last ball for McIlroy, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot. Straight to Ingram, it made off. Carlson, rather. And that is the end of the over. He's bowled 4. He might have a little break now. 42 for 1. Bevan is on 20. Brown is on 1. The man out was Alex Horton. Was caught very good catch low down by North East at second slip of Van Le Gooten for 18.
So it will be Van der Hoogten to bowl.
Second slip is back now.
Still 2 out, so it must be 9 for the power play, which is strange. I thought it'd be 8, but there we are.
5 to 40.
Yes, makes sense, wouldn't it? But no, still just 2 outfielders as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's clipped off his legs by Brown to one of those outfielders, Jamie McIlroy, who is down at fine leg. Throw to Chris Cook on the half volley. Hand of apology, as is only right, to the keeper as he stooped to field.
They haven't taken the advantage until now. It is the power play. Look, there's a mid-wicket, fine leg, and a third man.
Oh, there we are.
So they have taken it.
Yes.
I thought because they were doing bowling so well and tight, just kept it in.
Yep. So the third outfielder has been pushed back. Well spotted. 43 for 1. 9th over. 3-3-2 is the target as Bevan is tucked up by that one. Plays it out on the offside, and Andrew Salter dashes in from point and pinches it from under the nose of Joe Cook at cover. As Cook is gently winding, so he'll be required with the ball before too long, and will be joined before too long by the Wales coach, former Glamorgan all-rounder Darren Thomas, who's no stranger to the commentary box himself. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's hit an inside edge from Bevan. It's trickled down to fine leg for a single. McIlroy does the fielding. 44 for 1.
Yes, he's
top of the bat, top inside shoulder, if you like, there.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Van der Hoogten?
Single taken. 1 for 19, halfway through his 5th over. The Wales openers trying the odd big shot to get over the top. Horton nailing a 6 early on. He's back in the shed now as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and no shot from Brown as it goes through outside off stump to Cook. Connor Brown, the top scorer in this fixture with 67 last season. Now works, I'm told, in the recruitment industry.
All right.
As well as probably earning a few bob from his club cricket.
No doubt.
44 for 1. As Van der Hoogten runs towards us, bowls, and there's big appeal for LBW. Sounded like it might have been an inside edge from this distance. Not that we're expert umpires in the sky, but just the sound of it. Might have been bat onto pad.
High.
Or maybe it's just a bit high anyway. Van der Hoogten having a good bellow anyway, clearing his lungs.
2 slips, even though we're in the power play here. I think it's testament to his accurate bowling.
And he comes, bowls, and forward comes Brown, defending on the off side. That will be the end of the over. Van der Hoogten 1 for 19 off 5. I'll go and sketch my written report on proceedings so far, and Darren Thomas will come in alongside Edward Bevan, and then Edward can have a break in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's useful. It'll start. They're only going at 4.8 at the moment, and one of the pinch hitters is gone, as you would call them. And as long as they can do. And it is Douthwaite who is coming on at the Cathedral Road end. We were wondering who would be first challenge. We saw Joe Cook wind in, but it will be Douthwaite. And as Nick said, I'm joined by Darren. Just wait a moment. We see him bowling to Tom Bevan, who has moved on to 21. In he comes and bowls, and that's right up in the block hole. Darren, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Edward.
And what are you looking for? Just a competent performance, because it's unlikely that they're going to get 300, is it?
No, it's a bit different from last year. Ultimately, Tom's got a point to prove. Obviously, he's done really well in second team cricket recently, minor county cricket, so he's got a point to prove to the Glamorgan hierarchy. Connor, possibly as well.
In comes Douthwaite, bowls, short, forced away in the back foot for a single, out to deep extra cover. Yeah, we were just discussing that, because when you've got North East and David Lloyd opening, you haven't got much chance of replacing them, have you? And this very strong batting order that Glamorgan have got, is far stronger than last year.
Yeah, it's a little bit different compared to last year.
And when you've got Andrew Salter coming in at 9, it's going to be difficult for these young players to try and force their way in. But they'll do their best now, especially today, as Douthwaite comes in and bowls short. Did he helmet him?
I think he periscoped that for 4, by the looks of it.
He
ducked into one and raised his bat up a little bit, and he's got a 4 over Chris Cook's head. Good shot, Connor Brown.
Yeah, he didn't know much about that, did he? Took his eye off it again. So many players, they take their eye off. If you watch that, Darren, he was looking down at the ground and not a hark on it. Imagine doing that in pre-helmet days.
Yeah, Dan's quite skiddy. He's got a skiddy bounce when he's at you.
Yeah.
So when he's up to the bat, you can actually hit through the line of the ball. But when he's short, he's coming at you.
He's quite sharp. Here he is again, and bowls to Brown, who plays a lofted shot on the first bounce to mid-wicket, and he gets a single. And they are now 50 for 1, 50 coming up in the 10th over, going at 5s at the moment. But
going back to the team you mentioned earlier on in comparison to last year, it was a matter of we got through the top 4 or 5 last year, and it was like mates playing against mates. This year is completely different.
Yeah, as Douthwaite comes in and bowls, and that could, it's cleared mid-on, struck very hard by Bevan for 4. You see, North East wasn't here last year, Ingram wasn't here, Chris Cook wasn't here, so many, Douthwaite wasn't here, and that has strengthened the batting certainly. So
yeah, the squad's looking strong in the 50 over comp, and it's also looking really strong in the championship.
They've
done incredibly well, haven't they, as a group?
If Hogan was available, then you're talking as in comes Douthwaite and bowls, and that's a good looking shot. That's a fine shot, hitting the ball very hard indeed through extra cover. His second successive 4, and that was certainly a good over for Wales. And Tom Bevan, he moves on to 30, 58 for 1. We've seen him a couple of times this year playing in the 2020 up at Essex and down at Kent, and perhaps we've been speaking about this, if he can work a bit more on his defence, because he's at it all the time, isn't he? And if you play at, as you well know, at the top level, then you've got to be a little bit more careful.
I think if you look at that, Edward, you know, he scored runs in red ball cricket for the second team this year. He's got big hundreds in the second team. He's got big hundreds in the white ball stuff, in the T20. So you know, he has got the game. It's just a matter of transferring it and doing it on a more regular basis. Yeah,
he certainly can play his shots. You've got Joe Cook the ball now. I haven't seen him this year, and he's coming up for his first ball and bowls to Brown, who's beautifully caught behind. Lovely diving catch by Cook. That was wide. Poor shot by Brown, and he's gone for 7.
Yeah, regulation ball from Joe Cook. His first ball in the channel, outside off stump, pretty much around 6 stump, I think. And Connor just pushing it, and very good catch by Chris Cook, diving to his right hand side. So unfortunate for Connor. Not a great start for him, but ultimately he'll give an opportunity now to, I think Brad Wadland's coming to the crease. So he's been prolific for Swansea this season in South Wales Premier League cricket. So hopefully he can showcase what he has in the locker as a batter.
So that dismissal is interesting. Brown caught Cook C, bowled Cook J, both with an E at the end. So a second wicket goes down. It is now 58 for 2. And I don't know if you can peep next door, Darren, and tell us the final score of South Africa's innings. We try and give the up-to-date. What does it say
it's 191 for 5.
191? There were
191 for 5 of 20 overs, yeah.
That is not a bad score on a biggish ground down there. And that for the series, of course. The second batsman is yet to appear. And the next batsman. Glorious day here, and it's been an interesting game. We were just saying, though, 50 overs is probably a bit too long. It's a long day, that is, isn't it?
Well, like it's a 40 over game. It is a long day, but again, you know, I think looking back at Glamorgan's success last year, they had the type of team and the type of batters that manoeuvred the ball into areas that suited their game down to the ground, where T20 probably didn't suit them as much last year. So, you know, hence the reason why they did really, really well in that tournament.
So Brad Wadlam, the captain, he bowled his 7 overs, 0 for 50, and he's now going to come in and join Tom Bevan. So Brown aiming there at a ball, as Darren said, was about a 6 wicket. Left-handed, Wadlam, and he will be facing Joe Cook, who has made a point because he'll have James Wheel breathing down his neck for a place in that side.
Wasn't he player of the Royal London last year, Joe Cook? So
very good season. Yeah, he is now.
A very good season.
Bowling to Wadlam. Oh, and he's gone. First ball. He's on a hat trick. Well, that was a cracking delivery because it wasn't all that wide. And welcome to Joe Cook. And all of a sudden, it's 50 for 3.
Yeah, that's pretty much just a regulation ball again. Run up, hitting the top of off stump, and push.
He felt for a bit.
Pushed at it maybe a little bit. Brad there, first ball up, challenges defence, and feathered the ball through to Chris Cook, which is highly unfortunate for Brad there. Brings Morgan Bevan. Morgan Bevan will be walking to the crease now. Who's had a decent 50 over competition for us, Morgan. In the national counties, but again, it's a different proposition today, coming up against a first-class opposition. The accuracy and the speed of the bowling in comparison, and the wickets they play on generally are a lot better.
Right.
Bevan.
Oh. Now, one of these is a Bevans, isn't he?
And one of them's a Bevan, and the other one on your...
Who's coming in now? Bevans. He's got it wrong in the scoreboard. Oh, you hadn't put it up?
Morgan Bevans,
Right.
Good luck.
Tom Bevan, and Edward Bevan.
Yeah.
Sort that down.
Nick, you better come back.
It's a Bevan fest.
Right, a little collapse here by Wales. We got off to a good start, 40 for the first wicket. Now it's 58 for 2 and 58 for 3. And Cook with a J is 2 balls, 2 wickets.
I don't know if any of our batters are padded up. Is Morgan Bevans walking to the crease or delayed?
Yeah, he comes.
But here he comes. Get across 2.5 minutes. Yeah, he's coming across the line. So he'll be all right.
Incoming batter for Wales National Counties is Morgan Bevans.
Evans, yes, okay.
From Abergavenny, originally playing for Newport now.
Put that up in your Nick, in your little laptop or scoreboard. How often do you see that? I can tell my grandchildren then that I was playing.
Back in the day, Gowton Cricket Club,
Yeah.
Edward.
Big day down there Friday with Michael Hogan's benefit day.
Has he? Right, okay. Brilliant.
58 for 3, and the batsman had a long conversation. Look at that field. And for the hat-trick ball, he's got 4 slips now. Joe Cook, he'll be bowling, and he'll be bowling to Tom Bevans. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the betting here, boys?
Joe Cook, a.k. Glamorgan, with his field set.
I don't think he's bothering about power play fields. He's only got 2 outs there. Fine leg.
Don't often get an opportunity for hat-tricks, do you? It's
David
one day I've got a
Lloyd.
short leg in.
Here we go then. Hat-trick ball for Cook. And he comes and bowls 2 Bevans. Oh!
Oh, no. What's
How on earth that didn't get the edge? Well, he's bowling super.
He looks as if, to me, he's running up and just bowling wobble seam and hitting
cross
back of a
seam.
length and just getting a little bit of bounce, a little bit of sideways lateral movement, and we keep pushing at the ball.
I suspect that Kieran Carlson has said to him, yeah, you'll be the 4th seamer at Derby on Tuesday. Comes again, looking for his 3rd wicket in bowls. And they get a single as he jabs that away and a yell from behind the stumps there. And
Get off strike.
yeah.
That's the best place to bat at the moment. Morgan.
Horton gone then for 18. Brown for 7 and Odlum first ball for 0. And after a flurry of boundaries from Tom Bevan, it gets him back on strike and see how he can deal with Cook. 2 slips have gone, the 2 making it 4. There are only 2 there now. As in comes Cook and bowls, and that is driven straight to Salter at point, and there's no run.
It was great to watch Colin Ingram go about his business earlier on. What a magician he is.
What was interesting, though, that he and Billy Root got 50s of 45 balls, and you could have swear that Billy was a long way behind, but he kept up.
He kept ticking the board over, the odd boundary here and there. Just very fine batting.
Yes, Cook then comes in and bowls to Bevan, short of a length, and hits left. Terrific over there by Joe Cook. His first over, conceded a single and took 2 wickets. And the score now is 59 for 3. As we see a change at we have seen with Delthwaite. Is he going to carry on?
Yeah, looks like Dan's taking his cap off, and Joe Cook just seems to have picked up where he's left off last year in the 50 over comp, hitting a length, getting wickets, and
so this about settles the side for Glamorgan. One would have thought on Tuesday. We were thinking perhaps Whale might come in instead of Cook. You can't really.
They got abundance of choices here, haven't they? You know, you look at James Harris as well. He's on the sidelines. You know, there's a lot of good cricketers around that are pushing for places here, which is healthy.
Dan Douthwaite to bowl his 2nd over, and he'll be bowling by Tom Bevans. And he is on 1. He got off the mark with a nervous push to mid-wicket. Two slips have been there since the start of the innings, and we're now out of the power play. In he comes and bowls, and that's clipped away out to mid-wicket for a single, just drifting down the leg side. Beautiful afternoon here after the rain this morning. Quickly dried up, and we got to start at what time was it? 1:45.
What would you take from you as a coach, Edward? From you as a batting group, 60 for 3 off 11 overs. 200, would you be happy with that?
I suppose you would be too happy with that.
230, 240. Knowing Tom, in his mind, he's winning the game. And that's the type of character he is.
You've got to go in like that, Darren. When you go
Correct.
into bat, you've got to think, yeah, we're going to win this. And,
Correct.
You would have thought, I was looking at the test match earlier on, and they were struggling a bit with 5 overs to go, and all of a sudden from about 130 it's 190. So you've got to, gauge the way you're going to play if you've got wickets in hand. As Dan Douthwaite comes in past umpire Kettle, bowls, and is nudged away to Salter. See him bowl in a few overs time, and that will be 5 bowlers we would have seen, and it's essential because they haven't got a great deal of more bowling. I suppose Ingram
You think you got Salter?
might bowl. Solar will be the 5th. Ingram hasn't bowled much
Lloyd,
this year.
David Lloyd,
Yeah,
potentially.
yeah. But these we've probably seen 4 of the main bowlers so far. As the next ball is driven up towards McIlroy at mid-on.
I think they got quite a lot of choices actually, and considering what conditions he'll come up against.
Yeah.
Because David Lloyd could be really accurate, and he as a seamer, he's short, skiddy seamer, so he could come in handy as well.
Yeah.
And you got obviously Colin can turn his arm to leg spin.
Here he is, Douthwaite again, coming in to bowl to Bevans, and he plays it gently down towards, opens the face and plays it down to 3rd man, and they go through for a single. And the score moves on 62 for 3. Obviously, with losing 2 wickets in successive balls, the tempo now has gone down. And also, how many they got? 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders out. They got 3 saving a single, 1 and 2 on the onside. So Bevan waits, and he's cut that away down towards 3rd man. If he hit it a bit harder, then it would have been gone straight to him. End of the over.
I think that's Colin Ingram's first error of the day, that little fumble down a 3rd man.
63 for 3. Bevan 32. Bevans is on 3.
Good to see Glamorgan what they were doing as well with the slip fielders, and when Tom Bevans on strike. Straight away came out, extra cover, short mid-wicket, just changing the total aspect of how they were going about their business to Tom, because obviously he's set now, and they got 2 slips into Morgan Bevans.
Yeah, 1 has disappeared on the drive there. We've got an extra man on the offside now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the offside as Joe Cook comes in and bowls, and that's nudged away down to 3rd man by Bevan, opening the face again, guiding it down to 3rd man for a single.
Yeah, good hard length again from Joe Cook. Tom playing it really late underneath his nose, trying to push Dan Douthwaite to try and get 2, to get back for 2. But Dan, knowing how quick he is in the outfield and how strong his arm is, he didn't decide to go back for that.
He should have had 2 down to Ingram though. They only settled at 1.
I think he went to the strike, Edward.
Bevans waits, and in comes Cook, bowls just back of a length, pushed away into the offside, fielded by Salter, and there is no run. Just to remind you, of course, that there's the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, big football match at Wembley, test match down at lots of sport on today. And it's good that this seems to be dry everywhere. As Joe Cook turns, comes in, bowls, and hurries in his last delivery strike, gets right into it and bowls, and that's just pushed away. Run rate has decreased. You would when you're losing wickets, I suppose. It's just 5. It did go up to 7 earlier on.
Seems to hit the length after length after length.
Yeah,
it's all, he's not overcomplicating things. A little bit of bounce. He's tall lad. He's, what is he, 6'3", 6'4"?
Here he is again. Bowls. That's played not timed really by Bevans, and he's played out to Salt and
no pace though, no pace,
gully.
but he seems to get bounced, doesn't he? Seems to get quite a steep bounce in fairness for his height, for his bowling action.
That's not a bad ploy in one-day cricket when you're just back of a length and getting a little bit of bounce that he needs, and he's bowled pretty well. What's his figures at the moment?
2 for 2.
2 for 2. Happy with that. Here he is again and bowls, and this time he's played out to mid-on. They go for a single. Mid-on is quite deep there, and they'll settle for a single.
I can envisage Collins a little bit stiff as well now after scoring 100, batting so well earlier on. So he won't be pushing himself too hard in the field, I would have thought, now with all these runs on the board.
But he's a very, very fit. We had Mark Wallace up here earlier on, and he was saying he's a very, very fit man. Runs up mountains.
He was saying this is the first time he's had actually this last winter to work on his fitness for a few years.
This is hit up over mid-on, a bit of a slog, but it got the rewards, and it's gone away for 6.
I think that's a fantastic shot, Edward. Yeah, he's hit through the line of the ball there, Tom. Just slightly fuller of a length from Joe Cook. He's chanced his arm a little bit, but yeah, he kept his shape on the shot. That's a fantastic cricket shot by Tom Bevan.
End of the over. I'm going to have a rest, and it'll be Nick.
These spectators are going to get hit. They're keeping their eyes off the ball or taking their eyes off the ball continuously.
Yeah, there's not many in the ground, but there's a little gaggle up at long on who are quite close in the firing line, and as far as county grounds go, that long on is probably as close as you'll get to the action, isn't it?
This is a big crowd for minor county cricket, Nick.
But just making the point that it's a short, straight boundary, as we always hear, and it's a great view, really, from those positions. Douthwaite is in to bowl to Bevans, who's hit on the pad. There's a big appeal. He's not out.
That's close. That looked pretty close to me. The only thing was going into his favour, Morgan Bevan's favour here, is Dan Douthwaite is really wide on the crease. So could that have been sliding down? Yeah, just sliding down. Just sliding down.
71 for 3. It remains. Bevan's on 4. Tom Bevan is on 39 at the non-striker's end. Edward Bevan is taking a rest from the
Bevans.
The Bevans, as that one is hoisted up towards long leg. Bevans could be out. He is out. Got underneath that one, scooped it up, and Van der Hoogten got underneath it at fine leg.
Yeah, they don't drop many. You know, I come in and do a lot with the fielding side with the Glamorgan boys, and you know they pride themselves on their fielding. They don't drop many catches, and that was pretty much a gift from Morgan. That is Dan with his skiddy bouncer. Gone at Morgan Bevans, got it up to shoulder height and pretty much scooped up to Tim Van der Hoogten down a fine leg.
So we're in the 14th over only, but it's 71 for 4, and Tom Bevan so far is finding something of a lone hand after those early couple of blows from Alex Horton.
Yeah, well, Hortz looked really good as well, didn't he, early on? He looked very organised and just opened his face on a ball that was just slightly wide of off stump, guided into second slip's hands. But yeah, Tom's looked, you know, obviously in good nick, which he has been for Glamorgan's second team and for the national counties this year. And it's glad to see he's continuing with his form in the game. We got a young Kellaway coming in here, Ben Kellaway, who's on the academy.
Oh, there we are. He's just bowled a couple of overs, so he'll be keen to get into the game, batting at number 6. While you're here, Darren, you might as well give us a plug for the Wales activities. When are your next fixtures?
Our next fixture is a 3-day game, actually, down in Cornwall, in Truro. We're heading up the second Western second division. So we're heading up that, and we're playing Cornwall down in Truro. I think it's right at the back end of August. I believe so. We've got like 3 to 4 weeks break at the moment, which is quite nice, so they can recoup, the bowlers can rest, and which is quite nice. And generally Truro spins square and stays low down there, so I can't see many seamers coming along with us for that trip.
All right. You're taking every spinner you can get, are you?
Yeah, well, whatever's available. It'll be interesting to see how Ben takes this. He's a good little player. He's been up in the Super Fours last year with the Southwest region. He's done well in Clifton School. He's scored a lot of runs there. He's done well for the under-18s and T20 stuff this year. And he's shared the captaincy with Callum Nichols, who has played quite a few games for the Wales national counties now.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this environment with a bit of pressure on him.
Van der Hoogten then is in, and that's defended by Callaway on the offside, no run. Prem Sisodiwento finished his education in Clifton as well, I believe, didn't he?
Yeah, he did so, yeah. So Prem did that, and so I think Ben's due to go to Cardiff University or Cardiff Met, one of the two. So yeah, he's going to be stuck around this area. So hopefully, Glamorgan going to see more of him in years to come.
Douthwaite in to bowl to Callaway then, 71 for 4, and he again dabs it out on the offside, and there's no run. Something that has to be looked after, doesn't it, for young cricketers, to make sure that they have got decent education behind them, as well as just cricketing prowess, because it's a relatively small percentage of people actually make it to be pros.
I think it's totally changed from back in the day. In a way, the PCA are looking after these players a hell of a lot more these days, and you can do your education through playing these days as well.
Douthwaite in, bowls to Callaway and beats him outside off stump through to Chris Cook.
There's a good chance for Ben this. Good chance to get some overs underneath his belt in terms of batting and bat for a long period here. There's no rush. Even if we end up 220, 230, gives himself a chance to score a few runs here.
Glamorgan having piled up 331 for 7 in 40 overs. This game reduced because of the morning rain here in Cardiff, as Douthwaite pounds in and bowls, and Callaway the forward, solid defensive, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 71 for 4 then after 14 overs, in reply to Glamorgan's 331 for 7, and 21st is that date for your diary,
21st,
Darren.
thank you.
3 weeks today.
Yeah, excellent.
Down in Truro, which is
hopefully we can have a positive result and get up to Division 1, which would be lovely.
So do you need to win, or would a good draw do? Or?
A good draw, I believe, will do, but it's always nice to sign off with a win. And I'm sure the boys will be pretty much forcing for that when we go down there.
As Joe Cook claimed those 2 wickets in 2 balls, almost gets a third. Oh, it's dropped by both players at slip and keeper there. Well, that's extraordinary. Tom Bevan was missed twice in the same ball by the look of it.
Did that carry to David Lloyd?
I thought it did, to David Lloyd at slip, who I think knocked it up to Chris Cook, who also dropped it.
Yeah. Right hand to the left hand. Right hand of David Lloyd to the left hand of Chris Cook. They shelled it.
Well, that's
so as a feeling, coach, I'll have a go with them later on. I'll have a go with Tom Bevan for pushing that one, a wide one. Only joking.
71 for 4. Joe Cook to Bevan, who drives nicely, but straight to mid-off. Oh, they'll hassle through for a single. I wasn't sure there was a single there, but it was right on the edge of the circle. That is, I don't think I can't remember seeing that in professional cricket, with 2 players theoretically dropping a catch off the same ball.
How are they going to mark that down in the analysis side of it?
I'll leave that to you to worry about.
Chris Hardy, where is he?
So it could have been a 3rd wicket for Joe Cook, who removed Connor Brown and Brad Wadlin in successive deliveries, both caught behind. 2 slips posted. Joe Cook bowls, and Callaway drives it back to him on the bounce. And there's no run.
As I said, it's great to see these youngsters under this pressure. Obviously there's a lot of confidence in the group, the Glamorgan group, from last year's success, and obviously the way they're going about their business this season as well in the championship. So you can see, there's an aura in their play at the moment.
In comes Joe Cook. Bowls, and Callaway's pushing forward defensively. He's certainly determined to try and play himself in. But in terms of the personnel of the Wales national county side, I mean, it's You must have a pretty packed phone contact list there, because you get through a lot of players, don't you, one way or another?
It's very difficult. It is very difficult. We've got a lot of fixtures on as well with the under-18s as well, juggling around them, the players around that. Obviously, the academy have got games.
Joe Cook in bowls, and Callaway's beaten outside off stump.
You do have the odd holiday in the middle of the summer as well, where players go away. It is quite tricky, you know, from a one-day perspective. A lot of players are available on the Sundays for the 50 overs and the T20s, and then when it turns around to the 3-day cricket, when you know they don't become available because of work commitments. So it is quite tricky to juggle.
72 for 4 as Joe Cook is into bowl, and Callaway defends. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem that people running club sides around the country will be familiar with, but you're obviously operating at a higher level than that, and you're trying to get a decent class side on the field for 3 days several times a season.
Yeah, and our lads have been, they've been particularly good over the previous seasons and this season, to be honest with availability. But again, the fixture clashes become quite tricky, because obviously you want to compete in different competitions as well. The under-18s are doing really well, so you want to give them an opportunity of actually being successful. So yeah, it's getting a balance of the team right, really.
Dowthwaite is in to bowl to Tom Bevan on 40 not out, and he's nearly chopped that one onto his stumps, head it down into ground. The ball rolled back to Chris Cook.
I just hope Tom now just settles down and just sees this as a potentially an area where he can bat 40 overs and get 120, 130 not out, and he's capable of doing that. So I hope he himself and Ben see that as an opportunity to bat a bit of time against quality bowling.
4 centuries, I believe, for Glamorgan's second 11 this season. Bevan, as he faces up to Dowthwaite and pulls that one just over mid-wicket. Didn't get all of it. He's got a single. They'll come back for a second. McIlroy's throw comes in, but Callaway is safely home at the non-striker's end. 74 for 4.
Yeah, very good running by Ben Callaway, in and out very quickly, turned. Jamie McIlroy's got a very good arm as well, so he was to the ball quickly, but yeah, he took his arm on and got in quite comfortably there for 2.
As Bevan has to readjust gloves, etc. And got in a bit of a tangle. Now he's ready to face Dowthwaite. Pounds in, hair flopping, and this one is driven towards mid-off and just over a leaping Kieran Carson. It's run away for 4 runs, and Bevan moves on to 46. Slight miss hit there.
Here we go. If Jamie McIlroy's there, that's out.
Yeah,
right. He's 2 foot taller.
Well, I was going to think of a diplomatic way to say that Kieran Carlson's the shortest player at the Glamorgan side.
Kieran will have a giggle at that, don't worry.
And couldn't quite get a finger on that as he leapt on the edge of the 30-metre fielding circle. 78 for 4. Bevan on to 46. Can he convert that into a half century against his sometime teammates? Next ball is blocked back to Dowthwaite. No run.
I think they've been regular teammates, these two, this season, by the looks of it. Dan played one game for the national counties against Berkshire. Well, I think it was 2 T20 games, actually. It did well, did pretty well that day. And they've been regularly playing second team cricket together.
As Dowthwaite in to bowl to Bevan, who pulls that over mid-wicket. That's a big blow to reach his half century. That's cleared the boundary by 5 metres, and Tom Bevan reaches 52 in the grand style. It's come off just 44 deliveries, so it's been as quick as Root and Ingram reaching that milestone, and he's got there in style with a maximum. 84 for 4.
And remember, it's against the county attack as well. So
5 4s, 3 6s.
It's not against the regular amateurs playing. It's against the county attack, so he's done exceptionally well here.
Faces up again to Douthwaite, who muscles that one, Bevan, through mid-wicket for 4 more, all along the ground. 88 for 4.
They're 2 quality shots, them. 2 absolutely high-class shots by Tom Bevan. 2 short balls from Dan Douthwaite, and he's onto him like a flash, in fairness. First one dismissed to get his 50 over mid-wicket boundary for 6, and then the second one along the deck in utmost control. 2 high-class shots.
Yeah, 2 different ways of striking the ball. One high in the air, the other all along the ground. Tom Bevan moves to 56 not out, Wales to 88 for 4, but this in pursuit theoretically of 332 to win this 40-over match. Ben Callaway on to strike.
Where's your money, Nick?
With all due respect to your boys, Darren, I think you'll get long odds on.
There's a lot of the boys up in the balcony there. They're fancying the chances. 88
for 4. Wales coach Darren Thomas with us on commentary as Joe Cook bowls, and that's clipped through mid-wicket for Ben Callaway to get off the mark with a boundary, and stylish way to do it.
Well, what a beautiful shot that was! Just a little bit of fuller length from Joe Cook onto Ben Callaway's pads, and very dismissive through the mid-wicket boundary for 4, all along the deck as well. What lovely control.
Ball back in Joe Cook's hands. As he's in to bowl, Callaway pushes out on the offside, no run. One thing I was going to ask you about, Darren, obviously as a fast bowler from Wales yourself, it's gone a little bit barren on the production line. I mean, if you look at the Wales fast bowlers in this game, you've got an experienced club pro in Richard Edwards, and you've got a seamer, Andy Gorvin, who's from Hampshire, and the youngsters coming through, 18 to 20 years old. Joe Cook bowls and Callaway tries to cut and misses. An area you'd be particularly keen to get young talent coming through, and I see Glamorgan are having some sort of talent hunt in the next few weeks as well.
Yeah, I think that's for the players outside the pathway, from what I gather.
Yeah.
There's a batch of seamers coming. Well, Ben's obviously played today. He's what is he, under 18, Ben? I think 17. Ultimately, we've got another lad, Will Moore, that's coming through, who's got a bit of pace from Kamar then.
This is a appeal for LBW, not given. They'll run a leg by down to third man.
We got a boy, Zach Lariche. He's currently injured, but he's got a bit of pace. He's on the academy, so there are three to four seamers that are coming through. Then we got a batch of seamers underneath that from the age of 13 and 14 that we're quite excited about. So there is talent ID going on around that area. And then obviously Richard Allman's heading up the talent pathway for Glamorgan, and we're trying to identify them players and bringing them in and doing skills groups throughout the winter and potentially through the summer as well, assisting them along the way.
As Joe Cook's in bowls and Bevan smashes that one over long on for 6. That's a big blow as well.
That's a beautiful shot. Lovely swing of the bat by Tom again. Yeah, just a little bit over pitch from Joe Cook, and he's onto it like a flash.
Well, he certainly put his case for a place in the Glamorgan squad somewhere in this one-day cup competition.
Well, you can't keep refusing runs, ultimately. And it's going to be tough to break into this team, but ultimately you can't keep refusing runs. 99
for 4. Joe Cook bowls again. Oh, he's nearly played on. The ball trickles back and
it did hit the stumps.
It has knocked the bails off.
Lucky charm. Come on, Tom.
Tom Bevan remains at the wicket on 99 for 4. He's on 62 of them, and that one trickled back ever so gently, as he didn't even have time to kick it away, really. But you take my point, Darren, that in recent years that a lot of Welsh talent has either not quite made it or been plagued by injury and forced to give up, and the one youngster of whom I expected to become a regular, Rowan Walker, went off to Leicestershire in search of more regular opportunities more quickly.
Well, hopefully saying what I just mentioned about in terms of the talent ID, we can hold on to these players and they don't go off to your rugbies and footballs and other things and other sports, and they stay within our system, and we can develop them into what we want to develop him into. I know obviously Richard's got visions with that. I'm helping him out with the fast bowling groups. And obviously Ali's just become a lead in terms of identifying a fast bowling pathway from outside our sort of like a national squads in effect. So it's going to be quite an exciting time for that.
Andrew Salter in the attack at 99 for 4 bowls and worked away off his legs by Callaway, but straight to square leg.
Lovely time for Salter to come on now, isn't it? 99 for 4, 233 to win.
Yep.
Perfect time for him.
Yes, he might fancy his chances of picking up a few wickets scored in the outfield somewhere as Salter bowls, and Callaway steps back and hits off the back foot up to long on for a single. So Douthwaite was a bit expensive, 1 for 34 in his 4 overs, been replaced at this Cathedral Road end by Andrew Salter, who will rattle through his overs.
Not a big spinner of the ball, Andrew, is he?
No.
But ultimately he's got decent control of his line of length.
Knows what he's about in terms of the county game. Reverse sweep comes out from Tom Bevan. That was a confident shot down towards backward point. Billy Root runs round the pavilion boundary and Bevan is back for a couple of runs. He moves on to 64, 102 for 4.
Yep, straight away he's prompted a field change. So mid-wicket's come out. He's taken his mid-wicket and he's gone to backward point. So he's got 2 men behind backward point now. So it's opened up the leg side for 1. Easy 1.
There we are. Tucked away for a single by Bevan. 103 for 4.
And now they're going to apply pressure onto Ben. So they're going to bring that man back into to mid-wicket to try and actually create a couple of dots against Ben. Ben has it in his locker as well. He does play the reverse sweep pretty well. But whether he bring it out this early is another thing.
He's only on 5 not out. As there is the reverse sweep, as predicted by Darren Thomas, Wales coach.
But that's good batting. That's really good batting because he wants to manipulate the field to take easy ones through mid-wicket.
That one down to short third man, no run. Salter into Callaway, comes down the wicket, plays it towards mid-wicket. Carlson makes a sliding stop. And there's no run. 103 for 4 Wales after 18 overs. In reply to Glamorgan's 331 for 7, and Michael Hogan will come into the commentary box.
Thank you, Nick.
Many thanks for your time, Darren. Good to see you. Absolutely. Darren Thomas, former Glamorgan all-rounder and a Wales coach, will go and deliver his words of wisdom back to the Wales team and mastermind a revival from somewhere or other. And Edward Bevan will come in and he'll be joined in a moment by Michael Hogan, if we can get these microphones switched round. As starting the over is Joe Cook, bowls to Bevan, who takes a single on the onside. 105 for 4, I think that should be. Callaway is on to strike. Where are you going, Edward? It's a bit of a tango here, both tripping over each other's feet. Joe Cook is into bowl and bowls, and Callaway comes down the wicket, mistimes that one, but he's got it through Van der Hoogten at mid-off, who dived over the top of it. It wasn't fully hit, but it's gone away for 4 runs, 108 for 4. Callaway moves on to 9 not out here on BBC Sport Online. I'll let Edward take up commentary, and he'll be joined by the Southern Brave fast bowler, Michael Hogan. Sorry, Edward, shouldn't wind you up on a Sunday.
Yes, Cook plays it out to mid-on, and Callaway remains on 9, 66 to Bevan, 108 for 4. This in reply to a mammoth 332 for 7 from Glamorgan. Seen 2 impressive performances, one from Cook here, one from Bevan. As this ball comes in, clipped away by Callaway, wide of mid-on, and they go through for a single. And beautiful afternoon. And England have lost both openers, 40-odd for 2, struggling down at the Rose Bowl, which will be home for Michael Hogan when I speak to him in just a moment for the next whatever it is. As in comes Cook and bowls. And, this is played off the back foot there, out to deep extra cover, and they go through for a single. Cook is let's have a look. He's in bowling his 5th over, 2 for 27. Started off with those 2 wickets in 2 balls, and probably nailed down his place for the first game at Derby next Tuesday. Still the slip in though, David Lloyd, as in comes Cook over the wicket. Bowles didn't really get a hold of that, did Callaway, but he's going to get a single. That's the over completed, and in reply to that 332 to win, Nelson is on the board. It's 111 for 4, leading the way with someone, Michael Hogan, you rate very highly, Tom Bevan.
Yeah, obviously we've seen a little bit of him in the last couple of games of T20s for us, but he's played some good cricket in the 2s for us. He's got 100 in each format, or a couple of hundreds in each format actually. So
does he play this way in 3-4-day cricket for the seconds?
No, he's a lot more reserved. I think Babs, in terms of white ball, he likes to go over the top, but I think he can control his game to suit the the conditions and the colour of the ball, I suppose.
Salter starts another over. He's bowling to Callaway. Bowls now, and this is swept. It beats a dive-in attempt, and he's going to run away for 4, which should never really have been a 4. That's Tim van der Gooten. He's examining his knee.
Spikes, I think, there. But I think with Tim, he's had a lot of issues with dislocated shoulders on either side, so his diving is he's very tentative, rightly so. I think his bowling's more important than his fielding. And, you generally find him at short, fine leg for the most part against the spinners to try and hide him, but yeah.
He's going down to the orthodox fine leg on the boundary now as Salter comes in, bowls. Forcing shot by Callaway up towards, they'll think of a second, but Douthwaite is onto it pretty quickly, and instead of capitulating as we thought they might do at 1 for 4, we've seen Tom Bevan play an excellent counter-attacking innings here. Hits the ball very, very hard and very long, as this time it's played to short fine leg. They'll have to hurry as the return is a wayward return coming in, and they would struggle at that return come over the top, but they scramble a single. 117 for the loss of these 4 wickets. Salter over the wicket, bowls, and the reverse sweep, which does not come off for Callaway.
It's a nice option with the field as it is. Only one man behind point there, I think, trying to get probably square leg over that side as well, so it's a nice option.
Salter bowls a flatter delivery, hits straight at short extra cover, where it is fielded. Salter walks back to this Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's driven on the onside. Well flighted delivery into leg stump. They'll come back for no, they're not going to come back for a second, which I thought they might have. That completes. Excuse me. Michael, lots to talk to you about. Let's go back a week, shall we? In that magnificent victory at Leicester. Everybody seemed to play as, but after that fantastic innings, of course, by Sam Northeast, and not to make you blush, but you and Michael Nisa, who took 4, Nisa 3, ran through Leicestershire in the afternoon, and it was a terrific all-round performance and a wonderful game to watch over the 4 days.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where do you start? Obviously, Sam's innings, I thought we bowled well enough in the first innings. Probably created
Did
15 chances in the first innings and took 10. So, and I think equally, Leicester probably created a few more chances than if they had taken the game, would have been a completely different, taking a completely different complexion. So, interesting seeing ground mine. The visuals weren't great, but as you said, Sam, the way he played, and along with Colin and Chris as well, were fantastic. I mean, that's probably the best win I've ever been involved in my career, certainly.
McIlroy's coming on at the other end now, the River Taff end, and he's going to get a single. Is Callaway off the first ball will bring Bevan. Now, surely he's going to he's put in a long on back on the boundary. First of all, it was a beautiful batting pitch, wasn't it?
It was nice. Yeah, I mean,
didn't see much doing.
Not to take away from obviously the. I think it offered a bit through the air, which helped us in the on the last day.
Was there something there? Was there?
Yeah, there was just enough, and sort of.
Here comes the next ball, and that's pulled, and that's 4 runs because Fine Leg is up in the ring, and Callaway,
Bevan.
Yes, Bevan, the batsman, but McIlroy, the bowler, drifting down that leg side. And if you don't, as you well know, if you don't have a fine leg back in the boundary, it's just helped on its way. And he's looking towards another 100. He's 72 not out of 123. He's had it gave a difficult chance to slip, but it was thrown back up in the air. Chris Cook couldn't get near it. That's the only. He did play and miss a few times early on when the ball was just moving around for a couple of overs, but he's making a point here. There's McIlroy around the wicket, bowls, and it's played to backward point. Callaway was coming down the pitch there. And going back to Leicester, a lot of people said, I spoke to the umpires the night before, and they said, look, Glamorgan have got a better attack, and also when you go in there, you're trying to defend, anything can happen. They don't want to get beaten after scoring 5-8-4, and their words were true. McIlroy bowls. Oh, he's taking a big swing at that, goes through to the keeper. I think that's true to say, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the cards were in our favour, I suppose, where they had nothing to play for, and I think probably carrying some baggage from a similar result they had earlier in the season. We sort of felt if we could get that change room moving and get some sort of create some nerves in there, then we could, potentially roll through them. But
next ball, it's dabbed down into the gully. There's no run, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously to take three before tea there. It was a little bit of a push, sort of a little bit behind the 8 ball, but 2 in and over, and then Salt's bowled really well, picked up a couple there, and then Ness come and got two more in and over, and we all of a sudden we start to believe, and they start to panic. So
yeah, oh, that's a big hit. That's gone into the pavilion, and that is a very big hit. My word, this young man does give it a tap. 6. He moves on to 78, and. Well, you would put him in the squad, wouldn't you, after seeing this? But as I mentioned earlier on, when you've got a batting order like you've got, it's not going to be easy.
It's hard to get him in, yeah.
You've got Lloyd, North East, Ingram, Carlson, Root, Cook. Okay, Carlson's not getting many runs at the moment, but you can't drop your captain who picked up the cup last year. So he's putting himself in the frame. Certainly if one of those batsmen gets injured, then you would think, I think why not?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, he's got runs in every format he's played for us in the twos. He keeps knocking on the door, so yeah. And like you've seen here, he's got some very, very good shots. So.
There's a cheeky little shot going down towards the boundary from Callaway. A scoop, the Dilshan scoop. It's 2 runs for him, and he's given useful support here. He's moved on to 20, and in Bevan's minds, they're going to get the 200 runs that they need to win, or 201.
Yeah, well, they're keeping the rate just around 10s. I think if if Glamorgan just drift along here, That's a nice shot as well.
It's a beautiful shot, and that's 4 second bounce up towards long off. I said it earlier, I'm a bit surprised that Andrew doesn't have a man either one long off or a long on back, especially when Bevan, because he's just played that gently.
He's got long on, but he's quite wide out here. I think there's a little bit of slow turn. I think he's expecting him to drag it that way, but that's a nice controlled shot.
Beautiful shot. Salter bowls. This is played again firmly out onto the onside, and he is moving on very quickly towards a century here. He's on 78 out of 136 for 4. Trying to see what the test match is going like. I'll keep an eye on that. And this ball is...
They've just lost Milan, I think, over there, Ed.
Are they?
Yeah.
So there's 3 down. Oh. So they're struggling. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So Milan has gone, Roy's gone, and Butler's gone. So they're in dire straits, England. Salter looks at the field now for Callaway. As he comes over the wicket, gets close to the stumps and plays it out onto the onside where Carlson will field. Yeah, it was a historic victory, and especially in my lifetime, I can't see that happening again in a hurry. But somebody getting 410 not out and playing properly. Here's the reverse coming up, and that's 4 runs.
Nice
a good shot by Callaway. Just got into position.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, he I think it wasn't until, I think he's hit one ball over the top earlier in his first 100, and then
2 6s to get to 400.
I think to have the mental capacity to not get bored and wait until he was, what was he, 396 before he hit his second 6, and his third as well. After that, it was extraordinary, yeah. And then, like I said, just that bowling performance, team performance was, to top that off, was unbelievable as well. So,
and it's put Glamorgan in a very, very good position. They're second in the championship.
Well, exactly, yeah.
And we've got a game in hand, of course, over the sides. Derbyshire are 4th, but we got a game in hand over them. We've got a game in hand against Middlesex, which is an absolutely crucial game.
There were a round of games, obviously last week when we didn't play, or this week when we didn't play, which I think a little bit of weather and some results were in our favour in terms of draws rather than wins. So,
I watched the Worcester Derby game.
Course, yeah.
It's very much like our game. There's a new over from McIlroy. It's short again, and it's pulled out to deep mid-wicket. Bowling purposely short, I think. We've seen that. I spoke to Mark Wallace about that earlier on. You see it in 2020, and purposely bowled short because you've a man there and a man there, square.
Yeah. It is a plan, but I feel like
sometimes
they probably got a bit more pace than us.
Yeah.
It's and a used wicket. I think we could do with just getting a little bit fuller.
Down the pitch comes Callaway. He's on 29, pushes it up to mid-off.
I mean, you saw the way that Joe Cook bowled. He seems unassuming, but he just drops it on a length.
Or just back of an end sometimes.
In white ball cricket, and he seems to do something with it. He had obviously the nick that got parried off Dave to Chris there that was nearly caught. That was, he's just there and thereabouts, which is always a good spot.
Oh, this could be out. I think he might be safe. Yeah, he hit it high up into the air. That was Callaway, and it dropped short of Billy Root coming in from the square leg boundary, and fine leg was never going to get there. So he just gets away with it, and Callaway, fair play to him as well. He is playing his shots. 80 for Bevan. He's got strike. Still hasn't got anybody straight.
Yeah, he's almost got his hands tied as to the length he has to bowl here.
He's trying to pull that. It gets the bottom of the bat and just lobs in the front of Chris Cook. No slips now.
Well, the umpire's just given that's 2 over the shoulder, so it'll be interesting to see if the field changes here now. So obviously he can't go high again, or it'll be a no ball in a warning. So it's going to stay the same by the way.
McIlroy from the far end, and that's the river end, comes in and bowls, and that's Could be out. Yes. Well, he's gone for 80, a splendid innings, and well, McIlroy, whether that was a slower ball, just look at the replay. No. He tried to clear mid-off, but Ingram was there just waiting for it to make the clean catch. And a little tap on the back from Sam Northeast for Tom Bevan. It really was a splendid innings. And we will be hearing a lot more, I think, of this young man. It's only the second time I think I've seen him play. And plays some splendid shots, and I think what you're saying, prophesying that he will be a very, very good player in due course.
Yeah, I think so. He's got power, and he's got a little bit of touch as well. So there's certainly something there to work with. I think he's an excellent fielder, and he's got he's bowled some useful off spin. So I think there's a package there that with something to work with for us moving forward, hopefully. So he's certainly done, like I said, he's done well in 2. So we'll see what happens. But he's played nicely.
Very, very good innings. Right, we're coming now to the next chapter in your life. First of all, there's Yes, that's chapter 1 is. Now you've been picked for the 100. Did it surprise you?
Yeah.
Not that you've been a very good record in Glamorgan's one day, but
I think considering that I hadn't played T20 for 2.5 years, it was sort of like a bit of a. I didn't go in the draft last year, and it was only this year that. Obviously my wife and the kids have moved back to Australia just a few weeks ago, so I thought, well, if they were still here, I probably wouldn't have gone in the draft either, but those dates seemed to work out, so I thought I may as well just in case.
A bit of pocket money,
and it was only really the morning of the cut-off time that I actually registered, so
something different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It'll be good. I think it'll be good to experience sort of the 100, and something I can tell people that I did. And
next thing we know, he'll be in the Big Bash in the winter. If you have a successful competition.
Well, the way that competition's gone down the road, I'm at every chance to be a top pick there. But
anyway, Andrew Gorvin has gone first ball. He doesn't want to go.
We can't
you
stand
better
that.
go a bit quickly, Andy, because you'll be booked.
Actually, that's not bad. He can get booked for them. It's not us.
Yes, and keep looking at now. That's Paul Baldwin, senior umpire, and in my mind, a very good umpire. I was giving him out immediately, and he stood there. Bit of naughty boy that. He's gone, and there are 6 wickets down.
It doesn't seem like the bat's anywhere near the pad, so there must have been a noise there, but.
So that's the second time we've seen 2 in 2.
Was caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Jamie McIlroy.
That's the 3rd catch for. My word, Chris Cook has taken some catches this year. That's another quiz question that came up, and I was telling Andrew Hignell, who's loving it all, the statistician. He said, when was the last time somebody scored 191 not out in a game and took 8 catches?
Wow.
I'm not quite sure, Andrew. I've got my head. So.
Let's give some credit to the bowlers, I think.
Yeah.
All he has to do
typical
is
bowler. Nick, yeah.
Hold his hands out.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a bit of a shame. Look at this lopsided scorecard. 80, 18, 7, 0, 4, 0. Which shows how much they really depend. Right, and I heard, a little bird told me again, that at the end of the match in the dressing room in Leicester, the boys pleaded with you to change your decision, to stay here. There's a petition going around Wales, and I think you're being very unfair, to us all, by retiring so early in your career.
Edward.
You're only 41.
I know.
Do you agree, Nick?
I'm well aware of how old I am. I feel it every morning.
Yes, you're fit as a fiddle.
Yeah,
we don't have to play in every game. We don't play one day.
No.
It's a shame.
If it was that easy, I mean, it's the bits from 11 till 6:30 are the easy parts that you see. It's the trying to drag myself out of bed and having the half-hour shower with hot water on my back to try and free it up, and all these sorts of things that you have to deal with. So
No, we'll keep a petition going anyhow.
Yeah. Start a GoFundMe page. You never know.
Perhaps I'll get in touch with you, Mrs. Hogan.
Well, you best hold the phone away from your ear, Edward.
That's the end of the over. 2 wickets fell in it, and it's 143 for 6. And Teggett Phillips, the Welsh-speaking all-rounder, has come in at number 8. So Rachel might not want to talk to me then.
No, I don't think so. Well, actually, I don't think she'll mind talking. She likes you, Ed, but
Does she? No good
but I don't think that you will
be answered in the affirmative.
Be able to sway her mind either. I think it was
unanimous
decision that we had made long time ago now. So and we're happy with it. So
that's fine. And this ball is pushed to mid-on. There's no run. We play a bit of club cricket out there, just
maybe.
Bat number 11.
Just going back on that, I think, like I said, and I've said, I'd much rather go out like a year I'm having this year rather than
been dropped.
Maybe stay on for one more season and then get a tap on the shoulder in July and say this is quite not working out. So I mean, if it means that I finish on a high and
go out on the high. So many sportsmen do that, don't they?
Glamorgan support, well, yeah, and a lot don't either as well. So, but leave happy memories and some disappointed ones. So.
Yeah. Good delivery from Salter. Drifts away with the arm and into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Interesting field here with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on either side, saving a single. As Glamorgan sent to victory, is only 6 wickets down, but we get another single as Phillips pushes it out onto the off-on side. So I think I might play a little bit of cricket. Would that be grade cricket then?
Yeah, but a lower
grade than the first grade.
Yeah. So
my batsman there makes it into a full toss, and it's running away for 4. Van der Gooten will pick it up just inside and returns, and they take 2 runs.
So
end of the over. Yes,
I'll likely play in the Newcastle competition, maybe after Christmas next year, I suppose. I did. So my brother-in-law, I promised him that I would play. I'm sort of wishing I didn't. I told him that I would play the back half of the season for them. So we'll.
Good. We must follow your future and see if you're taking wickets, and then perhaps again there'll be a petition coming out. But that's the grade cricket is pretty strong out there, though.
Yeah, it's strong.
It's stronger than second 11 cricket here. But no, I'm sure everybody appreciates it, though they're disappointed, and. We'll probably have a chat about it later on in the season. McIlroy is going to start another over.
That's very close to a hat-trick.
Oh, dear me. That went very, very close.
Oy.
And I'm afraid Phillips did not quite know how to play that. Mm. 147 for 6. As McIlroy bowling, left arm seam from the river end, comes in and bowls. That's another poor shot, and have to be said, as he tries to cut that away, but there are 2 slips of the keeper waiting. And he didn't make any sort of contact. What do you think of the season that Glamorgan will have now in the this competition? Because they're far stronger batting-wise, aren't they, than they were last year? Far stronger. And just wait for McIlroy to bowl. And that's gone caught behind. Has he given him?
He's given him.
He given, yeah.
Not sure. I might have hit him on the head, didn't it?
These boys are a bit staring at the umpire ball, right? Just look at this.
We might have brushed him on top of the helmet, that one.
No, I think he gloved it.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
I don't think Teg thought he gloved it.
So Phillips goes for 1, and another catch for Mr. Cook.
Tagged Phillips was caught by Chris Cook off the bowling of Jamie.
He's turned himself up here, isn't he?
So what did he score? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in single figures, and then there's an 18 and 18. How disjointed is that? So the 7 wickets gone for 147, and I'm talking to Michael Hogan up here. Looking forward, probably not looking forward to his retirement, but looking forward to the end of the season. What a sort of pitch Middlesex will prepare for Glamorgan up there.
Looking forward to what the end or the back end of the season brings. To be fair, it's
yeah.
You know, it's probably a shame that this period of the season has come as it has, because obviously we're on a bit of a roll there. We've had a strong draw against Notts and 3 wins in that block.
You're on a roll, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't start me off on that, the disjointed season. You probably heard of Martin Bicknell, former Surrey opening bowler. He wrote on social media yesterday, he said, I didn't play a lot of one-day cricket, but if I was opening the bowling for Surrey now, what am I going to do to keep my rhythm for the next 5 weeks? Exactly what you're saying, and going back to 4-day cricket. It's purely money, we know that, but the season is getting so disjointed, and there is a rift. You can see it through the country that some people are looking forward to this new competition which started last year, and others, I bought an article in today on a Sunday newspaper, and it's quite scathing. It's about cricket not being played much on the weekends, unless they have the first day of a championship match, and the sort of tradition has gone out of it, and it's all on the new 5 weeks. When is a young lad, when is your little boy ever going to watch championship cricket if he lived in this country, and how to play and defend? He's not going to see it. Anyway, there's the first ball being bowled to Jardine, and he pushes it away. That's my point, Mike. And I think it's very, very sad that Mr. Strauss has recommended you only have 10 matches next year in Championship cricket, so you're going to have 5 games at home. What are the members going to say? If I can bother to be a member and just see 5 games in the 1 days. Anyhow, McIlroy bowls, and that's the way a lot of us see it, but I suppose they say we must move on, but where are we moving on to? I never figure out. Which, as you've just said, it's going to be strange. Like yourself, Tim Merton, he's not going to play in the 100. I don't know if Roland Jones is. There are 2 examples again of fine bowlers.
Yeah.
It's worth thinking about this. McIlroy bowls.
Oh, it's hit him in the head, that.
Yeah, bang on the head, which gives us a chance to chat further, because this will take half an hour.
He seems okay. I think it's just bounced up on his shoulder.
Why can't he say, I'm fine, there's no need?
Well, I think that's
protocol.
A lot of obviously head knocks in all sports now are deemed, as a concern, right, and rightly so.
Yeah.
So they've got to take certain precautions. I know that I got hit a few years ago in Sussex.
Sussex, remember it?
And I actually felt fine. And then it wasn't until I was checked over by the physio and everything felt as normal. And then when I bent down to pick up my gloves and things off the ground, and I nearly fell over. Yeah. So it's just everything seems as normal. And as soon as I bent over, it was completely different. I had no balance and I had to go off, but there was no concussion subs in that stage, so I actually had to sit out the rest of the match, which was...
Yes, I remember it well.
But yeah, so you can't take any risks as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, rightly so.
Stuff, so.
Welcome to stay with us. Nick is going to have his turn at commentary. I'm sure people would rather listen to you than to me much longer, and change your
You're probably
voice.
right. You're probably right.
You've been saying that for 41 years.
Well, yeah, you're still here. Still here.
Yes.
Keep fighting the good fight.
Unless I'm dismissed next year or whatever.
Well, you never know.
Try and keep on
You
going.
can retire with me.
Right, just if you've come in from the garden or you've been out on the beach, whatever you've been doing
all the
today.
boys waving to me. They're happy days.
Yes, they're probably listening to you.
Yeah.
I can tell you that Glamorgan were put in by Wales national counties, and they got off to a good start. David Lloyd made 56, and a fine innings by Colin Ingram in such good form these days. He made 110. Billy Root supported him well, 51, and then Cook 26. Douthwaite had a very hard hit in 41, enabling Glamorgan to get a very big score of 331 for 7. We've seen a splendid innings by Tom Bevan, who's made 80 out of this score of 148 for 7. But the rest of the batsmen haven't really shown anything. The 2 wickets went in successive ball. First 2 balls that Joe Cook bowled, and then McIlroy got 2 in 2. So Glamorgan very much on top, and it's a totally different last year when they were beaten in this practice game by the opposition. And I think they performed pretty well. They batted as if there was a plan in force, especially Colin Ingram didn't flay at anything. He just hit some wonderful shots and backed up well by another left-hander in Billy Root. So that's me done for a bit, and I'll leave you now in the capable hands as Messrs Hogan and Webb, who might well describe. I've got to say a word about the Glamorgan physio, Georgina, who I think it's this week or the week after, is in that Iron Man thing.
Yes.
Down in Tembe.
For charity, yes.
Yeah,
for the life-saving charity.
Yeah, you've got to swim, you've got to cycle, and you've got to run, because she came in to the hotel one night and she was dripping with sweat. I said, what on earth have you been doing? I've just been on a 10-miler. And then I'm going down out into the baths to swim. So good luck if you're listening, or if you're here, or whatever, and hope that you get in the top 3.
I think, not to your dismay, Edward, I think she's actually also working for the Welsh Fire Women, so right.
Oh dear, yes. Edward will be equally thrilled to hear that I was doing some interviews at a Welsh Fire launch event in the castle yesterday, so that'll be on BBC Sport Online in the next couple of days. Talking to briefly to the men's coach, Gary Kirsten, who is all in favour of the New World Order, as you might expect. 141 for 8 for 7. We're back in play. Sam Jardine is on strike on 1. Ben Callaway has been past fit to continue, and Jardine drives back to Salter, and there's no run. The yellow of Glamorgan, familiar from those victory pictures at Trent Bridge last August. Salter wearing 21 is into bowl, and Jardine slams him long on. 1 bounce 4 into the ropes. 152 for 7. Jardine, that's his first boundary. Another youngster, 20 years old, and plays for the Neath club. Some fairly raw talent in this Wales side, as you might expect. Salter bowls, and Jardine plays straight to Carlson at short mid-wicket. There's no run. Salter wheels through these overs pretty quickly. If the ball doesn't disappear in the distance, finds this one played off the back foot by Jardine, out towards cover. They'll take a single, but that's all as Billy Root's throw comes in. 153 for 7. Callaway on to strike for the first time since that blow on the bonds. And Salter is into bowl to him, driven up to McIlroy at mid-off. They've hassled through for a quick single, and they get home safely. Well, this is going to end in a big Glamorgan win, in contrast to last year, Michael, when you must have wondered what the competition held for you, having lost to the mixed second-tier side.
Yeah, I mean, it was
top ball.
I think there were a number of factors in that game last year that sort of caused that result, but perhaps a little bit of complacency may have been there. We sort of drifted along the first half of our bowling innings, and it wasn't until maybe we realised that we were going to go down that we actually started taking some wickets and stuff. So, I mean, we obviously had a chat about that. I'm sure there were a few people on the phone to David Harrison and asking what is going on.
It's the polite version.
But, yeah.
Here's Jamie McIlroy in to bowl to Callaway on 34. It's a full-length ball on leg stump. Hits him on the pad and squirts down to fine leg for a leg by.
But I think, we were happy with our processes, and I think the back half of that we executed quite well, but it was, we just sort of drifted along there, so we had to make sure that our intensity through the rest of that tournament, or from start to finish of that tournament, was going to be on, and because, obviously we had a weakened side with the guys that we had out, but
McIlroy bowls and Jardine defends.
We were, from that point on, I think we had a chat after the game, and from that point on we were up for it. So maybe a result we need to have. Also, the pitch sort of played its part a little bit in terms of very very used wickets, sort of maybe evened the playing field a little bit. But
McIlroy bowls, Jardine drives to mid off, no run.
But in reality, for maybe 75% of that game we were actually outplayed. So fair enough. But we sort of had a rundown on that and made sure that we weren't in that position again. So
155 for 7 here, Wales, in reply to Glamorgan's 331 for 7 as McIlroy is in, bowls a short ball outside off stump that Jardine shapes to pull but then doesn't really go through with the shot. England are stumbling to defeat their 79 for 7.
Ball.
And there's 2 wickets and 2 balls fallen at the Aegeus Bowl there as Chris Jordan manages to avoid a hat-trick dismissal.
Southern Brave.
As that's down leg side from McIlroy, wide called. Yeah, you'll be meeting up with the Sussex and Hampshire boys, quite a few of them, aren't you? And the what colour's the kit? Is it green?
Green, I think.
Green?
Yeah, green. Can't remember what
style
of crisp it is. That's one of.
As McIlroy bowls and flicked away on the leg side by Jardine for a single, 157 for 7. Well, wouldn't be very good for the players if they get free supplies of crisps. Almost as bad as the days when you used to have tobacco sponsorship for most of the competition. That upped my smoking content considerably in my 20s at one point. As that beats Callaway outside off stump through to Cook. No run. It's terrible. Come down here to report on Glamorgan. People will be lobbing packets of fags at you, and in your 20s you think, I might as well smoke them then.
Wow. Yeah.
Thankfully that didn't last forever.
So fortunately, that hasn't been a thing in my era or career. But I've heard a few stories around the traps from Matt and a few others that how it used to be. But
McIlroy has finished with 3 for 39. So left arm seamer has been something that has been missing from the Glamorgan ranks since Mr. Wagg's departure. And looks as though Jamie McIlroy will be offering that bit of variety to the Glamorgan attack in this this competition.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think he's probably earned his start. He had a good...
Douthwaite bowls up in the block hole, firmly driven. Carlson just gets a hand to it. Jardine will get at least a couple of runs here. May just reach the ropes now. Carlson scrambled back to pick it up just inside the boundary, and they took 3. 159 for 7.
Yeah, just on Jamie McElroy, I think he's been in and around the squads for the last sort of 2 years. He's been a little bit unlucky with injuries, but his last 2 games in the T20, I think...
5 wickets in the 2 games.
Showed that he had something to offer, and it's good to see.
Douthwaite bowls and Jardine misses a pull shot. It's appeal for a catch behind.
Well, Cookie wants another one now.
Eventually. Well, Chris Cook's had a couple of marginal catch behind decisions go his way, but he's not getting that one. Looked with the naked eye as though he just missed the shot, but we will have a replay on the video stream. If that hit anything, it was the back of his shirt.
Left arm. I think Jamie left armour that swings it. Is there only left arm option in the squad? So
balls. That's another concussion delay as Jardine goes for the pull shot and misses it, and this will be another delay. I mean, last year, you had yourself and Lucas Carey opening the bowling. Joe Cook was a bit of an unknown quantity at the time and took hatfuls of wickets. Andrew Salter did a good job. Gorvin came in for a few. It was not quite a makeshift attack, but it wasn't a deep attack. You didn't have a lot of alternatives, did you?
No, that's right. But I guess we had to work with what we had. I think it probably, I'll say, a bit of a reliance on myself through the early part until some guys got, into a bit of confidence and a bit of form. But like I said earlier, Joe Cook is he's unassuming, but he just seems to, in this format of the game, he seems to put the ball in the right area and take wickets. So. He was. I mean, he finished the leading wicket taker in the competition, and obviously played a vital part in that final win as well. So, along with his striking and the back end, obviously the semi-final win with the bat was outstanding as well. But it was bits and pieces. It was probably helped by the pitches that we played on a little bit. Obviously, we had the used pitches from the Welsh Fire games and things which were quite slow, which made for more attritional type cricket. And we probably come up against some oppositions who wanted to play flashy style, and that cost them a lot of games really. And we sort of went about, right, well, we'll just win the toss and bowl, let them throw it away, and then we'll chase 100 and 120 to win. Yeah,
there's a couple of opposition sides bowled out very cheaply here, and back underway with Jardine pass fit to continue, and Douthwaite bowls, and he's driven that to mid-off, and there's no run. Talking about Glamorgan's loss last year, you may be interested to hear that both Middlesex and Surrey have lost in the warm-up games this year.
Oh, there we are.
Middlesex posted 350, Berkshire 354 for 4.
That's a big one, that.
Off 40.3 overs. As that one's heaved away down towards square leg, it'll just clear Joe Cook, and 4 more to Sam Jardine, who moves up to 13, 163 for 7. Just managed to pitch that somehow between the fielder and the boundary. Maybe the fielder might have been a couple of metres further back.
I think he could have been, but it is a big boundary, and but the breeze is going that way. Probably could have been a little bit more behind. Depends on whether he had a signal from Dan as to what he was going to bowl there. But he's covering a lot of grass. If it's not a bouncer, there's a lot of territory to cover. So
Downthwaite in again to Jardine, and he goes big and straight this time, down the ground, 6 runs, over long on, hammers into the seating in front of us, and some defiant blows from Sam Jardine in the Wales lower order. And Dan Downthwaite is taking a bit of a caning at the moment, 5 overs, 1 for 46. He'll need to be more economical than that when it comes to the serious stuff. There's another defeat as well for Surrey, who posted 268 all out. Buckinghamshire, in reply, 272 for 6. But having said that, that Surrey side, there's a few names I don't recognise in there. That is very much a second 11 for Surrey, I guess.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
It happens. It happened to Glamorgan last year.
The Middlesex game sounds like a ridiculous win, that.
A few names I don't recognise and a few I do in the Middlesex side, as Callaway flat bats the first ball of Joe Cook's over down to long on for a single. So are you booked into the hotel on the ground for the month down in Southampton?
I actually haven't.
Oh, don't tell me you haven't read your emails yet.
No, I haven't got one yet.
Take caravan.
I don't know where I'm off, yeah. Sleeping in the back of the car, maybe.
So that's helped away down leg sides, and 4 more for Jardine, who's going down, if they are going down with a few guns blazing at least, and Cook strayed a little down leg side and possibly losing concentration a little with the Glamorgan Seamers, with the game well won, 174 for 7.
Yeah. To be fair to Sam, I've played against him a few times in the league, and he has batted quite high on the order. Opened a few times as well, so I think he can bat.
He's just proved that again. He's slapped one over long off for 4 runs.
So he's played some nice shots here. That's a good shot.
Just cross-batted over long off. Tim van der Hoogten was up in the circle. It's run away for 4. 178 for 7. Jardine 27. Callaway 35. There's Cook bowls, and there's another one over mid-wicket, and that one will run away for 4. Nothing that Billy Root can do about it on the pavilion boundary. Joe Cook's just bowling a little bit short at the moment.
Yeah, I think in these situations when someone's coming hard, you've got to hold just one particular length and set your field to that. It's a little bit each way here, really, where he's gone a little bit short, a little bit full. And you can't. He's off already. Dave's not back yet.
In comes Joe Cook again, bowls, and that's pulled up towards mid-wicket. This one will just be a single, I think, as Gill goes flapping away, disturbed. Single taken, 183 for 7. Jardine 32. Callaway on to strike on 35.
So I think that's potentially a better option if it's a nice ball for that field. So take a bit of pace off with your 3 back on the leg side there, and bowling to your field a little bit more.
Cook bowls outside off. Callaway cuts it away. Beats a sprawling northeast at point. Salto's on the cover boundary, or cover point boundary, comes round and fails. Single to Callaway. He moves on to 36. 184 for 7 Wales after 29 of their 40 overs. 11 overs remain. Required run rate is a mere 13.5 runs per over. Time for a Hogan type to come in and swing the long handle.
Oh, God. Yes, yeah.
I'm surprised you don't seem to have ever been used as a pinch hitter by Glamorgan, to my memory. Is that true?
That's true, rightly so, yeah. Pinch hitter nor a night watchman, as it turns out.
Well, no.
England night hawk, they call them now, don't they?
A pinch hitting night watch person. Yeah. Night hawk. Downthwaite is in to bowl, and a dab and run from Callaway on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, and I think as I get a little bit older, my eyes go a little bit more as well. So
it has been noted, though, that Mr. Patel, Glamorgan's new signing for September in the Championship games, doesn't bat a lot and might be after your number 11 slot, do you think? Are you going to be rising up to number 10?
We haven't discussed. When he gets here, we'll have that conversation, I think.
As Douthwaite is into bowl, turned on the leg side by Jardine, and they'll run one. They'll come back for a second. The throw comes in towards the striker's end. That's good running from Callaway, who's got home safely.
Although, I think last year, about 10 last year at Yorkshire, I think.
Well, when McIlroy was in the side.
Yeah, and made 50 odd, so maybe it's
that's
not
a good
before
question.
long.
Is there a yearbook around there, Edward?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh yes, no, it's here. The yearbook.
Because I left Tim out there, and Jamie got out when Tim was on 80 odd. So
as that's played away on the leg side by Callaway for a single out towards mid wicket. Yes, the game in the snow.
That's it. Yeah.
Up at Headingley, first game of last season, which Glamorgan. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. No, number 10, and you made 54.
Yeah.
There we are. That's the way to go. That's where to
That were the days.
Get your final Glamorgan half-century from somewhere. 4 games to get it. 188 for 7. As that's clipped on the leg side by Callaway. That'll be another couple of runs out towards mid-wicket. Jamie McIlroy makes good ground, but they're safely home. Callaway 37, 188 for 7. That was a bizarre game, wasn't it? Because the COVID restrictions were still on, and I think I was staying in the same hotel by chance as the Glamorgan squad, and I hardly saw any of you for the 4 days because we were all cooped up in our rooms.
Yeah.
Miserable.
Yeah.
Douthwaite in, ball, short ball, down leg side. Cook claims the catch, and Callaway is walking off the glove, I think, down to Cook.
Okay. No
doubt this time. Douthwaite claims a second wicket. It's 190 for 8, and Callaway goes after a creditable 39.
Fifth catch.
Yeah, played well there, Ben. It's unfortunate he got.
Cook.
Callaway was caught by Chris Cook.
Bowl Douthwaite.
Actually, didn't have much of the strike there for a long period of time. I think Sam's faced a lot more than in there since he's come in, but he's played nicely.
Must be a strange experience playing in this sort of match, because so many of the players will have played on the same side or practiced alongside each other somewhere along the line.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, they're in and around, and through the pre-season they've trained with us as well. But it's not quite an intra-squad game, because obviously Wales want to beat Glamorgan as well. So there's a little bit more riding on it. But we obviously have a relationship with most of the players, I suppose. So can be. There's a bit more lightheartedness, I suppose, about the game than anything. But
Richard Edwards, the big fast bowler, is in at 10 for Wales. Took 3 for 40 in this fixture last year. Picked up a couple of wickets, but a bit more expensive this year. 2 for 63 in his 8 overs. 10 overs, that's not something you're going to have to worry about over the next month. A maximum of 20 balls.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see how we go. I mean, I'm under no illusions, I suppose, as to the strength of the squad that we have down there, but we'll see what happens and the way they go. But obviously I'll have a lot of work to do in training to keep my bowling loads up for the back half of the championship season. So, but you're right. 20 balls doesn't sound right. Potentially 10 balls in a row. So there we are.
That'll be a novelty. As even from someone brought up in Australia, where they played 8-ball overs for longer than most of the world back in the day.
Yeah.
Short ball from Douthwaite, uppercut by Edwards. That's a brave shot first ball, down to third man for a single. 191 for 8.
And I played in a split innings 50 over competition one year in Australia as well, where we played 20 overs a side and then had our break, and then we had another 25 overs each after. So, and you could have a sub as well. So I was able to. I would turn up to the game just with my basically a bowler bag with a couple of pairs of spikes in it and my clothes, and that was it. I was bowled my. I think you could actually bowl one bowler could bowl 12 overs as well.
All right.
It's really weird, but yeah. So I bowled my 12 overs and then.
So for the second bit, was that like starting an innings again, or was it resuming with 4 or 5 down or whatever you were?
You resume your innings again.
All right.
And then
Joe Cook is in to bowl, and Edwards defends on the offside.
Yeah, you see, there was a bonus point for first innings win, and many. It's an interesting format. It didn't. It only lasted 1 year.
Probably confused too many people.
Yeah, well, yeah, including me. But I shouldn't say that. I had my one and only 4-day, 50 over 5 wicket haul. So
single taken by Edwards down to square leg.
It's a great format. They should have kept it.
192 for 8. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Glamorgan and Southern Brave fast bowler Michael Hogan, alongside myself, Nick Webb, Edward Bevan. We've had Darren Thomas and Mark Wallace join us on commentary as well. Our thanks to them. As Joe Cook from the River Taff end bowls a wide outside off stump. Attempted slower ball that didn't quite come out. Right, I guess that was meant to be just inside the blue line. I think it was meant to be a wider ball, but not that wide. Hide it.
Yeah, just sort of drifted off that way, didn't it? Maybe with the breeze, or load up and go again.
Cook in, bowls on leg stump, clipped away by Jardine down to backward square. Comfortable couple of runs as Billy Root's throw comes in to Chris Cook, 195 for 8, so Wales at least earning respectability thanks to the efforts of Tom Bevan with 80, Ben Callaway 39, and now Sam Jardine 37 not out. Joe Cook into bowl, slow ball, helped away on the leg side by Jardine for a single. He moves on to 38, 196 for 8.
He's trying to work it.
What's he trying to bowl, Michael?
He bowls off cutters into the pitch there, I think, yeah. Sort of, that's generally his go-to slower ball. He's got a back of the hand one, which may have been the one that drifted off wide, so into the pitch with that field with the mid-wicket out as well.
Cook bowls, Edwards takes a single on the leg side, 197 for 8.
Probably just starting to get, or getting on the slower side, given they played the international T20 on it as well, so probably a good option. Like I said earlier, they just got the right field for it now, and he's bowling to it.
Speaking of international T20, South Africa have won it by 90 runs. England 101 all out. As Cook bowls and Jardine plays it away on the leg side, and there's a single taken, 199 for 8. Disgraceful, says disgusted of Trabanos at the back of the box, but that's the way T20 goes, isn't it? If you lose wickets, you can't just block and play it out, you just have to keep swinging.
Yeah.
And Shamsi had benefited to Bryce Shamsi, 5 for 24 in his 4 overs, the last 5.
Yeah, can happen down there. Big boundaries square. If you've got to go at the end, I think the rate sort of gets out of hand. I think when you've got to swing, it can spin a bit down there as well. I haven't seen any of the footage, but
South Africa win by 90 runs. Michael Hogan will be in the Southern Brave squad to face Welsh fire, but won't be sledging any of your current teammates. You'll only have Matt Maynard to exchange texts with, really, from the opposition.
Yeah, It's obviously, I mean, I guess unfortunate, I suppose, but you never know with injury replacements and various things. I guess Dan Douthwaite obviously hits the ball a long way, and he played nicely today. So I'm sure that I saw Gary Kirsten in the stands earlier, so maybe he's taken notes of things like that, and we may lose players throughout the course of the tournament. But again.
Salter into Jardine, who swings and is bowled. The ball runs away to the fine leg boundary, but the wood that it's connected with in the meantime is the stumps, and just knocked the bails off and shot away to the boundary. Jardine bowled Salter for 39, 198 for 9.
Yep, little bit of spin there from Salts, just beat the inside of the bat, as you said, but can go either way, those ones. They get a little inside nick and it goes for 4. Everyone's got their hands on their head, but it's gone Salts' way this time, and he played nicely, Sam. He's hit struck some good shots, and good 35 off 39 off 27 balls.
Well, it's probably good for Glamorgan as well that there has been some resistance, because they need overs out in the field and just getting the feel of this format of cricket again.
Yeah, I think so, and in perhaps a different level of game, it's when you need to execute those skills, maybe it's just a little bit more pressure on it. Maybe it's something to reflect on. Maybe they'll have a bit of a debrief and discuss their fields and their options in certain parts of the game. But it's good to be put under a little bit of pressure.
The incoming batter for Wales national county.
In comes last man, Ben Morris, the 18-year-old academy member from the Abergavenny club. It's been a pleasure having you alongside us on commentary, Michael, and another word from Michael Hogan, and then Edward Bevan will take us through to the conclusion, and we'll be back from Derby on Tuesday. And good luck in your endeavours, whatever they are, over the next month, Michael. And
thank you, Nick.
Even better luck for your endeavours in the following month.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Echo that, and we'll be seeing each other on Friday down at my old club.
Yes, we will. Gowerton, of course. I've got a.
We have given you a plug. Oh, I have.
You have, yeah.
And hopefully, we'll have a
surprised you
good
remembered.
day.
I asked you about it last week. You didn't know anything about it.
Not only you wouldn't crucify me, my old club would.
No.
But to look forward to for a day out in the sun, as Salter now bowls to the number 11 Morris, and he's just blocked that away.
Yeah, it should be a nice day.
Yes.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think 9 of the 11. I think 9 of the 11 playing here for Glamorgan are going down there. So
cool, great stuff.
Including myself.
The next ball beats him outside the offside.
So it it makes for a good day, and hopefully you get
2020 game.
Get a few people turning up, and I'm going to do a little bit of coaching stuff beforehand, and
right.
And then we got a match on starting at 4:00. So
they'll be glad to hear that. People, he nearly got caught and bowled by Salter. So 9 of this side. That's excellent.
Yeah. So it should be good fun, and
yes, well, why not? Yeah, Salter and bowls.
And I bowled him.
That is the end of that. He has been bowled. So 2 wickets for Salter in the over to end this game. And by my reckoning, Glamorgan have won by 133 runs. Is that right?
134 to win.
Yeah. So comprehensive victory, and augurs well for the opening game at Derby on next Tuesday. So there we are. As Nick said, we've had an enjoyable day, thanks to Mark Wallace, Darren Thomas, and for the last hour or so to Michael Hogan. And yes, we wish you good luck, and we look forward to seeing you up at Lloyd's probably after next Friday. And
well, we're here first. We got Worcester here, yeah.
Worcester here, and then up to Lloyd's.
Yeah.
And that will be a biggie. So that is us done for today. As I say, my thanks to everybody who's contributed. The day's gone quite quickly when you have company. Nick must have been dreading spending commentary with me all day, so it would have been great. As now, once I can get in behind Andrew Hignell, I'll sign off and thank you very much for listening and watching, which has been a very enjoyable game. So from us all, very good night to you, and keep on listening and watching. We'll be back on Tuesday. No star. Good night.